It's just like, hey man, what they spent on this den?
Yeah,
They
man.
spent on the running back.
Good stuff to start the show. The ever-changing landscape of college football, and as we said yesterday, though, for those who say it's ruining college football, the TV ratings gangbusters for the semifinals. Even that bowl game that was the Orange Bowl, which is a debacle. The Florida State Georgia game drew like doubled anything the NBA did on Christmas Day. I mean, 5 million people tuned into that game,
Yep.
which is what this is about, right? This is what's pushing all of the change and the consolidation of conferences, and it's TV. It's TV revenue. It's the second most popular sport in this country, behind the NFL. I mean, it's all the same sport, but it's just a different version
Which
of it.
makes it one of the most popular TV shows in America.
That's right. And it's still appointment viewing for fans
Yeah.
who are in the realm of binge watching things later. For sports, you watch in real time. And that's why the money is there and the growth is there for sure. Like it or hate it. We'll come back. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll talk about Byron Murphy and Jonathan Brooks. We talked yesterday about Jonathan Brooks and his decision. He's made it, it appears. He is going to strike while the iron is hot as far as his professional value. We'll get into that and what's to come for the Longhorns. Rod will take us behind the BOCs. And what the facts for the end of our first hour of our 5-hour Friday conversation here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B on 1019 AM 1260, streaming on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. Underdog Fantasy, folks, underdogfantasy.com. And now that maybe your Longhorns are out of their college football season, you're so entrenched in that, now might be a good time for you to get involved in Underdog Fantasy, because you're going to have games you're going to be watching that maybe you're not as interested in it as and you want to add a little juice to it, a little fun to it. That's what Underdog Fantasy is. It's simple, it's fast and fun. You go to the games, and you go to the app or go to the website, underdogfantasy.com, or the app on your phone, and you choose the games you're going to watch, the players you're going to watch that day or night, whether it's the NBA like last night with the doubleheader, maybe it's the NFL with Week 18, whatever the games are, and then you pick 5 players, 2 to 5 players, and you're going to choose whether they're going higher or lower on some of the in-game stats. You choose the stat of choice. You make the picks between 2 and 5, and you could win up to 20 times your money if you go 5 for 5. So, again, you're going to watch these games anyhow. You're just making the choices. It's built for fans. It's got a great rating, winners every day, and it's all at UnderdogFantasy.com and the Underdog Fantasy app. If you get signed up there, use promo code Hogan, Hogan. That's my last name. They're going to match your first deposit up to $100. So 10 becomes 20, 50 is 100, and 100 is $200 to get things going. And, again, have fun with the games you're going to watch anyhow this weekend and all month of January long. UnderdogFantasy.com, Underdog Fantasy app. Download it today and get signed up with promo code Hogan. Simple, fast, and fun. It's pick 'em, watch 'em, win 'em at Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
We mentioned our headlines, top of the hour, a couple of Longhorn commitments turning heads down in San Antonio. Ahead of that Ravens-Steelers game tomorrow, Rod, the All-American game down in San Antonio will be played, and be on, I think NBC carries that ball game these days. And Ryan Wingo was cited as one of the standout players for the 3 days of practice by the On3 scouts, and said the 6 foot, 6'1" and a half, 210-pounder says here's Charles Power of On3, their director of scouting and rankings, says Ringo flashed long speed during the West practice. The 6'1" and a half, 210-pounder can get vertical in a hurry. Highlight of the day came on a one-on-one drill where you got a few catches, and you're going up against fellow All-Americans at the high school level, so the best of the best. And he's standing out. And as we told you and heard from Jerry Hamilton yesterday, Trey Owens, the Longhorn quarterback signee for 2024.
Chunking it deep out there.
Chunking the deep ball and making real decisive throws. We'll get to see both of those guys along with Ty Anthony Smith and the punter. 7 other Longhorn commitments played in the Under Armour game earlier this week in Orlando. So that's 11 players. And remember, the Longhorns will have 2021 new guys rolling in here in January as early enrollees, and the 3 portal commitments the Longhorns have added in Matthew Golden, Andrew Makuba, and Trey Moore, the pass rusher out of UTSA, to go with the 18 high school prospects who have graduated early and are getting a jump start on their college career. That includes Ryan Wingo and Trey Moore.
Yeah, guys coming into college early.
Trey Owens.
Guys coming into college earlier and staying longer.
Yeah.
Right? They're coming in early enrollees. Now we got guys coming in to practice with the team for the bowl games, and yet they're staying for 7 years. It's amazing. I miss my window, man. Just miss my window. You could have been in college a long time, playing ball for a long time. Damn it.
I get older, and the co-eds say the same age, Ross.
Exactly. I mean,
it's all right. It's okay, my man.
Seriously. Oh, man, it's amazing. But no, to your point.
25-year-old dudes on college campuses.
What
are y'all doing here?
Guys, when I came back, when I got done with the NFL, I was about 28, 29 years old. And I came back. Some of these guys, they're like still in college when they're 25 years old.
Hey, I did it, and I didn't play football.
There you go. No,
not 25.
Those are called non-traditional students. You know what I'm saying?
Trust me. But I had a good time when I came back. So trust me, I'm not judging anybody who.
You said you had fun.
It was one of the best years. It was one of the best years of my life. I'm not joking. I'm serious. It was amazing. Like, to this day, there should be a movie made about that. It was amazing.
Oh, I want to make it.
Former NFL player just comes back. A lot of guys did it. But
and all you're doing is school. You're not having to go to football practice or anything.
Nothing. Didn't do anything. It was. I'm telling you guys, it was amazing. I won't go into detail, but I had the time of my life. I mean, it was great. I had no responsibility really, and I had some money in my pocket already from the league, so I wasn't worried about money. But I was on scholarship.
Yeah, because Mac Brown fulfilled his promise to your mom.
Yes, I was on scholarship. I was getting paid. They was paying for me to live off campus. See, it was amazing. I'm telling you, it was a great, and I learned so much. I was like so upset with myself because I was in the front row learning. I was the guy asking questions. I was doing the readings. I was leading the study groups.
Yeah, man. Well, you've matured fully, right? Now you're 28 years old.
I had so much fun. I was like, man, I should have did this from the jump, but but then I wouldn't have had the experience of going back.
Well, we know that the male frontal cortex doesn't fully evolve until 24, 25 years old, right?
That's true.
And plus, when you're 21, you haven't fully developed, and you're distracted by football and all the other things that go on. Mm-hmm. And now you're fully grown. That's pretty cool. That's a great story. And now you got dudes that are just never leaving.
And I know why. My point is, that's why I get it. I can relate. I was like, oh man, I should have did this. I should have redshirted.
No,
should have told Mac, I need the red shirt, man. Can I get that red shirt?
Also, behind the burnt orange curtain, we'll talk a little bit more. But there's still guys that are jumping as soon as they can, right? JT Sanders has a chance. And
when you're a high-level talent, you couldn't. Rob, he was drafted in the 4th round. I should have stuck around.
Yeah, you could. You needed a COVID year. You needed a hardship year.
But guys like Rod B, I could have stuck around, made some NIL money, made good money, stuck around, got a master's degree. I'm telling you, guys like Rod B, just jabronis like Rod B, Jags like me, this era of football is it.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Stay longer, NIL dollars, and then you can get, like you said, you get your master's. You start working toward,
all getting paid for.
Yeah, get paid for.
Well, and look, cite Alan Bowman, who's going to go for a 7th year at Oak State. Yeah. He's already got a graduate degree from Michigan.
And if I go to the league, great. But if you go to the league, your average career is 3.5 years anyway.
And you get to still play ball, and that's good. It's good to be the quarterback at Oklahoma State on campus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and by the way, now you got like 2 leagues. You can go to XFL, make a little cash.
Yeah, that's coming back.
I'm just saying. Oh, now you just got more options. I'm happy for the guys.
Yeah, it is good. It is good for the industry of football.
Yes, it is.
And for those young people particularly.
Yeah.
As A.D. Mitchell talked about when he was in New Orleans, people asked about NIL dollars, and there's still people that hate it. It's like, I mean, we've balled out. He was at Georgia, and he goes, one of the things now is I can pay for daycare for my child.
Yeah.
Deep. I was scratching for money even when we were winning national championships at Georgia. Yeah. Now I've got a 3-year-old, and I pay for the daycare. People who have kids know how expensive daycare is.
Deep. No.
And A.D. Mitchell was straight up with it. He's like, look, y'all. I mean, now I'm paying for daycare. I've got cash in my pocket to help buy diapers and things that matter.
Buy gifts now.
How expensive is daycare per month?
Oh, my gosh.
It's like rent.
$1,400.
It's like
$1,300.
No, dude. It's
for
like
daily
rent.
daycare for one child. Yes,
it's like rent, bro. No, trust me. I've been researching it. It's like rent.
Think about what it costs.
That's why my mom used to drop me off the YMCA. I guess.
That's why families try to went and work from home, and then mom and dad
live around family.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Free daycare potentially or affordable.
It matters, bro.
Trust me. And this was 20 years ago now, but we had 3 under 5 at one point.
Ooh,
when we wanted newbie radio income.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Scratching pennies.
I can imagine what that was.
Well, remember, when I was first in radio, I used to do a morning shift. I'd go home and I'd be with Daddy all day and then go back and do an afternoon shift. We only had to pay for daycare in that little gap.
Yeah,
from like 3 to 5. So
that's
2 hours a day versus all day. It was long days, but this is what you do. But Ty, if you're thinking about having children, be ready for that.
Be ready for it, brother.
It's another rent payment.
Trust me. I'm researching it right now, and I'm like, okay, we got to make something work.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. We'll make it work. Yeah, we'll make it work.
I'm sure we'll get text on the message line now. But here's how much it is. Because it's a lot more than it was when I was doing it.
I don't know. Yeah, it's expensive.
It is.
We won't get into the details, but it's really expensive.
Yeah. For sure. And A.D. Mitchell was making that point. Look, y'all. I mean, you guys think we're out buying sports cars and things. I mean, I'm paying for a child, and I couldn't do that before. That's one of the reasons I came back to be in Texas where my child was. So good for him. Can we go to behind the burnt orange curtain? Let's go to the BOC.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's talk about some of the departures for the Longhorns. And one of them, I think, is a very sentimental figure for the Longhorns. Jordan Whittington has decided that he hasn't decided. His eligibility is up. He's one of those guys whose eligibility is actually exhausted, and he's done. He had a message for the Longhorn fans, though, via social media, a goodbye of sorts. My man Ty has the audio. We'll listen to the audio, and then we'll come back and discuss the legacy of one Jordan Whittington.
Jordan Whittington.
They call him the junkyard dog because he does all the dirty work. So valuable to this offense.
He's a true leader. Tremendous physical player. Whittington.
Dear Texas, thank you. Every moment I've had here, good or bad, has been a piece of such an important chapter in my life. And it's an honor to say I didn't just play at Texas, I played for Texas. Every minute, every day, every year, I gave you my all.
Tremendous effort from Jordan Whittington. Those are game-winning plays.
And now, I feel complete.
Over the middle, touchdown, Texas, Jordan Whittington.
Jordan Whittington with an absolutely outstanding block. It's gone! Jordan Whittington!
So after 17 long years, or however long it's been since I've been here, it's time to go. But no matter when, no matter where, no matter what, I'll forever be a Texas Longhorn. Hook 'em.
It's a nice message there from Jay Witt. Did you notice the saying at the beginning of the message though? I didn't come to play at Texas. I came to play for Texas. Just saying.
Sark kept on saying that earlier this year, right?
No, Rod said
it's
it.
my
Rod said it for 2-3 years.
I've said it for years.
I've been hearing that.
No, I've been saying it for like 5 years now.
Sorry.
No, it's great. But no, I'm glad the message is penetrating, right?
Well, and we've covered some teams. Yeah. You certainly covered teams where that wasn't the case. They came to find out what Texas could give them.
Yeah, I was saying that basically my message, like I said, started this like 5 years ago, was that there are two types of Texas football players. They're the guys that come to play at Texas and the guys that come to play for Texas. And it's almost like that old JFK quote, right? Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Now, ask not what Texas can do for you, but what you can do for Texas. The guys who come to play for Texas, they want to know what they can do for the university. The Jay Witts, the Rojos, the guys that come to play at Texas, they want to know about, can I get ACL tickets? What's up with South by Southwest? What's up with them NIL dollars? What can Texas do for me? All right, not what I can do for Texas. And Jay Witt epitomizes, the guys who want to play for Texas, as he said. And I think he's always been a for Texas guy. But I will say that guys can evolve. I was playing with guys who were at Texas guys at first, and then they became for Texas guys toward the end because the culture demanded it. And their culture demands that you are a for Texas guy. That's why they're not bringing in guys who potentially could be at Texas guys who are not, as Jeff Banks put it, when they look for players or when they're evaluating players, they look for signs of respect. So respect for your teammates, respect for your locker room, respect for the game, respect for your coaches, respect for their culture. And if they don't see them signs, they ain't bringing that guy in. And that's what Jeff Banks said. And I think that's all about that attitude. So I'm glad that is the mantra now over there in that culture. That is what you need. When you have more guys in that locker room that are for Texas and not guys who are just at Texas, that's when you're going to be, competing for championships.
Well, that's when the sum is greater than the parts, right?
Yep.
On any team, and this is a football team, but in any elite team, that's the case. And right, the players start to root out the bad seeds, right? The bad weeds, and we've seen that with Texas. And this, Sark growth of culture is, guys that don't fit. What was it? Ajay Hall, the portal commitment that came in from Alabama. It was the Texas players that went to Sark and said, this guy's not working out.
Yeah.
This guy's not a fit for us. And we don't know who specifically, but you can probably predict. And yeah, I mean that's good stuff right there, Rod. Because what was the movie Draft Day where? The quarterback, nobody came to his birthday party. Nobody came to his birthday.
Yeah.
Bo Callahan.
Yeah.
And the team over me.
If no one's coming to your birthday, you got to look for signs.
Man. Yeah.
The team over me attitude does translate to NIL dollars too. I'm sure,
100%.
Like you look at Brock Cunningham. I'm sure he's not the best player on that team, but I'm sure he's one of the highest NIL earners because fans love him for what he's done for the
That's
university.
a very good point.
I'm sure Jordan Whittington's the same way.
Jordan Whittington is kind of this year's version of Rojo, right? I mean, guys who will forever be a fan favorite. Think about Jordan Whittington, the fumble caused in the TCU game that maybe saved the run to the semifinal in the Big 12 championship
Rodney
game.
Terry said he played that for the basketball team. Like, man, hey, this is a culture play.
This culture play.
This is a culture play. He's a culture bearer. That's what we're gonna start calling these guys, right? They're the ones who epitomize the culture. Rojo did it. I was talking to yesterday. We were talking to Jalen Ford. And Jalen Ford told a great story about after they were blown, like they lost to Kansas, one of the low points. That was the moment actually Rojo stood up and had a moment with the team. That it wasn't necessarily later on after that Tech game we hear about the Texas losing to Tech and then Rojo having the team meeting. But he said Rojo stood up after that and talked about how they were going to change the culture. That this is the moment that we got to all remember this pain and this hurt, and then we're going to use this to fuel us going forward, and almost foreshadowed what we're seeing now. And he was a guy that kind of that run, and Stark talks about how the culture started in that running back room. With guys like Rojo and Bijan just cleaning up the running back room, working hard. Rojo's sacrifice. I was talking to Coach Shipley about this, Coach Bob Shipley, because he was there when, Rojo was making the transition from quarterback to running back. And he said for Rojo, it was no question. Like, there was no resistance at all. I was like, yeah, what do y'all need? Y'all need me there? I know I'm a quarterback. Usually quarterbacks are divas. Quarterbacks transfer now when teams ask them to change positions, and Rojo didn't. That's a guy that's selfless, and that's kind of sacrifice. That living testimony in your locker room, guys. That guy walking around every day and forcing everybody in the locker room to be accountable. Seeing that kind of excellence. It spreads like wildfire. You need those culture bearers on your team who live it. All culture is habits. Every day, right? 365 days. How you do anything is how you do everything. Attacking everything with the same vigor and with the same attitude, whether it be your workouts or whether it be class. That's what culture is. And you have some guys who do that. And Jay Witt's the latest example of it, because this is a guy that couldn't stay healthy. But what did he do to make sure he could make it through an entire football season? And he said it. I changed my workouts. All right, he's a guy that's his family were a bunch of power lifters, so he came in a little too
too
swole,
tight, too tight.
too swole and wound up. That was affecting him. He had to do that. So that was a little bit of him breaking away from his identity. He admitted he had to change his eating habits. Hell, Ty, you know how tough that is. He's like, no, man, I used to eat. Can't eat barbecue and wings like everybody else. I got to change my eating habits. My physiology is a little bit different. He had to come in early to make sure that he warmed up properly. So coming in an hour or so early, he had to stay an hour or so late. He couldn't just leave like everybody else because his body wasn't the same. He had to warm up properly, warm down properly. All this sacrifice to make sure that he got a chance to play. And when he did play, he wasn't complaining. I love A.D. Mitchell. A.D. Mitchell complains about not getting the ball. You can see it.
Yeah.
Like, hey, man, I need the ball. I ain't mad at him because great players want the ball and they should get the ball. Jay Witt don't complain. You never see him complain. Brendan Marion had a great quote. What you do without the football shows how much you love your teammates. Jay Witt loves his teammates.
He does.
His effort without the football, it is fanatical, and he loves his teammates that much. And what I love about him even more than that he's unselfish. I mean, that he's selfless and unselfish, is that when he scores, the few times it is, he'll go hang out with Bevo. He actually has a relationship with Bevo, this connection with Bevo. And I know Bevo's hands. Ricky Brennan is my dog. That is not fabricated. That ain't fake. This dude actually asked for time with Bevo if he could get it, if any way possible. Jay Witt epitomizes the culture bearer right now. And I don't know who it's going to be next season, but you're right. We had Rojo last year for the last first 2 years of Sark, and then you had Jay Witt this year. Who is it going to be next year? Because you need somebody that can epitomize it. It's not always the most elite player on the team or even in that room.
No.
Michael Taft.
Michael. Well,
Taft
look, I mean,
Daddy,
Taft's
I
daddy
like
would be one
that.
for sure. And Sark did say that he feels like, where it was a couple of guys 2 years ago and then more this year, he thinks they've got 30, 40 guys who can pick up that mantra and run with it. And Quinn Ewers talked in the post game of the loss to Washington saying, I want to be one of those guys and start attacking this offseason. And there's a great book called Atomic Habits, Rod. Great book, by the way.
Oh, I'm writing that down.
And it's, God, must read or must listen.
Okay.
But it goes exactly what you're saying. The basic premise is if you improve on your habits 1% a day, every day, the trajectory change in your life will be extraordinary. Everybody wants to change it tomorrow. Like everything's got to change. Like this can go to New Year's resolutions, right? And things you're trying to change in your life.
Yep.
1% per day at your habits over the course of a year. It's amazing what it does. Exponential growth.
Yeah, because you got
it's like compound interest in money.
Yeah, because you got to be obsessed with the process. Nick Saban talks about this. Y'all want to be obsessed with the product.
Yeah.
The process is what you got to become obsessed with.
That's exactly right.
And then the product will take care of itself.
And you will see the results. But if you're results driven, you're never going to finish the mission, right?
Yes.
You're not going to do it.
You'll be too frustrated.
But if you boil it down to 1%, I mean, everybody can get better at something 1% a day, each day. I mean, that doesn't seem like too daunting. Just do it each day. But then Atomic Habits, good book.
Good stuff.
Good book. Hey, we come back, and because your point about the culture bears will spread. Well, the other part is too culture cancers. Same thing. That spreads through your room too.
What is called energy vampires?
Energy vampires,
Colonel calls it, right? Energy vampires.
Because coaches and lead, you start spending all your time dealing with them, and they suck up your energy because you're trying to mess with guys who are me guys, and that could be why Ole Miss is Quinshon Judkins is into the transfer portal and maybe was encouraged to do so. Sure. Either way, good stuff, Rod. Good stuff, Jordan Whittington, and we'll take your thoughts. Also, we got the people coming in saying how much daycare costs now, which we appreciate.
Hey, hit me up with them recommendations because I need that stuff.
Which will lead to what the facts coming up. Also, reset our headlines at the top of the hour. We've got Cowboys on the brain. Cowboys have a simple task. Seemingly simple mission this weekend. Texans have a tougher one. We get to all of it coming up. It's Week 18 in the NFL. It's that time of year in college football. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Rolling forward.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
All right, busy Friday, and it's a, what does that make it, Rod?
It's a freak flag, feel good, fake it till you make it. Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition. I'm hooking up with Ian Rod B.
Yep, and it's coming up next hour. Rod will have his first rant of the morning, two each morning here, 7:15 and 9:15. Also, the 7:30 next hour, Rod, we're going to talk to Sean Bajani, who covers the Houston Texans
That's
for
cool. Nice. I like
Sports
that.
Radio 610, the flagship of the Texans. Sean does a great job covering the Texans, and was at practice yesterday. We'll talk to D'Amico Ryans and the resurgence of the Texans. Are relevant for the first time in half a decade with a first-year head coach and a first-year quarterback, and they've got a huge game Saturday night in Indianapolis. We'll also talk Cowboys, who, as we said, it is a fact, Rod. They have a very simple mission. Simple task on seemingly simple. They're playing a team on the road that has lost 7 consecutive games in Washington, the Commanders, who have a lame duck coach, Ron Rivera. It feels like everyone. You feel bad for Eric Bieniemy. He's gonna be part of this, pink slip brigade that's coming probably on Monday.
He finally decides to leave Andy Reid, and it doesn't last long.
But I think he's done a pretty good job with Sam Howell and that Washington offense. But bigger issues there in our nation's capital. But problem for the Cowboys is they're 3-5 on the road this year, and they've lost some games on the road that they shouldn't have lost. And let's be quite honest about that. And I don't think the Cowboys can lose this game.
No, I don't think so. But I didn't think the Eagles could lose to the Cardinals.
Right.
And that happened. So we've seen some freaky things happen this season. Hell, we've seen the Cowboys lose to the Cardinals. But it seems like
Cardinals, they lost to the Panthers. No, that was Houston lost to the Panthers.
Houston. But still, talk about inexplicable losses. I don't think it can happen. I don't. Now
just too much to play for.
Exactly.
You've been because of the Detroit game and however that ended and when you've been given a gift at some level to go win this game and get the 2 seed. And 2 seed's huge for the Cowboys. 2 seed could be the difference, Rod, between playing in the NFC Championship game or having to face the Niners in the divisional round, right? I mean, that's how big it is on the road.
And that could the ramifications of them.
Because the fact is, if the Cowboys win this game, lock up the 2 seed.
Yeah.
That would mean they'll have to. There's no week off. Only San Francisco has assured the week off. But you're going to play a home game against the lowest seeded team, which means you'll be at home. You'll be the highest seeded team playing the first weekend of the playoffs next weekend, and you get a home game there. You win that, you get another home game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which the Cowboys have been unbeatable at home.
They've been the best team in the NFL at home, I think.
Yes, they have.
And just in terms of the scoring.
Which means you win 2 home games in the playoffs against teams. All of a sudden, now you're playing in the NFC Championship game in San Francisco, 2 seed versus 1 seed. And, as we talked about, that is, even if you lose in San Francisco for the 3rd straight year to San Francisco, would that be enough? Would that be a good enough season to make it to the Final Four for the first time since Ty Henderson, our producer, has been alive? and that's how big Sunday's game is, Rod.
The way you said, since he's been alive, it's like,
they haven't made it to the Final Four, the conference championship game since then.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So this is a chance to get there with 2 home games where they've been so good this year.
No, it's a big. Ty, what's the last time the Cowboys had a regular season game this big?
Oh, is this really big though?
It is big because they have
regular season game.
Regular season, they have to win it to win a division.
Probably the Kyle Orton versus the Eagles, probably 10+ years ago when Tony Romo was hurt to get into the playoffs.
Oh,
they lost. I don't know. That's the last one I can remember. That's like a win and get in situation, week 17.
Yeah.
Because if the Cowboys win this game, they'll be the 2 seed and they'll host most likely the Packers. Because the only spot that's still available in the NFC is the 7 seed.
It's very winnable.
Very winnable with Jordan Love.
Yeah.
8-8. If they win, they'll be 9-8. And then if you win that, right, you're going to be still the 2 seed, and you'd likely play the Rams.
Very winnable.
If the Rams Rams or the Lions. Rams or the Lions. Rams or the Lions. Probably the Lions.
Probably the Lions. And that's, I can't say very winnable.
Because then the Niners would get the winner of Eagles-Bucks.
But still, like you laid it out, that's it's a big difference, man. That's your road that's your path to the NFC title game. Or your path to losing in the divisional round.
Like I said yesterday, I don't want that just to be like, oh, we made it. I don't want it to be like kind of like Texas making the playoffs, like, oh, we achieved our goal of getting here. Kind of relax and be comfortable with that. I still think the team has Super Bowl aspirations.
No, you're right. They do.
But I mean, the difference is if they don't win this game, well, what a laughing stock that'll be on come Monday.
Brutal.
because and then you're going to have to be the 5 seed, go on the road and play Tampa. If you win that, then you go to San Francisco in week 2.
Like you said, on the road, they're a different team.
Much different team.
Yeah.
And you prolong home games, and Jerry's happy about that. That's good for business to have 2 sellout home games come playoff time. But to Ty's point, if you get to the Final Four, the conference championship game, and you don't win it, because we talked about when the season began, if they don't get past the divisional round, Mike McCarthy could be out.
It's a failure of the season. Yeah,
but if you get this game and you get to the conference championship game, and even if you lose it on the road,
won the division and get to the NFC title game,
and Dak Prescott's a Pro Bowler, and all the things that have come, I don't know. That's how big Sunday afternoon 325 will be, Rod.
I mean, Dak could be considered the best quarterback in the NFC. Is he the best quarterback in the NFC?
Well, the 3 Pro Bowl quarterbacks are Purdy, Prescott, and Matt Stafford.
Yeah, it depends on how much of a Purdy fan you are, I guess. Purdy
fan.
Fan.
That conversation would probably come down to if it's Niners Cowboys in the NFC Championship game, who wins it?
Well, then they're gonna be talking about Purdy. I think I love Dak, but
I'll give you some numbers on the Rams too with that Rams Lions first round matchup if we get it. When the Rams are healthy, no one wants to play the Rams.
Stafford versus his own team.
When the Rams have Stafford, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, and Kyron Williams, their running back, you don't want to play them. I'm telling you, you don't want to play them.
I like that.
We'll get into the end. Of course, playoffs begin next weekend. This weekend's Week 18. We got you covered on that. More on the Longhorns as well. 2 more Longhorns headed to the NFL. We'll tell you who coming up in our headlines. Ask and ye shall receive. We were talking last hour about NIL money, and A.D. Mitchell talking about how he now can pay his child's daycare, his young daughter. And Ty was asking how much daycare costs, and I haven't done it in 20 years. You're about to do it, Rod.
Oh, man.
But got this message that says we have 2 kids in daycare. It's about $900 a kid. And that's because my wife works for the school district that provides daycare.
Oh, so you got a discount.
If we didn't take our kids there, it would be anywhere between $1,200 and $1,700 a child.
A child.
Yes.
So that's why my grandma lived in my house while I was growing
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And that's how people move closer to family. Like you say, like no, we're moving back, back there where my mom and dad live, or her mom and dad live.
Somebody says here over $13K a year for daycare. That was 4 years ago.
4 years
in
ago.
Shady Hollow.
Inflation.
It's going everything's going up, right? Everything's going up.
Oh man, yeah. That just all right. I'm a little sad. It's okay.
Yeah. Speaking of that,
we're gonna make it happen. We're gonna make it work.
Come in. Well, and
we got no choice. We got
no choice.
We got no choice. We're gonna make it work. That's what we're gonna do, damn it.
And trust me, Rod, if you're thinking about Rod, Ty, if you're thinking about having kids, they don't get cheaper because now then wait till they get to college.
Oh, scholarship, baby.
Scholarship.
Working these kids out now.
I paid for my own college.
That's good.
I did
awesome.
too. So I'm telling young Monroe, hey, you know what? Let's go. Soon as she can start working out, we're gonna start working out. The mind and the body.
Despite what people might think about myself as a Westlake kid, I did pay.
You did pay for your own, right? Now we've heard those stories. Good for you too. That's right. And paid for a good chunk of mine too. And that's just the way that goes. I mean,
don't have to.
I don't know. Here we go. So,
might have been my own doing, but it's okay.
Still though, hey man,
got done.
Oh, that's right. It could have been paid for, but you kind of screwed the pooch on that deal. Is that the deal?
Yeah, I had me and my father had a bit of a shaky senior year of high school, so
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
Hey man.
Hey, only like $10 to $12,000 of student loan debt though, and that's pretty good for 6 years of college.
I would say that's actually not bad. That's not bad at all.
Yep. No question. No question. All right, so that's all going on, and coming off What the Facts, we got Rod's Rant coming up, and as we mentioned, Sean Bajani will join us, who covers the Texans for Sports Radio 610 down in Houston. Texans fans are fired up, Rod. They're excited about the first time in a while that they have a game that has major importance. Last year, the game in Week 18 was all about getting the number 1 pick, and they couldn't accomplish that.
Couldn't do it.
Actually worked out for them because they ended up getting C.J. Stroud with the 2 pick.
I don't know where they were leaning, but yeah, I mean, that'd have been ugly if they got Bryce Young. Could you imagine what this organization would be right now? It'd be trouble.
Yeah.
It'd be bad.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But a lot to do this hour and this morning. It's a free fall. Give it to him, Rod, one more time.
It's a freak flag, feel good,
Thank
take it
you.
till you
Thank you
make
very
it. Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B.
All right, let's get to the top headlines, top stories, including a couple more Longhorns off to the NFL. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories. And, Longhorns, the exodus of 2023 Longhorn stalwarts into the NFL continued yesterday with word that both defensive tackle Byron Murphy and running back Jonathan Brooks will forego future eligibility at Texas to make themselves available for the NFL Draft. Murphy earned Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year honors in 2023, pairing with Tavondre Sweat to form that wall in the middle of the Texas defense. The junior from DeSoto tallied 29 tackles, 8.5 for loss, and 5 sacks, scored 2 touchdowns, including one on Monday night in the Sugar Bowl. The Longhorns, of course, saw their season come to an end. Brooks, meanwhile, making the move in order to strike while his professional stock is at its highest, even in the aftermath of his torn ACL suffered against TCU on November the 11th. He is currently ranked as the number 1 tailback available for the 2024 draft, according to Mel Kiper Jr. Third year back from Hallettsville, rushed for over 100 yards or more 6 times, including 218. That was the season high against Kansas this year. Brooks and Murphy follow Xavier Worthy, who declared for the draft on Tuesday, still waiting on official word from Quinn Ewers, wide receiver A.D. Mitchell, tight end J.T. Sanders on what their decisions will be. Also from college football yesterday, former Kansas State quarterback Will Howard announced he plans to continue his college career at Ohio State. He's expected to compete with the redshirt freshman Devin Brown for the Buckeyes starting quarterback job there. Also a major coaching move at Oklahoma kind of came out of nowhere yesterday. Brett Venables announced that OU defensive coordinator and linebackers coach Ted Roof is out. Sooners expected to hire Jacksonville State defensive coordinator Zach Alley. Alley's 28 years old, worked under Venables at Clemson, just finished his first season at Jacksonville State as the DC there. In high school football, 4 members of the Longhorn 2024 signing class taking part in tomorrow's All-American game down in San Antonio. A pair of future Horns have been turning heads already. On Wednesday, the 2024 Texas quarterback commitment Trey Owens identified as a standout performer for that day's workout. And then yesterday, On3 Sports director and scouting director Charles Power identified wide receiver Trey Wingo as the standout performer for all of the practices for 3 days in San Antonio. The game is tomorrow at noon in the Alamo Dome. Final week of the NFL's regular season kicks off tomorrow with a doubleheader, Week 18 action. 3:30 tomorrow. Baltimore hosting Pittsburgh. Game means nothing to the Ravens. They're already the top seed in the AFC, but means a lot to the Steelers. They can clinch a postseason berth with a win and a loss by either Buffalo or Jacksonville. And tomorrow night, a massive game in Indianapolis, Colts and Texans, with an AFC playoff spot and possibly the AFC South title on the line. We mentioned Cowboys need to beat Washington Sunday afternoon. NBA, good game down in San Antonio last night. How about Giannis Antetokounmpo? Poured in 44 points, grabbed 14 rebounds to help Milwaukee overcome an electric performance by Victor Wembanyama. Bucks win the game 125-121. On his 20th birthday, Wemby scored 27 points, grabbed 9 boards, and delivered several highlight reel plays in the loss. Let the Bucks get the better of it. And also last night, the only other game, Denver rallied from 18 down in the fourth quarter to stun Golden State 130-127, and the game was won by Nikola Jokic on a 40-foot bank shot at the buzzer. Did he call glass?
Even though Jonathan Brooks is considered the top running back off the board right now, I wonder if his draft stock will be affected by not being able to work out
I think so.
at all.
He'll be
because he's not going to do anything for the draft,
Well, and I don't-
draft process.
well. And last year, obviously, Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs ended up as top 15 picks, but that's becoming more and more rare
Yeah,
in pro football to have a running back go that high. And even being Mel Kiper's top-ranked running back, probably a second-round pick at his,
think right now
at
that's
his
what-
ceiling,
yeah.
high second potentially. Remember, like high second, that's where Breece Hall went to the Jets out of Iowa State. That's
Yeah.
who I kind of see, Jonathan Brooks, kind of that kind of player.
I like that.
Because we saw Jay Brooks be able to run between the tackles, get the perimeter. Also in the passing game, he was really good.
Yeah, second level, he's good. He's got patience. He's got great patience.
Yeah, he really learned a lot from Tashard
Yeah.
Choice and working behind Bijan and Roshan. We talked before his injury. He kind of was a mold of both of those guys. He had a little bit of Bijan in the shake and the ability to make people miss, a little bit of Roshan and that ability to run over people. And then
Yeah.
we also saw him at the top end speed be able to run away from people.
Yep.
And get involved in the passing game. So, but to your point of where his draft status will be, the process to play, but he won't be able to work out, but he'll be able to go to the combine and do interviews and
Yeah.
do medicals and see where the knee is. I mean, the reports out of the Texas side is that it was a clean tear of the ACL, so a lot of times those come back together, and with medical advances and his training and regimen, there's expectation he could be ready for training camp. And if that's the case, right, if the NFL teams read him, it's okay, he'll be ready for camp and should be good to go. It's his first knee injury or big injury of any kind, then we'll take the risk. I mean, you get him in the third round.
Right now I think he'd be the middle round pick. I just don't know what like I said, running backs already devalued, and his injury is going to devalue him even more. I would say, middle round, third to anyway.
So if you go in the third, you're in the top 100. I mean, maybe one of those compensatory picks between the third and fourth kind of thing.
I'm thinking third round right now.
Because remember, compensatory picks come in, they slot them at the end of the third round into the fourth, and that's usually what wraps up day two. Because day one is all first round. Day two is second and third plus compensatory comp picks, and then they come back on Saturday with 4 through 7.
Yeah.
If you're a player, you'd love to be drafted in the first 2 days. That means you're top 100. And that's kind of where I would slot him. But again, it really depends on the process. But, as we talked about yesterday, the alternative is coming back for Texas in a more crowded running back room where C.J. Baxter, Jaden Blue, you're adding Jarrett Gibson out of IMG Academy, also the kid Clark from Arizona. You've got a pretty crowded running back room. Whereas, to me, if you're Jonathan Brooks and you're still rated that high, you get drafted, you get to rehab with an NFL team and begin the clock on your NFL career.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I wouldn't be surprised if a team told him they, because he's kind of a project because of the injury, just sit on the practice squad for 1 year. And I know he can be ready right away. But man, rushing injuries like that, sometimes no need to it. I would love for a team that doesn't need a running back right away to draft him and have the luxury of saying, get healthy, practice squad for a year. And then we'll bring you up, and then later on in the year, like you're seeing some teams now, right? They're already pretty much solidified their playoff seating, and now they're bringing up practice squad guys.
Yeah.
Basically to play the last game because
Baltimore,
a lot of teams,
San Francisco.
Yeah, they're basically gonna let all the practice squad guys play. And this is one of those games they'll probably just evaluate the practice squad guys and be like, you know what, we're keeping 3 of these guys because
well, and you get to watch them for a week of practice too in a lot of cases, more than you have.
Exactly. So I think I would ideally like him to do that. I don't want him to rush it back because I don't want to risk re-injury with that. Because for a running back, that's devastating.
And then for Byron Murphy, right, he's going to be seen as an undersized tackle, but the motor never stops. He's probably also a top 100 kind of player.
Yeah, he definitely is.
No.
He definitely is a top 100 player.
Yeah, as a defensive tackle. And we'll obviously, as we get through this and then the playoffs, we'll get into draft season and the Senior Bowl, which Byron Murphy will perform in. Tavondre Sweat's going to that.
Jay Witt's in it.
Jay Witt is in it.
Accepted an invitation.
Now, Alfred Collins was going to go play in it, but now he's
coming back.
So he won't be in that Senior Bowl. He'll come back to anchor the Texas defensive line.
So is Jade Barron playing in that?
I think so. Yeah, Jade.
Jade in there too.
Yep. I think there's five Longhorns.
Good.
There was going to be 6 with Alfred Collins.
Yeah, that'll be worth following. Yeah, a lot of Longhorns representing. And really, it's for those who don't know, nobody cares about the actual bowl game. It's the practices that you got to keep up with for the Senior Bowl.
And of course, the Senior Bowl is coached by NFL coaches and their whole staffs. I don't know who's going to be picked for that.
I should look that up. Yeah, I'll look that up. Who is?
All right. So there we go with the Texans, and we'll talk obviously draft as the draft emerges and where these guys could slot. Tavondre Sweat will likely be the first Longhorn off the board. T. Sweat.
That's a great question. Who's the first Longhorn?
A.D. Mitchell, but he hadn't made an announcement yet.
It's going to be the A.D. or Tavondre Sweat, in my opinion. It'll be one of those two guys.
Agreed.
All the mocks say it's A.D. right now.
A.D. is, his production is on, his on-field film speaks for itself. The question, his testing will matter. For sure. Xavier Worthy obviously has a chance to be one of those first-round guys too. All right, Rod, this could be the year where the Longhorns get 3 first-round picks, or at least 3 top 50 picks, and that hadn't happened in forever.
Yeah, they're gonna. I wonder how many guys they'll have drafted total. 5 or 6 potentially?
Well, if you have 3 in the top, let's just say Murphy, Sweat, X-Man, and A.D. Mitchell. That's 4, probably in the top 50 or 60 picks.
And then you got...
Then you got Jay Brooks,
Jay
Barron, Jay Witt at some point late.
That's
on testing.
An interesting one. Well, the injury history is going to really hurt.
Christian Jones likely gets drafted on day 3.
I think he's a late he's a late round pick. Jay Witt, I'm not sure. I think
Jalen Ford likely is a top 100 player,
no doubt.
Yep. So, and remember, we've learned that Jay Witt played the second half of the season. It feels like with a bit of a hernia problem.
Jalen
Ford did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Jay Witt had the hernia early. It could be pushing 8 or 9.
Yeah, I'm saying exactly. Yeah, depending on how it works out, this could be a record draft.
Could be.
For Texas, but yeah, Jay Witt, I'm not sure. I would like him to be drafted, but he doesn't have a lot of productivity on the field. He'll have glowing endorsements from the coaches.
He'll interview well.
Yeah, interview really well, but he doesn't have a lot of productivity on the field, film wise. And then he has the injury history. And wide receiver is the deepest draft.
You're right about that.
It's the deepest position in this draft, and it's the deepest position in football. So I think all that's going to push him down. And I don't know if he'll get drafted, but he'll be a priority free agent if he doesn't.
That's
right.
If
he's not drafted late, he'll be a priority free agent for a team. I guarantee you that. And I think he's got what it takes to make an NFL roster, or at least
and
be a
we didn't even mention JT Sanders, who has not made his announcement yet, but he also will be a draft pick.
I think they could. What's the record? I got to go look it up. CB probably knows, but I go look up the record number of players drafted.
You're heading in a good direction
in the modern draft for Texas.
Recruiting classes turn into draft picks, right? High recruits turn into guys, and this is where Texas is. It's why they're growing maybe ahead of schedule. Is some guys who didn't look like draft picks at the beginning of their career, like a Jalen Ford. Now they are, right? So you're taking those guys that weren't, and now they are, and the guys who are 5 stars like JT Sanders, like X-Man, those were highly recruited players. Well, they're also now going to be first-round picks. But Tavondre Sweat and Jalen Ford weren't seen as high draft picks 2-3 years ago.
The fascinating thing about Jalen Ford, and we got a chance to speak with him during our third Longhorn simulcast, so shout out to that, and shout out to my man Nick Shuley, who does a great job.
He sure does.
But Jalen Ford, lowest rated recruit in that class. Lowest rated recruit in that class. And he said that and it's crazy. We were talking because we actually got a chance to talk to Jalen Ford and got a chance to talk to several other players because they do a couple of interviews. But we also got a chance to talk to Kelvin Banks. And both players kind of remarked that, at least Kelvin Banks did, he remarked that Texas had a reputation for not developing great players.
Yeah,
it's something that he
thought
about.
It was well known.
Yeah, and it was something that he had to get past. And Jalen Ford had to get past. It's interesting that that's something that the players were well aware of. And for Jalen Ford being the lowest rated recruit in that class, he is probably the best example of development that we've seen. I mean, there's a lot of great examples of it. Like I said, that guy was a 3-star, who is now should have won Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
right, in the
Well, and
conference.
I think you put Devondre Sweat in that too. He's just a big guy.
he was a
the
big guy.
motor didn't know he wasn't in great shape, and now here he is. He could be a first-round pick as well. So that's what I'm saying. You're developing 3 stars into draft picks, high draft picks at that, and you're developing, and the 5 stars are also on track, right? I mean, and the highly recruited, the X-Mans and the the JT Sanders, 3 years into their careers, they're moving on, and that's something that Sark and the staff don't shy away from when they're recruiting, the Colin Simmons of the world, the Anthony Hills of the world.
The sales pitch is so much easier now, especially after they get all these guys drafted. You're talking about 6 to 8 guys, whatever it is, drafted. The narrative, like I said, the guys even there who on the campus right now, when they were being recruited, they were aware of the narrative. That was the negative recruiting pitch against Texas. Oh man, they don't develop. You want to go there? They don't develop. They don't win games, and they don't win championships. They don't play for championships. All those things actually were true at the time, and now, that negative recruiting pitch against Texas for the last 15 years is shattered. Like, you can't use it.
Nope.
So I'm trying to figure out how you negatively recruit against Texas now, because you can't say they don't play for championships. They just did. You can't say they don't develop talent, because they're about to show you that they can develop a lot of talent into NFL draftable prospects. And the NIL money is there, and the city of Austin is great. The academic institution is also one of the highest ranked in the country. I'm not bragging at all. I'm not trying to be a homer here. I'm just saying, realistically, what's the negative recruiting pitch against Texas now? Because it used to be pretty easy. Now it's not as easy.
And they were still getting good recruiting classes.
They still were getting good.
They weren't developing them, though, and that became the negative. All right, coming up, bottom of the hour for you Texans fans and NFL fans, a good conversation with Sean Bajani, who covers the Houston Texans for 610 Radio, the sports talk down there, flagship for the Texans, huge game. What is the health of the Texans going into this one? They already lost to the Colts in the first part of the year, their second matchup with Indianapolis, a playoff spot on the line. We'll get to Sean coming up. But right now, let's get Rod's first rant of a Friday morning.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, my man CB is the best unofficial producer in the game. You ask and you shall receive. I mean, I knew CB had the information, because I think I seen it from a tweet from you, CB. So shout out to my man Chris Bennett at ChrisGB002000. The most NFL draft picks in a single draft in the Mac Brown era is 7 in 2007. He said he believes that's going to be surpassed in 2024. He also mentioned 2024 could be one of the best drafts Texas could have in a very long time. 2007, Texas had 7 draft picks, tied with 1992 and 1991. Texas had 8 players drafted, most in a draft since the historic 1984 draft. Texas had then a record of 17 draft picks. That was not the modern draft.
Well, and I think, if you're asking me, I think 8 are almost certain to be drafted. 8 almost certain. Sweat, Worthy, Mitchell, Sanders, Brooks, Jay Brooks, Byron Murphy, Jalen Ford, Christian Jones. That's 8.
Mm-hmm.
I think that those guys will all be drafted over the course of 3 days. The question marks become the Jay Witts, the Keaton Crawfords, these kind of players. 8 is that would break the record according to that tweet right there.
According to my man CB, Texas had in 1991 Texas had 8 players drafted, most in the draft since the historic
8 players. Okay, so this would equal that.
Yeah.
And I think that's almost a certainty.
It seems like it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It seems.
And all 8 of those guys could go in the first 5 rounds. Because I see Christian Jones as a third day. He got the arms. He's improved. He played 6 years, and he's not going to be a first or second day pick, but he could be a 5th round type of player. As a tackle prospect, a swing tackle prospect, big picture. And he's still learning football, Christian Jones, right? He's a young player to the game, as you talked about his soccer background. And,
yeah, he's been playing for I think 6-7 years and playing O-line.
Yeah, but Sweat, Worthy, Mitchell, and Sanders will get, and Murphy, those guys will get top 50 consideration. Jay Brooks, we just talked about, and Jalen Ford. Those guys could be first 2-day picks.
Yeah.
which would be quite the boon for the program and certainly for those young guys. And then Christian Jones, and then we'll see with Jay Witt, Keaton Crawford, and some other guys who are going to go through the process for the Longhorns. But it shows you the overall level of talent the Longhorns do have, and still plenty of talent coming back.
And that's the thing about it. Most of this talent, a lot of it was inherited talent that they have developed and shown that they can develop talent that they inherited. Can't wait to see the guys that they have kind of handpicked for their systems and handpicked for their specific philosophy, offensively and defensively, and how they develop those guys. This was just the coaches doing a great job of what they were handed and what they were given when Sark took over. They've done an amazing job. I mean, a lot of these guys, we didn't think they had these kind of ceilings. We didn't think Devondre Sweat had a best D tackle in the country ceiling, but he did. Jalen Ford, nobody thought he had a ceiling to be one of the best linebackers in the country. Should have been Defensive Player of the Year in the Big 12. So there you go. Shout out to my man CB, always doing great work, and we appreciate you. I will get back to some Longhorn conversation. I want to talk a little bit of Texans here, and we're going to talk some more Texans actually coming up because the Texans got a big game coming up this weekend. Here's a little stat about the Texans and D'Amico Ryans and what he and C.J. Stroud have done, the combination of the two. Since the year 2000, the combination of Ryans and Stroud marks the 13th time. It's the 13th time a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback started week one together. Of those 13 instances, they're on the fifth duo to finish the season with a winning record. They're only the fourth duo to have a win differential of at least 6 games improvement from the previous season. And as you've been pointing out all morning, they got a chance to make the playoffs. Playoffs?
Ooh, 10 wins? Come on now.
Playoffs. So that's pretty amazing. It really is. If they can obviously pull off this win over the Colts and potentially not only make the postseason, but you said they had a chance to win the division. Is that true?
If they win and Jacksonville were to lose to Tennessee, and there's question mark on Trevor Lawrence, whether Trevor Lawrence with an AC joint issue in his throwing shoulder, where he's at now. Mike Vrabel's been cussing this week. I mean, they're not giving in. They have nothing to play for. Yeah. But again, that's a divisional opponent. It's in Tennessee, and so if Jacksonville were to lose that game, and Houston or whoever wins the Colts-Texans game will win the division.
Wow. Okay, there you go. So even more on the line for this group. And how about this, though, about this matchup? The Texans and the Colts were both 200-1 and 151 second and third worst odds to win the Super Bowl entering the regular season, and now playing for a playoff spot. That's pretty amazing. Hell, the Bucs were tied for the fourth worst Super Bowl odds of any team at 100-1 entering the season, and they got a shot to go to the playoffs this week. Isn't that amazing?
It is.
I mean, this is
it's the NFL. That's why it's so popular. I mean, you have your teams at the top end. I think, Niners and Ravens are the best 2 teams. Cowboys, Lions, Chiefs, Dolphins trying to argue that they're the next group, and maybe the Bills even with their big game with Miami on Sunday night. But yeah, and then there's this group that have come out of nowhere and have a chance. Colts are in there. Texans are in there. Jacksonville's kind of underachieved this year. They were the heavy favorites to win the AFC South. They could still do that with a win in Tennessee on Sunday. But yeah, good stuff. And we'll talk to Sean Bajani. Looking forward to talking to him because he has been covering this team all year. So from D'Amico Ryans' introductory press conference to now a chance to win a division potentially.
It's amazing.
Pretty good stuff. We'll talk to Sean about his level of optimism for this game coming up on Saturday night. Remember, it's the primetime game. This is Aikman and Joe Buck, Rod. This is your normal Monday Night Football game
man.
here.
It's a big game.
Like the Cowboys had last week against Detroit. So big game, center stage for C.J. Stroud and the young Colts team as well. We'll come back, talk to Sean Bajani, Sports Radio 610 down in Houston. Also the Bullish or BS topics for the end of the hour. Appreciate you being with us on a Football Friday.
Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Let me know. Friday on the Horn, another misty, kind of foggy morning, but sunshine expected by this afternoon, so that's good.
That is.
And sunshine into the weekend, which we appreciate. It's been kind of one of those dreary post-Sugar Bowl malaises.
It has felt like that. You're right. The
Yeah.
weather has fit our kind of disposition.
The mood.
The mood, yeah.
The mood. But yeah, sunny and 62 tomorrow. Should be real nice by this afternoon. If you have afternoon plans for your Friday or into the evening, looking pretty good. Already seeing the sun break through a little bit here as we get you up and going on a Friday morning. Yeah, Longhorn fans still bumming a little bit. And are to the point where yesterday or last night, my week finally caught up with me. The trip to New Orleans and back, all of the coverage we brought, and late nights in New Orleans, of course,
Yeah.
New Year's Eve. I was asleep by 7:30. I was looking for something to watch. I was sitting on the couch, and I was so tired. I had eaten a bowl of soup, and I'm like, man, I'm tired.
It's passed out. Why not?
I'm like,
Get some rest, man.
what am I doing up? There's nothing on. I could watch this Bucs-Spurs game. I'm sure it's going to be good, but it's only January. I don't care.
Fighting sleep like a baby.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to bed.
I agree.
I'm
ahead,
going to
man.
bed.
Need that
And,
extra rest.
See ya. Yeah, I was out. I was out cold. It's great.
You got extra time, not no football on.
Yeah, man.
That's what
Because
happens.
I know what this weekend's going to be. We got a lot coming. Another busy weekend here. We got a graduation party for my daughter, and the Texans game, and NFL, and everything's going to come down. So looking forward to that.
Party's on what day? Saturday?
Saturday.
Okay, at least
Afternoon.
Oh, then you got the Texans game. At least it's prime time.
There'll still be people here for the party, but I'll be locked in this room watching the Texans game.
It is the first. I love this though. It's the first primetime game they played all year.
Oh yeah, well, they played at noon every day, every game.
And what? Yeah,
every game. The Texans.
That one Eastern window, whatever that one Eastern Standard Time window, they played their 1 p.m. game every game except for this one. They've earned it though.
Yeah.
They finally earned being in the primetime window.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can stand up in that spot because the Colts did beat them early in the year.
They
in
got to
Houston.
stop the run.
That was week 2.
Yeah, that was actually that's probably their worst rush defensive performance. They allowed over 5.5 yards per carry.
That's when Anthony Richardson was still playing as quarterback for the Colts.
Yeah,
he got hurt in that game.
Good point.
Suffered the first of his 2 injuries of the year. Of course, the rookie that they drafted right behind C.J. Stroud, right? He came out of Florida. C.J. Stroud out of Ohio State, and the Colts took Anthony Richardson, and he ran all over Houston. And Houston had some turnovers early, and that's when they got off that 0-2 start. And that's what's amazing. They started 0-2, and now here they have a chance to make the playoffs.
Well, they started out, wouldn't they play basically 2 dynamic dual threat quarters? They played Lamar Jackson and the Ravens
Start
I believe,
the year.
week 1.
Yeah, in Baltimore.
And then had Anthony Richardson week 2. And that defense was still brand new to those guys. They've gotten a lot better defensively since then. They know the system a lot better now. So hopefully their rush defense will be a lot better because they got to stop Jonathan Taylor. Easier to stop him, like you said, without Anthony Richardson also as a running threat in that backfield. Now you got Gardner Minshew, who's a different monster altogether.
And remember, Jonathan Taylor wasn't playing in that first game. That was still, and he was in that holdout/injury thing in the month of September. So, no, this is a big one. And the biggest issue I see for the Texans in this game is blocking the front for the Colts. The Colts defensive tackles, the Colts defensive line is really good. DeForest Buckner and their duo. I mean, they wreak havoc on the interior. But the Texans are pretty good on the offensive line when healthy.
Yeah.
So they've got a lot to do. But the Texans still dealing with some injuries. Noah Brown's hurt. Jonathan Grenard is hurt. He's listed. Those 2 are listed as out. Will Anderson Jr., hopeful, but he's questionable right now, still trying to get back in there. They could use him for sure. Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, Laramie Tunsil, all listed as questionable. So we'll ask Sean Bajani, we can connect with him, his thoughts on these games. Somebody said on the text line that, by the way, a number of those 8 draft picks for the Longhorns or Tom Herman recruits. Give him some credit. Tip of the cap to Tom. Also says the Browns are in the second group of the AFC. And I think I won't undersell that. I mean, I'm bullish on the Browns. We'll do bullish or BS coming up. The Browns into the playoffs. We're talking about the 2 best teams right now are the Niners and Ravens. And then there's the group just under that in each conference, the Lions and Cowboys, trying to make their claim. And then in the AFC, it probably is Dolphins, Chiefs. But the Browns have to be considered because I don't think if the Browns were playing the Chiefs tomorrow, who would you pick? If the Browns were playing the Dolphins. I mean, because here's the number. Since Joe Flacco's taken the quarterback reins, they're the number 1 defense in pro football. They lead. I mean, they're top 5 in almost every defensive category, Rod.
Yeah.
That you can find. And since Joe Flacco's taken the reins of quarterback, they're a top 10 offense.
Yep.
They're averaging 25 points a game. So that until, and again, their turnover margin's still probably not where it needs to be. They turn it over a little bit too much for a playoff team. But man, they're scary. I mean, they're one of those teams that, and as you've said, if they get a matchup with the Ravens, who they've already beaten this year, no one has, when you play a divisional opponent in the playoffs, you're so familiar with them, and that's one of the challenges of Baltimore is trying to deal with Lamar Jackson when you don't see him very often.
Yep, exactly right. Exactly right. No, I'm telling you, I wouldn't want to play them, and I think for Baltimore, they'd rather play any other team in the NFL rather than the Browns because of the familiarity. And not only that, you don't really have a lot of film on Joe Flacco. I mean, he's played, 4 games?
4 or 5 games, yeah.
4 or 5 games. So it's not like you got a huge sample size of film to watch on that offense with Joe Flacco because it's different than it's been. And by the way, their offense is different, period, because they've had 4 different starting quarterbacks. So they've had to change the offense all throughout the season. You just don't have a lot of consistent film to watch on the Browns offense to determine exactly what their identity is going to be under those different quarterbacks. So it's kind of been a hodgepodge. So if you're an analyst going up against the Browns, they present you with a lot of challenges. Try to figure out the patterns and the trends and their habits as an offense because they change them constantly, especially with Joe Flacco now taking over, and he has been lighting it up. So they're gonna be in every game because of their defense. Their defense will keep them in every game. The Joe Flacco stuff is just that's an added bonus that he's lighting it up, and your passing game now can be pretty prolific. But they could be in any game with any team because nobody's just gonna run.
Yeah, their defense will keep them in every game.
Yeah.
I mean, you gave the stats this week, which were great about the coaches who have won divisions with 4 different quarterbacks or 3 different quarterbacks. Every one of them had a great defense.
Yep.
Every one of them had an elite defense, including the Bears of the mid '80s, right? I mean, with Mike Ditka. And that's the Browns have an elite defense. That's in every metric would tell you that. That's been the constant all year. To depend on no matter who the quarterback was, Browns are in that conversation. And as one of the advantages the Browns get in this AFC, Rod, is that as the 5 seed and they're locked into it, they're resting people this weekend. Joe Flacco won't play.
Nope.
They're getting a chance to rest a little bit here because they're locked and can't change. Nothing can change for them. So they're going to get a week to kind of get rest and maybe get some more reps for Joe Flacco, right? Just continue to develop him there in the AFC playoffs. All right, speaking of AFC playoffs, can we go to the Vaqueros hotline and talk to someone who has covered this Houston Texans team from the jump, D'Amico Ryan's introductory press conference to the C.J. Stroud draft pick and where they are now with a chance to play their way into the playoffs on Saturday night in Indianapolis. He is tremendous. Sean Bajani works at Sports Radio 610, talk show host, sports reporter there, covering the Texans, the flagship station. Sean, how are you, man?
I'm great, guys. Good morning. How are y'all?
Doing great.
We're doing good,
Thanks,
man.
Sean.
Hey, what's the level of surprise in the city of Houston, certainly with you personally, that here we are 1 year in, one season in for D'Amico Ryans and a rookie quarterback and all the injuries the Texans have taken? What's your level of surprise, and do you think the fan base surprised that they are a win away from maybe playing into the tournament?
I guess it's got to be a 10, to be honest with you, and maybe a 15 for a lot of people. I don't think some can, really wrap their minds around what they've been watching all season long. And, you expect there to be opportunities within the AFC South. It's just kind of been that way over the course of the 22-year history of the Texans. But you certainly didn't expect them to show up on the map like they did this year in their first season under D'Amico Ryans. A lot of people, I think, have transitioned, from the house money feel of this season. And I really think it kind of occurred around that Tampa Bay and Cincinnati, back-to-back games in which the Texans put up some terrific points. C.J. Stroud kind of burst onto the scene, led, fourth quarter drives late inside 2 minutes, came back and won those games. When they saw that, I feel like they really started a different level of buy-in with this team, and the expectations changed.
Hey, Sean, are we giving Nick Caserio enough credit?
No, I don't think so. I absolutely not. Absolutely not. And it's something that I've actually thought about here more recently in the last month and a half. When people look at the executive of the year voting, and sometimes these things can be kind of political, and you can get sort of career awards. I look at the way that other things shake down in regards to Pro Bowl voting and Coach of the Year. Dan Campbell's probably going to get it because he's had a really good 3-year stretch. D'Amico Ryan, Shane Steichen, maybe those guys deserve a little bit harder of a look. But when you talk about Caserio, you got to look beyond just the draft. and making the right moves in the offseason with free agency. The fact that the Texans have been the most injured team in the entire league this year, having the most guys land on season-ending IR period, you've been able to go out and get guys like DeAndre Houston Carson to help you in the back end of the defense, Adrian Amos, Khalil Davis up front in that interior line. I mean, you go up and down, top to bottom. Derek Barnett, he's been here for 6 weeks, and the impact that he's made. Pierre Tart's been here for probably 3 weeks, and he's played sparingly, but what he has played on that defensive line has been very, very productive in a short amount of time. And that's why you feel pretty good about going into a win-or-go-home situation on weekends like this against the Colts, where you're down Jonathan Grenard, but you feel pretty good about the talent evaluation, the holdover of a guy that led you in sacks last year, Jerry Hughes. Will Anderson's probably going to play this weekend, a little bit more at least than he did this past week with 12 snaps. They were a productive 12 snaps. But I think you have to look at the in-season moves, really, when you talk about Nick Caserio, and give him his flowers, certainly.
Yeah, and obviously I go back to the trade of Deshaun Watson and the capital acquired for it to get out from under that mess and kind of give Houston a clean and fresh start, and the hiring of D'Amico Ryans, who's been talk about that. Sean Bajani is with us with Sports Radio 610 down in Houston, flagship of the Texans. They have a win-or-go-home game. It's essentially the first AFC playoff game on Saturday night in prime time. Sean, the impact of D'Amico Ryans, one of the most likable former players, chose this job over some other opportunities he had coming out of San Francisco because he called it his dream job. But how great of a fit has he been for the city and certainly for the franchise?
He's been perfect. You know, we asked him about it yesterday again, just if he's had the opportunity to sit back and realize, you know, what he's accomplished and the job that he's done with this team. And, you know, you can ask him all day long if you're surprised about this, surprised about that. It's so funny. You know, I guess when you've been playing football every year of your life since, you know, maybe middle school, as is the case with D'Amico Ryans, you learn just to think this way naturally. It becomes innate, where it's week to week. I'm concentrating on this opponent, and that's it. And so you're not going to get a great, sexy answer from D'Amico Ryans when you talk about the job that he's done. And he didn't want to talk about himself. He wants to talk about the team. But I'll talk about him. He's been fantastic. It's been an immediate impact, immediate culture shift. And you knew it from day one without ever hearing him say one single solitary word, because we knew him as a player. And we knew what type of leader he was, even as a rookie, as a middle linebacker for the Texans years and years ago. And so he said something that really stuck out to me a couple of days ago in an availability, where talking about the relationship that he and Caserio have built, why they've been so successful. They see football the same way. And that was in serious doubt. Whenever D'Amico Ryans came in, there was questions of Nick Caserio even being around, being GM beyond the draft, rumors there. Does he long for this job? Do they see football the same way? D'Amico Ryans from day one has said that, and he reiterated it a couple of days ago, and that just really stood out, because if you're paying attention to the moves that they are making and the way that these guys are playing that they brought in, you can absolutely guarantee that these guys are in lockstep and seeing football the same way. And to me, that's the most important thing. D'Amico, certainly the right man for this job. And what's funny is we were talking about Shane Steichen as a possibility. He certainly appeared to have been the right guy for the Indianapolis Colts job.
Hey, Sean, I want to ask you about Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, first-time play caller for the Texans. It's a little tough to evaluate him. I think he's done a good job, but in your opinion, has it been just because they found their answer at quarterback and C.J. Stroud is such a phenomenon, or are you actually satisfied with Bobby Slowick and the job that he has done as play caller?
It's a good question. You know, Bobby Slowick has certainly had his moments in Houston this season. You know, after a slow start, which, you know, could be expected with a rookie quarterback and just a lot of new, he really found a way to evolve this offense with so many moving parts on the offensive line. They're on their potentially their eighth different starting line this regular season on Saturday, but I'm assuming that Laramie Tunsil's good to go and Charlie Heck's going to stay in at right tackle. But I think you have to evaluate it, you know, kind of in a vacuum, understanding that it's his first year as an offensive coordinator, first year as a play caller, and say, hey, is this acceptable for a rookie, essentially? And I'd say absolutely yes, given the injuries and so many moving parts and a rookie quarterback. And C.J. Stroud gives him all the credit in the world, and he turns around and does the same thing. Those guys have been as close as you could possibly get, and it's really come down to C.J. Stroud's level of preparation that he brought in with Bobby Slowick that's helped him kind of evolve this offense. I think you look at one thing, and that is the ability after the first really 2 weeks of the season. C.J. Stroud was hit 19 times, sacked 11 times against the Ravens and the Colts. You looked at this offense and you said, oh, my goodness, they've got to find a way to get the quick pass game going. C.J. Stroud's got to get rid of the ball. He can't hold it. It's got to be 1 second, 2 second, go. Bobby Slowick found a way to do that. There was about a 7-week stretch there where C.J. Stroud, I think, went 4 or 5 games without taking even 1 sack and maybe a total of 4 sacks. And that quick pass game was going. It didn't matter if you had Nico Collins at your disposal or Tank Dell, Robert Woods. Different guys were different dudes in different games. They all stepped up in different ways with a horrible run game and an offensive line that was up and down. Bobby Slowick's done a tremendous job given the circumstances, and I think people are excited to see what he can do in the next couple of 3 years, if they even exist. People like him so much around here, they think he's going to get plucked for a head coach in the next few months.
Talking to Sean Bajani, he covers the Houston Texans. They've got that play-in game essentially coming up Saturday night in Indianapolis. Now, look forward to future conversations, Sean, about the direction of this organization. But as for the game on Saturday night, Indianapolis could be telling the exact same story of where did they come from kind of thing with a rookie head coach, and they had a rookie quarterback in Anthony Richardson when they beat Houston the first time, week 2, and now it's Gardner Minshew. What are the biggest challenges the Texans face in this game on the road on Saturday night? What's your level of optimism for the Texans in this game?
Ooh, boy, it's tough when you ask me my level of optimism in any game. I never go into any Texan game feeling fantastic.
You must be you must be a lifelong Houstonite. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Houston guy too, and that's how we think, right? That's how we think.
Yes, absolutely. Born and raised in Houston. I've been sports burned before, many, many times with the Astros, Texans, Rockets. But I think you have to look at this game very, very carefully. It's been a long time, and both sides, I'm sure, have talked about it to this point. It's been a lot of weeks since they've faced off against each other, two very different teams. To me, this comes down to a question of what matters more matchup-wise. Is it a Texans depleted receiver core versus a depleted and inexperienced Colts secondary? Or is it the Colts defensive line and really their front seven against a Texans banged up, battered, bruised offensive line, potentially? And maybe just not a very good one to begin with. What is it going to look like with C.J. Stroud back there? Because prior to last weekend's Titans game, when C.J. Stroud was out there pre-concussion, so 3 games ago, he was running for his life. I mean, he was getting sacked 4, 5 times every single game, and he was having to figure out ways to be successful outside of the pocket. I got tired of hearing about how they were being successful at the scramble drill. I don't want a scramble drill. I want C.J. Stroud, the 1 second, 2 second, boom, get rid of the football. And I think that's going to be a huge, huge thing on Saturday, is just how successful C.J. Stroud can get rid of the football. Can Bobby Slowick dial something up against an inexperienced Colts secondary, which surely is going to be playing a ton of zone? Can he find those spots, find Nico on some crossers, maybe take a chance, calculated chances down the field over the top? It's just going to be interesting because you don't know if you're going to have even Robert Woods at your disposal. Noah Brown's going to be out for this game. And the Texans' depth really stops there at the actual receiver core position. Dalton Schultz, Brevin Jordan, tight end / fullback options for the Texans have been great. But it's just going to be a very interesting watch to see how Bobby Slowick tries to take his chances and find his spots in that secondary with that pass rush. I mean, you talk about Ebicom, you talk about DeForest Buckner, Odeyingbo, their backup, off the edge. It doesn't matter. They're 1-2 guys. I think they've got a combined 22, 23 sacks amongst all 4 or 5 of them that play. It's going to be a very difficult challenge on Saturday for that Texans offensive line to get Stroud the time and for Stroud to find those holes in that defense.
Great breakdown right there. Sean Bajani with Sports Radio 610. That receiver core decimated for Houston. No Tank Dell, possibly no Robert Woods, no Noah Brown. It's really Nico Collins and the tight ends and Devin Singletary running the rock, trying to generate some offense for Houston against a very good Colts D on the road on Saturday night. Sean, thanks so much, man. We'll do this again. Hopefully it's talking about a possible playoff run for the Texans. If not, we'll talk about the future and the draft and those kind of things for the Texans. But appreciate you getting up early with us this morning. Appreciate you.
Absolutely, guys. Enjoyed talking some ball with you guys. Y'all have a great day.
You
All
too.
right, there you go.
Thanks, Sean.
There you go, Sean Bajani. We'll do
a great job.
Check in with him again. And we'll talk more about this game. We're up against the top of the hour break, or the short break here to the top of the hour. But then we'll pick up the bullish or BS topics out of the AFC and NFC playoff situations. Cowboys, bullish, should be easy, right? Should be easy on the road at Washington on Sunday. We'll talk about it with you, plus more on the Longhorns and the departures to the National Football League that came out yesterday. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
It is Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Appreciate Sean Bajani talking little Texans Colts. Rod, real quick off that conversation, bullish or BS on the Texans tomorrow night in prime time?
Oh, man, that's good. I'm actually, because we're going to do a more thorough breakdown about this later on. I'm bullish on it.
Ooh, good.
Yeah, I'm bullish on it. I feel good about it because you brought up a good point about, they got to stop the run game. Gardner Minshew's the quarterback. Last time the Texans met up against the Colts, they were a different defense because it was only, week 2 or whatever of the season. So they hadn't really developed a comfort level in that DeMeco Ryans defense. The example of that is last 3 games, 14 sacks for the Texans. That's the most in the NFL in the last 3 games.
They've sacked the quarterback or been sacked?
No, they've sacked the quarterback.
Oh, that's
talking
good.
about the D'Amico Ryan's defense.
Yeah, there you go.
They got 14 sacks in the last 3 games. They're even though they got a lot of injuries, by the way, the guys are becoming more comfortable in the defense. I think they'll be ready for Jonathan Taylor and Gardner Minshew. And I think the key to limiting and neutralizing Gardner Minshew is something we'll talk about in Rod's rant, because there's some really compelling numbers about how to defend Gardner Minshew that I think the Texans could benefit from.
Yeah, and having watched all the Texans games this year, I think that Colts game was their worst performance. Well, the Jets game was their worst performance of the year. But that game was just they got really outcoached in that game and outplayed in that game. And I like how Sean said that's when they kind of changed the offense, went to the quick passing game. And this would be a different team, and every team's got injuries. But Houston, as Sean pointed out, and you pointed out this year, Rod, most injured team in the league. Tank Dell, Noah Brown, and Nico Collins. Then you've got a formidable receiver core with Dalton Schultz and Devin Singletary and Damian Pierce in the backfield. But you're missing 3 of the 4 receivers.
Yep.
So they can focus on Nico. Can you give enough protection for the quarterback against a very good front to allow the passing game to evolve? I thought that was a great breakdown. We'll do more of it. So bullish or BS. Are you bullish of the Cowboys going ahead and clinching their division, Rod, on Sunday afternoon, 3:25 against a Commanders team, let's be honest, that made the trades at the deadline to trade their 2 top pass rushers? Ron Rivera is on thin ice. They've lost 7 in a row. This can't be a losable game for the Cowboys if they're really intentional about playing deep into the playoffs, right?
They'll be a laughing stock if they lose this game. I don't think they will. I'm bullish on the Cowboys winning the game. They know what's on the line. This is a Cowboys team is a good team. They can't consistently keep that level of play on the road. And
3-5 on the road this year.
They're a good team, though. It's just that on the road, they're a different team.
They are. It is. But this Washington team seems like they're happy to be locked in as the number 2 overall draft pick behind the Bears.
Their bags. Some of those guys' bags are already packed. The vacation plans are made. They're ready to go.
Yeah. Yes, and. New ownership group and all that's going on there in Washington. Ty, are you bullish or BS on your Cowboys? You said you're back on the bandwagon now that the Texas Longhorns are out, but you're feeling pretty confident about 3:25 Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, come on. If they lose this game, I will probably never watch a Cowboys game ever again. I'll say that now.
Oh, we talked earlier about just how big the game is.
On the line, then.
Oh man, you're giving up your fandom if they lose.
Yeah, exactly. You got to renounce your fandom.
Baltimore has already been my second favorite team, and they're creeping closer and closer to being my favorite. I've been a Cowboys fan my whole life, but I'm just tired of being disappointed. But I am back on the bandwagon.
Sick and tired of being sick and tired. I feel you.
What do you have in bullish or BS, Rod? Anything percolating?
Yeah, actually, I did something I wanted to bring up. Okay, so there's a Washington Post article from Jason La Canfora, and he mentioned something about Nick Caserio. Here's the line, the excerpt from the article. He said, quote, he's talking about the Bill Belichick and the Patriots. That's what he's talking about. But then he mentions Nick Caserio. He says, I continue to hear Texans Nick Caserio would be open to a return to New England if such an arrangement could be worked out. I meant to ask Sean Bajani about this. We kind of ran out of time. We were talking about the matchup. Bullish or BS on this report?
To go back as the GM?
Yeah, he said, I continue to hear Texans GM Nick Caserio would be open to a return to New England if such an arrangement could be worked out. He'd go back there, trust me, one GM said.
Of course, he came as part of that Bill O'Brien.
After finding C.J. Stroud and building what you've built here, he goes win Executive of the Year this year, potentially.
Yeah, he could. For the work they've done. If they make the playoffs and get to 10 wins.
Your window is open. This is the 5-year window. The window is wide open. Why would you leave to go rebuild it again?
Yeah, rebuild the Patriots. I don't know. That's interesting. We'll keep an eye. I would call BS for what you just said.
I'm calling BS on it.
But to what Sean Bajani said to us, that remember there were reports going into the draft that after the draft was over, he was going to be out.
I remember this.
And D'Amico Ryans wanted his own guy or his own, someone he was aligned with.
So maybe that's the reason.
But, Sean pointed out that how aligned these two have been, and that just yesterday D'Amico Ryans talked about how they see football the same. And that's why they've been able to pick up through all these injuries, bring in the right guys to help fill gaps and get through week to week. Interesting on that. All right, there you go. Bullish or BS on the Texans and the Cowboys this weekend, folks. What say you? We come in on Monday. Do we have 2 playoff teams? Two playoff teams in both Houston and Dallas. Both could be division champs. How amazing would that be?
The last time that happened.
If things fall their way. Wow. Took them up with Ian Rodby.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take overdub. 5. Double tap.
Yeah, let's hook 'em up with Ian Rod B on a busy Friday. Looking forward to Week 18 in the NFL, obviously. Also talking Texas football, still the aftermath of the loss on Monday night, and now the decisions being announced and made. Xavier Worthy on Tuesday. He's headed to the NFL, no surprise. Maybe a bit of a surprise with Alfred Collins planning to come back for Texas and not going to the Senior Bowl to help anchor the Texas defensive front in 2024. Which is a boon for Texas. Also, the announcements, or at least the reports yesterday, Pete Thamel of ESPN now becomes kind of the Adam Schefter of NFL free agency. You know, when NFL free agency hits, and Adam Schefter is got all the breaking news.
Yep.
What is it, Woj in the NBA?
Bomb.
Now it's Pete Thamel, because yesterday he was the first to report that Byron Murphy and Jonathan Brooks going to test the draft waters and forego their future eligibility. Both could have come back, obviously. Byron Murphy out of DeSoto and Jay Brooks from Hallettsville. Both will head to the NFL. And what we're waiting on now, Rod, is Quinn Ewers.
Well,
or do we need an announcement from Quinn? Are we just assuming he's back? Is that the deal? I mean,
I don't know what's taking so long. It was considered a foregone conclusion that Quinn was coming back, and maybe that's why we are not getting an announcement. He's like, why would y'all assume I was leaving?
And we played some of his sound. We played the entire press conference from Monday nights after, actually Tuesday mornings, news conference from the Sugar Bowl, where he's already talking about attacking the offseason and being the leader for Texas into the next year. And so maybe he doesn't feel like he needs to announce it. I've already said.
Exactly. He's like, hey, no, man, I'm coming back.
But A.D. Mitchell, Jatavion Sanders, and maybe some others would be the ones to watch for. So we'll keep an eye on it day by day, obviously, as we do here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B and on the Horn in general. But that's happening. By the way, Rod, we mentioned Alfred Collins' return and Bo Davis. Can I read you something?
Uh-oh. It's good or bad? Don't read me. I don't want no bad news on a Friday.
Well, I mean,
all right, just read it.
Because we know the
like
coach.
It's gonna be bad.
So Matt Moscona, who covers LSU.
All right.
We've had him on the show before. He's very good. Love to get him. He says coaching hires. This is a tweet, an X he had, X post. Coaching hires are never done until they are, but LSU is trying to close the deal to bring Blake Baker back to BR, Baton Rouge. And Blake Baker is the offensive coordinator at Missouri, who had been at LSU and did a good job. Of course, held Ohio State to 3 points in the bowl game and much improved Missouri defense. We'll see if Drinkwitz can convince him to stay at Mizzou, but LSU is moving quickly. Corey Raymond and Bo Davis still very much in play to join the staff.
There you go.
So that's from Matt Moscona, who covers.
Yeah, we talked about. I mean, it's not going to be about money.
No.
It'll be a personal decision that he wants to go back to his roots. He was a strength and conditioning coach there. You talked about it. He, obviously that's his alma mater. Graduated from there, so maybe he wants to go back to the roots.
Yeah, that's cool.
And he was never a D-line coach there, even though now he's considered the best D-line coach in the country. So maybe he always wanted to be D-line coach there. So I mean, I don't know.
No, it's his alma mater. He's a GA there, as you mentioned, strength and conditioning.
Yeah, loyalty.
He's got the swamp roots.
Yeah, I guess if Texas, I love the University of Texas. If Texas asked me to do something, like, hey, I'll be of service. Like that's my alma mater.
That's your school, man.
So I could see it. It won't be about money, and that's why Longhorn fans, if he does leave, and I don't think he will right now. I don't think he will. But if he does, I wouldn't be shocked. And you should know that there's nothing you could do. Like there's nothing. That's not like you lost a negotiation or you weren't able to meet his demands. He was just gonna leave no matter what. I mean, he's already making $1 million. They're gonna pay him what 1.5. I think their D-line coach was making like $750,000 or something like that.
Well, so we'll see. The Longhorns already have to replace Jeff Choate.
So he's going to get a raise. If he saves.
And you also have to add the caveat of the conversation that there's inside coaching circle rumors that if Jim Harbaugh does jump to the NFL, that Brian Kelly would be the number one candidate to replace him in Michigan.
That's a fair point.
So if you're Bo Davis, you're in no hurry. You're kind of waiting on this thing. If indeed you're thinking, well, I'm going to go back to my alma mater. Well, am I? No, who's going to be the head coach? I may not know. So that has to be put on that log has to be put on the fire.
I agree with that.
And then, we know the Longhorns are losing Jeff Choate, who stayed through the bowl game, but he's now the head coach at Nevada. And they need to replace that position, which is the linebackers coach and helping PK. The name that has emerged through the Sugar Bowl, and we talked yesterday to Jerry Hamilton, is Johnny Nansen. And Johnny Nansen, this would be a huge boon for Sark. He is the defensive coordinator at Arizona.
Yes.
Like he's the DC at Arizona.
So it'd be like a demotion for him.
Yeah, he'd have to come in as a non-coordinator, but he'd be, at Texas, but then probably make more money. He's only making, X. I think he's making $750 as the coordinator at Arizona. He can clear $1 million in Austin as the linebackers coach potentially. Wow. And so we'll see. Johnny Nansen is a name. He did a real good job with Jed Fish and that Arizona defense.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Yeah,
of course, they just beat Oklahoma in the Alamo Bowl and forced 6 turnovers, and that defense really won the game for them.
Yeah, and there's ties. They've worked together before.
Yes.
Back in the day, him and Sark.
The other name that we heard from Jerry Hamilton yesterday for Sark is Ken Norton.
I've heard that one too. I like that one, but I like that one because I'm watching ball back in the day. I just know him very well.
Ken Norton.
But Ken Norton's been. I mean, he's been.
The Cowboy
NFL.
Fans remember his dad.
Yeah, he's been in NFL. He's been in college. I mean, that's. I don't know exactly why he hasn't stuck at a place for that long. So maybe that's a concern. That he doesn't stick around at places for very long. But I like the Ken Norton.
And the Ken Norton thing Ken Norton Jr. would remind you of the Tashard Choice hire, that this is a guy who's been in the NFL, who helps. I mean, if you're Sark and you're selling development at the linebacker position, and you're Anthony Hill or Colin Simmons, and you're like, hey, we'll get you to the NFL. We'll get you there. That's what
guys that know how it looks.
That's what Tashard Choice has been able to sell with the running backs.
Bo Davis can sell it too.
Yeah, Bo Davis, yeah.
Right. And Sark can sell it too.
Absolutely.
Kyle Flood can sell it too.
Yeah.
Those other guys that got some NFL chops, and it matters. You're right. It does matter when you're in the living room. Like, oh yeah, man, I coach NFL guys. I know how to look. You're an NFL guy. You just need to put some weight on. You listen to me, and I can coach you up. But you're an NFL guy. That does carry some weight. There is no question about it. No doubt.
Absolutely. All right, we'll get to the other top headlines, and then Johnny Nansen, the name to look for there at linebackers coach, and then we'll keep an eye on the Bo Davis thing. And I think you said it as well as it could be said about alma maters and.
And apparently the Nansen guy visited Texas at one point too. Just to obviously coaches, they visit with other programs to learn about different techniques and concepts. And apparently he had visited Texas at one point too to study PK's defense. So. Hey,
let's get to the other top headlines of a busy Friday morning into a football weekend. Top Gun Lawn and Equipment Rentals bring you the top stories of the morning every morning here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. We mentioned the reports from Pete Thamel yesterday, Byron Murphy, and Jonathan Brooks headed to the National Football League. Of course, Murphy was the Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year in 2023. 29 tackles, 8.5 for loss, 5 sacks. Also scored a couple touchdowns, one coming Monday night in that Sugar Bowl loss to Washington. Jonathan Brooks, meanwhile, apparently making the move to strike while his professional stock is at its highest, even in the aftermath of that torn ACL suffered against TCU in early November. Third year back from Hallettsville. Was a tremendous player this year for Texas. Rushed for over 100 yards, more than 6 times. Over 100 yards 6 times, including a career-high 218 yards against Kansas. Even with the injuries, currently Mel Kiper Jr. is top-ranked available tailback for the 2024 draft. Brooks and Murphy will follow wide receiver Xavier Worthy, who declared for that draft on Tuesday. Also from college football news yesterday, former Kansas State quarterback Will Howard announced that he plans to continue his career at Ohio State, expected to compete with redshirt freshman Devin Brown there for the Buckeyes starting quarterback job. Also a major coaching announcement at Oklahoma. Brett Venables announced that OU defensive coordinator and linebackers coach Ted Roof is out. Mutual parting of the ways there. As soon as they're expected to hire Jacksonville State defensive coordinator Zach Alley. Alley's 28 years old, worked under Venables at Clemson, and just finished his first season as the DC with the Gamecocks. How about final week of the NFL regular season on tap and starting tomorrow? The Baltimore Ravens will host the Pittsburgh Steelers. That game will start right after the All-Star game down in San Antonio, where 4 Texas commitments are playing. Trey Owens, the quarterback, also Ryan Wingo, the wide receiver, linebacker T'Anthony Smith, and punter Michael Kern. All on the West team for that game that starts at noon. Then the final week of the NFL regular season begins. Baltimore hosting Pittsburgh. Game means nothing to the top-seeded Ravens, but huge for the Steelers. They can clinch a postseason berth with a win and a loss by either Buffalo or Jacksonville. And as we previewed this morning, tomorrow night, massive game in Indianapolis. Colts host the Texans. And with an AFC playoff spot and possibly the AFC South title on the line. Sunday, the task is simple for the Cowboys. They have to beat Washington Sunday afternoon. They will clinch the NFC East and the second seed in the NFC. We will obviously look forward to those games this weekend. NBA. What a game last night down in San Antonio. Giannis Antetokounmpo scored 44 points, grabbed 14 rebounds to help Milwaukee overcome an electric performance by Victor Wembanyama. Bucks win at 125-121. On his 20th birthday, Wemby scored 27 points, grabbed 9 rebounds, and delivered several highlight reel plays. In the loss, it was an electric atmosphere, but Bucks get the win. Speaking of electric, how about last night in San Francisco? Denver, the defending champion Nuggets, rallied from 18 down in the fourth quarter to stun Golden State 130-127. The game was won with Nikola Jokic nailed a 40-foot bank shot at the buzzer.
All right, for the Texans, it's going to be key they stop the running game, but Gardner Minshew, here's the little nugget that I found. I was doing some research watching. I got some of this from NFL Matchup. But with Gardner Minshew, when he's getting rid of the football on time and in a rhythm, that offense is dangerous. I mean, he actually has moved the football really, really well. But when you can force him to hold on to the ball just a second longer. I just talked about the pass rush for the Texans. 14 sacks in the last 3 games. Matter of fact, they're 1 sack away. The Texans are 1 sack away from a franchise record, 45 sacks.
And, Will Anderson, as we heard from Sean Bajani, is likely to play.
He's been dealing with an injury the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, and Jonathan Gennard. And we said this during the course of the year because a lot of you don't watch the Texans. Rod and I do.
We get it. We understand why.
But I think, the future is bright for Houston. And I think they'll become a team that gets some primetime games and gets more and more exposure because they have key pieces in place, right? I mean, when you have the quarterback, you found him, right? You have your coach. That's the most important 2 positions in all of pro football, coach, quarterback. And they have their left tackle in place, and Laramie Tunsil is going to another Pro Bowl this year, 5th in his career and 4th with Houston. He's going to the Pro Bowl. So you have your left tackle. You have most of a young offensive line in place if you could keep them damn healthy. That would help a lot. They have Nico Collins and Tank Dell as primary receivers to build around. They still probably could add another one. Dalton Schultz has come in and been a nice piece. But then on defense, Rod, what do you have to have on defense, right? You got to have cover people and then pass rushers.
Yep.
And when they've been healthy this year, to your point about the sack numbers, Jonathan Gennard, the third-year player out of Florida,
he's been great,
and Will Anderson have been. That's a dynamic young pair of pass rushers to go with Sheldon Rankin and Malik Collins on the interior. They still need help at linebacker, and they still need help. But then the other primary position in corner, right? They've got Derek Stingley Jr., who's got 5 picks this year. He's shown that he is every bit worthy of that top 5 draft pick they used on him a couple of years ago. So you've got that position in place. Jalen Petrie is a young playmaking safety out of Baylor that they really like. So if you're a Houston fan,
they benched Jalen Petrie at one point this year.
Yeah, because he's a little too aggressive sometimes.
And saw that.
But I think Jimmy Ward's come in from San Francisco and been kind of the quarterback of their back end. But the point of that is, if you're trying to build a roster, they've got a lot of the key pieces already built at very young stages of their career.
Yeah.
So young pass rushers, young left tackles, their oldest star, and Laramie Tunsil, their lone Pro Bowler. But C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Tank Dell when healthy, Derek Stingley. So whatever happens Saturday night, if you're Houston, you get into the draft and free agency. You're trying to plug some holes. You're trying to bolster your linebacker position, more defensive tackles, more on the offensive line. But your core pieces that you want to build with in this 5-year window, as you call it, Rod, are mostly in place.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the hard work is done.
Yeah,
the cake is baked, as Charlie would say.
Well, at least the ingredients for the cake is there, and D'Amico Ryans and his staff showing the ability to develop that, and that's what's exciting about Houston. You don't have to go out and get your quarterback; you got him. You don't have to go find pass rushers; you've got him.
Yep.
And Derek Stingley, if he continues to progress, you've got your key cover corner on the outside. You can add more, and that's what the draft will be about in free agency. But you like their direction. And you're right. The point of that is when Gennard and Will Anderson are together, they're dynamic off either edge.
They really are.
But you're not going to have Gennard. But you are going to have Will Anderson, who played 12 snaps last week, Rod, against Tennessee, 2 sacks.
Yeah.
2 sacks in his 12 snaps that he was able to play. That was pretty productive.
Yeah, he's tied right now for, if you just look at just overall rookies. Will Anderson, he's first in total pressures, tied for second in sacks with 7, first in QB hits and QB hurries, and he's third, if you go look at it, I believe, in stops, overall run stops. So he's been great, and he's been dealing with an injury. The concern versus the Colts is the Texans, they had a really bad rush defense performance last time they played them in week 2. They allowed over 5.5 yards per carry. As E mentioned, Jonathan Taylor didn't play in that game, but still they had a very athletic Anthony Richardson they had to deal with. But the Colts still were able to run the football against the Texans. the Colts actually now have been relying on a quick passing game combined with Jonathan Taylor's running game. I think the key is for the Texans to shut down Gardner Minshew's quick passing game. I got this little stat and went some deep diving from NFL Matchup. 7 of his 9 total interceptions this year have come on throws over 2.5 seconds when he's holding on to the ball for at least 2.5 seconds. If you go break down some of his worst performances, the Atlanta Falcons, they beat the Colts. They kind of curb stomped them. And they basically took away Gardner Minshew's quick throws, his first reads. He has a passer rating in that game of 32 when he took more than 2.5 seconds to throw the ball. He was a 94.7 passer rating when he got rid of the ball under 2.5 seconds. And that trend also was something that was it tracked through that game with the Bengals. They lost with 34-14 to the Bengals. Minshew, 2.5 seconds or more to throw the football, 48 passer rating, 82 yards, 1 interception. When he threw the football under 2.5 seconds, got rid of it quickly, he had a touchdown, 0 turnovers, passer rating of 111.6. That's the key in this game. If he is getting rid of the football quickly, on time, on rhythm, he's a rhythm passer, Texans are in trouble defensively. But if he's holding on to the football, having the process, having to go deep into his progressions, Texans are in a really good place because their pass rush, as I mentioned, will get home.
Yeah.
If he's holding on to the football. If he's getting rid of it, then your pass rush, which is probably your best asset on defense, it won't get home at all. So if they by the way, they need 1 sack to set the franchise record for sacks in the season. If they don't get it, that would be a travesty.
Well, think about that, though. You're talking about the Texans, 22 years of their existence. J.J. Watt, that's
true.
a pretty good defense.
Yeah.
And in year one with a young team, that kind of shows you the development that where this thing is and where it can go with DeMeco Ryans. Because if you're setting franchise records for sacks in year one, where you're not even a finished product, teams that went to the playoffs, made 1 playoff games with Hall of Fame players like J.J. Watt, that's pretty good. Hey, let me mention this because we were talking about the Longhorns. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain, bottom of the hour. Got a note from someone who would know this, Rod, but the Johnny Nansen thing, the defensive coordinator from Arizona.
Yeah.
You're going to like this. You may have to make a call to your guy. But report, or at least the conversation is, if Johnny Nansen were to come as your linebackers coach,
Coach
Akina,
yeah,
who is on the staff there, an analyst at Arizona, would they be encouraged to join?
Yeah,
as an analyst at Texas.
It has been it's been out there in the rumor. I have not talked to Coach Akina, by the way, but it's been out there in the rumor mill. And I haven't reached out to him because I don't know, how much substance there is to it. This guy though, Nansen, worked with Sark in Washington.
Yes.
So they go back, and if he brings Coach Akina with him, I'm not gonna say it would solve a lot of your issues in the back.
It would help.
Back end, but it would.
Well, think about the conversation.
It
Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon are doing a great job recruiting.
Yeah.
And adding talent, but you're talking about they want to cross-train versatility in the back end. Who's better at that than
Coach Akina?
Akina.
5'2" DB. He's the one that came up with that. I would love that for Texas. I know, like I said, I know from people that know that Coach Akina did have interest potentially in coming here when Sark was building his staff. But Texas decided to go elsewhere, and that's fine. But it's never a bad thing to have Coach Akina come back. And Coach Akina has his places he likes, right? He's back at Arizona. He likes certain, right? Certain
he's
schools.
got his choice. He was at Stanford for a while.
Yeah, like he just has certain places he likes. And I'm saying he can have his pick, but he's really well respected in the coaching community. I think he's one of the best DB coaches of all time. And he likes Texas. He likes Austin. His family
grew up down there in Shady Hollow,
exactly.
man.
You
Bowie High.
I grew up with his son, and I was over there all the time.
That's right. Yeah.
Coach Akina. Now, we're not reporting this. We're just saying that there is conversation that Johnny Nansen,
awesome.
if he came in as the linebackers coach to replace Jeff Choate,
so cool.
that there could be a push to bring and make it a package deal and bring Dwayne Aquino as well
Please make it a package.
in some capacity to help out the secondary where Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon are holding it down.
Yeah, you can.
We saw Gary Patterson do it.
Yeah, you could be a special assistant.
Yeah.
Right? Hey, Coach Akina's special assistant will be awesome because he's coached on multiple sides of the ball. He's coached on offense too, so Coach Akina will be great.
Do you think it would be his last stop? I mean, he's been coaching for a long time.
Yeah, because
maybe settle back down here.
Yeah, because I think they go to Hawaii. They got a place in Hawaii and stuff. So I think him having a special analyst role as opposed to being a coach would appeal to him and his family. Because
he's 67 now.
Yeah, I mean, excellent coaching range. That's not that old. That's pretty old, I think. But for knowing the man Coach Akina is, Coach Akina enjoys life. He doesn't necessarily want to get. He loves football too, but I can see him also want to enjoy sitting on the beach
Yeah.
and hang it out.
Well, it just seems like a good fit where you're bringing in someone you're familiar with, potentially in Johnny Nansen, to coach linebackers. And Jeff Choate did such a good job. But look, I mean, the job is big at linebacker, right? You know when this recruiting class that just got signed that will show up 21 of the 24 will be rolling in here in January. Right. It was heavy in the DBs, right? 6 new DBs are coming in, including 5-star corner Kobe Black, Xavier Filsaime from McKinney, Jordan Jackson-Rubel out of the IMG Academy, but also Andrew Makuba coming in from Clemson through the portal. So 6 new DBs. But the recruiting class previous to that, 2023's recruiting class, was heavy linebacker. Real heavy, because they know that Jalen Ford, David Benda, this current crop of linebackers is moving on. You had to just stock the cupboard, and that's where they went and got Darian Gillette out of Marlin. They went and recruited Samaje Burrell out of Arlington. Leona Lafau from Hawaii.
They like him.
Yeah, they like him a lot. So then these are young guys that have to develop. I mean, they got to come along here because, Jalen Ford, that's not a guy you just, snap your fingers and you replace that guy in the middle of your defense. David Benda is a good player. But Anthony Hill, of course, is there and had a all freshman campaign this year. So that position, that coaching spot is important. I mean, you really got to develop these guys. And same thing in the back end. And if you could add maybe a piece like the Hall of Famer Dwayne Aquina, that's what I call him, the Hall of Famer Dwayne Aquina, that would be huge.
I learned everything I pretty much know about football, the classroom of it, and being a student of the game from Coach Aquina. So
that's
awesome. I see the game like Coach Aquina, pretty much.
Well, and didn't
all
Blake,
my analysis is pretty much Coach Aquina seeing that. That's how he sees the game. That's how I saw the game.
That's awesome. Well, I would also say Blake Gideon played for one Dwayne Aquina.
Yes, he did.
And
yes,
he's your
did.
safeties coach.
Yeah. See, there you go. Natural connection. I'm with you. It seems like if you can bring him in as an analyst or special assistant, whatever, that'd be great.
Yeah, and he's not a full-time coach and doesn't have to recruit.
Yeah. Oh, they just put him in a film room and let him watch.
Gary Patterson, right?
Let him break down tendencies and habits. He would be amazing. I mean, he's doing that for Arizona now as an analyst. But
that's so funny because Gary Patterson's a little younger than Coach Aquina. And there's been talk that he wants to get back. And then I see him, pictures on his social media all over the world, man. He's traveling.
Yeah, I wouldn't even now. He's working on a new album or something.
He's putting out music. He's living. He's living.
Yeah,
his coaches don't live much.
They don't. And their wives, when they get some free time, wifey's like, "Let's go. We're gonna live. We're going."
I'm trying to think
where. So you want to go to Italy? Let's go to Italy.
Yeah, he's all over the world, which is great. And because when you're recruiting, you're one of the 10 coaches that have to travel and recruit. That's full this year round.
No, you're jet setting all. You're not jet setting necessarily to go hang out places and see picturesque locations. You're jet setting, get into a house, and then close a deal, and then you back on the road.
Yeah, back on the road. See your wife and kids when you can, and that was always a challenge for Coach Aquina. He's got like 5 kids, right?
He's got a lot of kids, man.
Now they're grown, and they're going to have grandkids. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Johnny Nansen, the name to watch.
Ooh, that's good.
And,
I like that.
We'll keep keep our ear to the rail on that development and the Bo Davis thing. So we'll watch that.
I'll do some research. I'll reach out.
I'm sure you have a number.
Yeah,
hey, I would also say that speaking of traveling the world, coming up and off the record, Rod, for the end of the hour. Have you seen a bit of controversy here? Have you seen Halle Berry's latest Instagram picture?
This the one on the beach?
No.
Is it like on the beach or something?
Not on the beach.
Oh. Okay.
Halle Berry's 57. Still looking strong.
Still looking sexy.
But she put, every once in a while she'll put out one of these photos that kind of go viral.
Yeah. Oh, scantily clad.
She did, and it's odd. There's an odd piece to it that I have to get to in Off the Record, Rob.
Really?
Yes.
What's odd about
it? You'll hear.
Okay.
You'll hear coming up about 7:45. But coming back when we do, we will hit behind the burnt orange curtain. Rod will get us more on the Longhorns, and these Longhorns are headed off to the NFL. You were openly talking about yesterday the decision Jay Brooks had to make, Jonathan Brooks.
He made it.
Apparently he's made it, and going to strike while the iron is hot. Byron Murphy, Xavier Worthy. We'll talk about all that coming back behind the burnt orange curtain. Coming back with Rod, and, of course, Off the Record for the end of the hour on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B on a Football Friday. Oh, man, we have actual golf and At the Turn, Rod. Actual golf being played in our midway point of our program. It's why we call it At the Turn. If you play golf, you know you're 9 holes in. You've got 9 to go. Coming up next week, we'll announce our golf course of the month, our Callahan's General Store course of the month that we're going to spotlight here in the month of January to start the new year. That'll be coming up early next week. Excited about that with Callahan's General Store. But the actual golf, with the month of January, if you're a PGA Tour player, is Hawaii for a couple rounds, and they're playing the Century tournament at Kapalua Resort, Rod.
Sounds fancy.
Yeah, Kapalua, Hawaii. You're going to love that for sure. Sahith Thagala is your leader, shot a 9 under 64. Colin Morikawa, Camilo Villegas, also Sunjay M, Jason Day, and Victor Hovland all fired 65s yesterday as they were tearing this course up. Wind was down. Xander Schauffele, Patrick Cantlay, Emiliano Grillo, Jordan Spieth, and Scotty Scheffler, both at 7 under par. So 66s for the Lifetime Longhorns, right in the mix as the second round will tee off today. That's one of those courses, right? If you have a big HD screen television, you just turn it on, and the scene is so incredible. I mean, it's the ocean and Hawaii and everything that comes with that beautiful spot. Picturesque. And you put it up on the big screen, you're just like, okay.
Just relax.
like when it was yesterday, when it was a dreary, cold day here in Austin, you're just like, oh man, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, that makes the sun's coming out. There you go.
The sun is starting to peek in through. We told you it was coming today.
What time does that come on today, since it's in Hawaii?
It comes on the afternoons and the evening. It's like primetime golf.
Nice.
Yeah, like afternoon, the first groups will go off, and
There's nothing better than a golf nap. It's almost golf nap season.
Golf nap season. That's right. Well, college football season has 1 game left. Actually, I shouldn't say 1. Just there's 2 because your wifey has a big game coming up too next weekend, right?
Oh, yes, right. Montana baby.
Grizzlies. Let's go, alma mater.
Go Grizz.
Go Grizz.
Go Grizz, baby. Yeah, man.
Hey, did you?
They beat Washington a couple years ago. Remember that Jimmy Lake year? They beat Washington.
They did.
I forget about that.
The Grizz. They don't mess around in Montana.
No, they're basically a dynasty at their level. They're considered like a blue blood of their level.
Blue blood. Yeah, I love that.
Level, yeah.
But we'll keep you posted on the golf, and as we said, the season is underway. Scotty Scheffler, the player of the year, and Scotty right there at 7 under. So picking up where he left off down in the Bahamas. Pretty good stuff. So the golf will keep you posted into Monday and have a winner, whoever wins this thing. But some low numbers yesterday. Victor Hovland, ridiculous. That's if Scotty Scheffler is not going to make a run with Jon Rahm now playing live, Victor Hovland could be the guy. I mean, remember at the end of last year, Victor Hovland, was playing as close to Tiger Woods level golf as we've seen since Tiger Woods. Just unbelievable. And so he fires a 65 yesterday. Sahith Thagala is a young emerging player. So we'll follow that aired At the Turn, and we'll also have our golf course of the month announcement early next week, brought to you by our friends at Callahan's General Store. Of course, Rod, I did see the first freeze of the new year coming your way, coming up next week.
Oh, man.
Looks like there could be a freeze.
Trying to treat that yard, huh?
Yeah, well, that, and get your essentials for the freeze protection. If you don't have them, don't wait till the last minute when everybody's out and there's a mad rush. Get over to Callahan's and talk to the folks. They got everything you need to protect your pipes and the spigot drips and all the things that you need to get ready for freeze season, because it's coming. Also, as you said, to keep your yard golf course conditioned year-round. You get over there to help winterize that yard. And I always say they don't just have the products at Callahan's General Store. They have the people with the knowledge to help you, because if you're like a lot of us, you're like, well, I know what I want to do. I don't know how to do it.
Yep,
how much fertilizer do I put down? When do I do it? Where? What's the application process? They walk you through all that. It's great. You walk out of there feeling great. Because last thing you want to do, Rod, is spend a lot of money and come out of there going, I don't know how to do all that. I'm doing it wrong.
I don't know how to use this stuff. How am I going to do it?
Yeah, that's Callahan's and Callahan's General Store since 1978, 45 years. Still family or locally owned and family operated. Every single day. Get over there and see them. Always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day, and that's At the Turn.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, another edition of Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. Shout out to my man CB. Sent me these Heisman odds from On3. And this comes from FanDuel, their sports book. So these are their Heisman odds. Gentlemen, they have Quinn Ewers tied with Jalen Milroe and one Carson Beck with the best Heisman odds for 2024. Dylan Gabriel is fourth, but he's second best Heisman odds. Those three are tied with the best Heisman odds: Quinn Ewers, Jalen Milroe, and Carson Beck. But then Dylan Gabriel after them at plus 1,000. J.J. McCarthy at plus 1,800. Nico Lamaliva, I hope I got that right. He's also at plus 1,800. Jackson Arnold at plus 1,800, and Connor Weigman also at plus 1,800. But Quinn Ewers, Jalen Milroe, and Carson Beck at plus 750. Gentlemen, we think Quinn Ewers is gonna be at least a Heisman finalist in 2024. This would hint that they think he's going to be at least a finalist.
I would say that's. I mean, we talked yesterday about the same odds for national championship, and I think it's a good bet on Texas as one of the top 3 or 4 because of what we talked about. But for Quinn Ewers, yes, year 3 in a Sark system with an experienced offensive line where he'll get good protection. I mean, you got to feel like with Kyle Flood and pushing this thing forward with the offensive line, and you only lose Christian Jones, and whoever wins that right tackle position. That's going to be a battle. They bringing in the kid Brandon Baker, the 5-star from Mater Dei, DJ Campbell, not DJ Campbell, Cam Williams.
Yep.
There'll be some other guys competing for that job and have to go get it. And Kelvin Banks in year 3 at left tackle. You'd like where that's going. So yes, but and a strong running game, which they're going to have, in my opinion, because even with Jonathan Brooks making his decision to jump and go to the NFL. You still have, we saw the glimpses of what Jaden Blue can be as a change of pace back to a big C.J. Baxter, who now C.J. Rod gets a year in that weight room where he can put on some of that armor. Yeah, some of that armor.
Yeah.
He can come back a different looking player, and he was pretty good as a freshman. And then, you're bringing in new running backs in Jarrett Gibson out of the IMG Academy, who people like a lot, and Christian Clark, who Bobby Burton said he was his favorite player in the recruiting class. As far as under the radar a little bit, Christian Clark out of Arizona.
Steve Sarkisian wrote down Bijan Robinson with a
2.0
question mark after evaluating his film, which I thought, wow, some lofty praise.
So I think you'll have a good running game behind this offensive line.
Yeah, the passing game is the real question.
Yeah, the question is who the targets are.
So how's he going to make it to the Heisman finalists if he don't have the weapon to throw to because he's losing all of his targets?
Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to trust that these receivers are going to develop. And again, we've already just mentioned that down in because Sark has shown the inclination that if it's a handpicked guy that he recruited and he's good enough and mature enough early, if he's old enough, right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The guy that has turned all the heads down in San Antonio this week has been Ryan Wingo.
He's the real deal.
That Ryan Wingo, according to the director of scouting for On3 Sports, who they run that bowl game, said he's been the most impressive player there. And you could look when you're at those all-star practices, Rod, you're going against other all-stars, so you're not going you're going against the best of the best. And Ryan Wingo has really stood out. He's a guy to go with Jonte Cook and DeAndre Moore and the addition of Matthew Golden. I believe Sark with a third-year quarterback and a good offensive line and a good running game, they'll be passing numbers. No,
I disagree with that, but you're going into a new league, number one.
For sure.
A more competitive league. That's number one with better high-end talent. And
where Carson Beck and Jalen Milroe are.
Yeah, a lot of talent, but they're unproven commodities.
Correct.
They're unproven talent. So you're going from guys who are proven, and wide receiver chemistry, quarterback and wide receiver chemistry is a real thing, guys. It actually matters. And you may not have that early on. Even though these guys are really talented, chemistry matters.
Big time.
And Quinn has been with these guys for 2 years, essentially. He's been with X-Man and J.T. Sanders. This year, him and A.D. Mitchell kind of had a natural chemistry, especially when he came to the red zone. But, yeah, I think the passing game may take a little while. That's all I'm saying. But you got the running game to rely on while the passing game finds its groove.
Well, and if you're a Texas fan, you liked hearing Quinn talking about attacking the postseason or attacking the offseason, becoming one of those leaders and running those off-season workouts and really getting with the receivers that are, and Jonte Cook's got a high ceiling and DeAndre Moore, some maturity to him.
Matthew Golden. I wouldn't doubt they go try to get another veteran receiver.
Yeah, well, there is a lot of talk that the Longhorns are still trying to land one.
Yeah.
A veteran player with actual skins on the wall at the college level.
That fits their culture.
Correct.
Number one, he can't be a guy that doesn't fit their culture. But I think they're going to try to go get another veteran. They might try to go get a veteran to know what J.T. Sanders does.
Well, and the other name
that veteran tight end
at that position, and again, I don't know if this is an immediate impact guy, but the kid out of Alabama, from Saraland, Alabama, Ryan Williams, who's a 5-star receiver. He's one of these kids who reclassified, so he would have been a 2025 commitment, but he's a 2024.
Okay.
So he'll be coming in the spring. He's coming for an official visit at Texas at the end of the month.
Okay. And
he's coming when KJ Lacey's going to be here too, the quarterback commitment for 2025. So that's a name to watch if you're looking for another receiver that could be added to this year's class, because he's 2024 now. He's reclassified, kind of like Quinn Ewers did. So that's a name to watch. But you're right. I do think they'll be on the prowl in the portal for a veteran. But as far as, finalists for the Heisman, I think Quinn Ewers, when you think about third-year quarterbacks in a high-scoring system, yes, in a new league, I don't think that's a crazy bet. Nor would I think Jalen Milroe would come in as the favorite because another year in that system, Tommy Rees and his dual-threat ability, Alabama's going to be playing in huge games. He'll have a chance to showcase. And I thought Carson Beck was a real good player this year.
Yeah, look, I'm with you on that. I think he showed a lot of strides. And I think every year it could be a toss-up about the Heisman, but Quinn should be in the discussion. There's no doubt, especially returning in the Sark system as a third-year quarterback. We talk about what sixth-year quarterbacks look like in a system. Quinn should definitely look a lot more comfortable in that Sark system next season. All right, let's talk about Jay Witt for a second, because Jay Witt had a really nice announcement, very sentimental announcement for the Longhorn fans out there via Twitter and social media. He's leaving, he's departing, he's exhausted his eligibility. But here is the message that he had via social media for the Longhorn Nation.
Sorry, it's not playing for some reason.
Oh, no worries about it. No worries.
All right, this is video yesterday. Jay Witt and his media team put together.
I thought it was pretty cool. But when you get it going, just let me know. But one thing that Jay Witt said that I thought was pretty cool, and the video, he said that he repeated something that I've said for years. I don't know if he heard it from me or if he heard it from somebody else. But I really don't care, as long as it's penetrated the locker room. That he came here to play. He came here to play for Texas. He didn't come to play at Texas.
Got it now.
You know what? We got it. I'll let Jay Witt tell you. Here it is.
Jordan Whittington.
They call him the junkyard dog because he does all the dirty work. So valuable to this offense.
He's a true leader. Tremendous physical player. Whittington.
Dear Texas, thank you. Every moment I've had here, good or bad, has been a piece of such an important chapter in my life. And it's an honor to say I didn't just play at Texas. I played for Texas. Every minute, every day, every year, I gave you my all.
Tremendous effort from Jordan Whittington. Those are game-winning plays.
And now, I feel complete.
Over the middle, touchdown, Texas. Jordan Whittington.
Jordan Whittington with an absolutely outstanding block. It's gone. Jordan Whittington.
So after 17 long years, or however long it's been since I've been here, it's time to go. But no matter when, no matter where, no matter what, I'll forever be a Texas Longhorn. Hook.
Love the statement that I didn't come here to play. It's an honor to say that I came here to play for Texas, not at Texas. That matters. And initially, years ago, I don't know, like 5-6 years ago, when I first said that, you got to have a locker room with guys that want to play for Texas, not guys that want to play at Texas. There are two types of Texas football players: the guys who come to play for Texas, guys who come to play at Texas. The guys who come to play for Texas, they want to know how they can leave it better than they found it. All right, what can I do to help the University of Texas? What can I do to help the program? The guys who come to play at Texas, they want to know what the university can do for them, right? Hey, who can help me with my NIL? Can I make some more NIL money? Can you help me with some tickets to ACL, to South by Southwest? And nothing wrong with that. Guys want to enjoy their experience, but it's a different mindset. And you can go from one to the other. I was in that locker room, and when I first came to Texas, we had a lot of guys who were here to play at Texas. And by the time I left, most of the locker room were guys that came to play for Texas. And the culture can weed out, right, the at Texas guys. And the mindset of Jay Witt and those types of players, that's how you pass down the culture. And I call Jay Witt a culture bearer, much like the Rojo before him. And these are not always the best players on your team. Hell, sometimes they're not even the best players in their room. Rojo wasn't even the best running back in the room. Jay Witt's not the best wide receiver in that room, but they are walking testimonies throughout that locker room. They force everybody in that locker room to be accountable. They force everybody in the locker room to look at themselves in the mirror and have that man in the mirror moment and ask yourself, are you doing everything that it takes? The sacrifice, the commitment. Are you doing as much as Jay Witt? Because Jay Witt changed everything about his habits. And that's all culture is, guys. Culture is just habits. It's every day, getting up every day, attacking every task with the same attitude, the same vigor, all right, with the same excitement. And even though it may be things that some people dread, you learn to master the process and become obsessed with the process. And that's what Jay Witt had to do, and not the result. Remember, Jay Witt couldn't see the field, couldn't stay healthy. And then he started to understand, well, maybe it's, what can I do? I mean, I can complain about the external factors, man. I can't stay healthy, and I just got really bad luck. But what can I do to change my fate? And he started coming into the training room earlier. He said I had to get into the training room an hour earlier than everybody else because my body's different. I got to warm up. It takes me an hour to warm up. Right? He had to stay later than everybody else. He had to warm down when other players could just hit the showers and leave. He had to stay later than everybody else and warm down properly. He had to change the way he ate. Can't just eat barbecue and wings all the time. His body reacts to it differently. He had to change his diet so that it would have a more positive effect on his physiology. All these things are a sacrifice and commitment. Every player in the locker room is on their individual journey of sacrifice and commitment and doing whatever it takes to be the best version of themselves so that they can help the team. And if you get 80-something guys all on that mission, obsessed with it, and sacrificing like a Jay Witt. And did Jay Witt, did he get all the accolades on the field? Did he get all the targets on the field? No. He was out there. He was happy to be out there, and he was out there blocking. It's a great saying from Brendan Marion. What you do without the football shows how much you love your teammates. And Jay Witt loves his teammates. He loves them because he's always giving max fanatical effort without the football. And that is a testimony to every guy in that locker room. If you're not getting the football, don't complain. Just give max effort in every task that you are tasked with, right? Or responsible for. And, whatever it takes for you to be the best version of yourself, whether it be staying late or coming early, changing your diet. Rojo was also similar to this, right? Rojo sacrificed his position, right? He wanted to be a quarterback. He came in as a quarterback. Instead of transferring, when they told him that they wanted him to switch positions, he switched positions and did the selfless thing. And for guys to see that and witness that, trust me, guys, it has an effect. It has an effect. It spreads all throughout that locker room, that selflessness, that sacrifice, that dedication. These guys are walking testimonies. And that's what a culture bearer is all about. I don't know who's going to pick it up next season, but I know since Sark's been here, Rojo and Jay Witt are probably the best examples of culture bearers that they've had, and there's no question it's helped them win games. Hell, literally, Jay Witt's play in that TCU game helped them win that game.
Yeah, you're 100% right about that. And you mentioned that you guys talked to Jalen Ford on the Third and Longhorn podcast recently, and this week, and he told the story of when Roschon stood up after the Kansas loss. And Sark was biting back tears last year talking about Roschon Johnson and how important he was to their
culture.
Because the coaches kept saying it. They needed a player. They needed a player to stand up and hold.
Can't be Bo Davis.
Yeah, can't be all the coaches all the time. It needed a player, and it became Roschon. And then, as you said, the running back room became the catalyst for it. And now Sark was talking to New Orleans about we got 30 or 40 what we think are true leaders. Where it started with 2 or 3 in year 1 into year 2. Now we think it's 3 or 4 or 30 or 40 guys who are going to be part of that. And as that grows, that's really where
next level.
It's next level. So not just 1 or 2 guys, it's everybody. And they then weed out the ones that don't fit. Or get on board or get it going. I mean, that's just kind of the way that goes.
That's exactly right.
That's good stuff right there, Rod. Hey, we'll come back. When we do Off the Record, I'll mention this Halle Berry photo that has emerged and what is odd about it. Also, the other Off the Record stories you probably missed but need to hear because they'll be talked about. Let's talk about with Ian Rodby. Off the record time, including at her Instagram account, just simply labeled Halle Berry, HALLEBERRY.
Still looking good, though. She's still looking sexy, man. Whew.
So Halle Berry's 57 years young.
Okay.
Still remains one of the sexier women alive.
Amen to that.
She went to Instagram, as she does every once in a while, and she's somewhere on the globe.
Is it a beach?
No.
Or like
she's sitting on a collection of rocks, like a rock formation. Somewhere, I don't know.
Yeah, some cave or something.
Some cave. Well, no, it's like out like be out in the desert,
Yeah.
desert somewhere, and it's a beautiful rocks formation. And she just put a picture. Now she's sitting on a rock, Rod. I want you to visualize this. I'll have to send you this picture.
No, I see it. I'm looking at it now.
So she's sitting on a rock. She's wearing some type of
lingerie.
She's
got
with
sunglasses.
nothing else on.
It's a good.
But
good
then
visual, yeah.
about a foot in front of her left foot is what looks to be two piles of poop of some kind. Like there's, it's not her poop, I'm assuming, but it is because and her seated. And this went all over Instagram because some people claim that she looked like she was sitting on a rock taking a poop, but she was sitting on a rock looking Halle Berry, and that's some type of animal scat that is up near her left foot.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Animal scat.
That is definitely feces.
Yes.
There's no doubt. I mean, feces when you see it. That's
yes,
feces.
that's feces of some animal of origin.
No doubt. And she, instead of removing it, she decided to make it a part of the picture.
Yeah, she left it in.
And you
Clear.
know what? I am not. She did it on purpose.
Sure, 100%.
I think it's part of it's like shock art. I mean, have you ever been to? And you probably have been to like an art exhibit where they have like disturbing images, disturbing sounds and smells.
Sure.
It's like literally trying to like provoke the shock and art factor. And I think this is kind of what this is. I think it's kind of just her version of shock art. Like, what it is. It's just disturbing and it's supposed to be a shocking experience for you. Like something beautiful and gorgeous. Right? Like Halle Berry, which we know she's a sex symbol. He's like, oh man. And everybody universally thinks she's amazing in terms of her physical attractiveness, and yet you put her next to something disgusting, something totally disgusting that is cringeworthy. Like, that's disgusting. And the mix of the two, this is the art, the shock art, this disturbing imagery plus something that you love and something that we covet. You know what I mean? Something that we want to consume and love, like Halle Berry. I would consume her. And then next to something that you think is disgusting and like, amoral or whatever.
Yeah, I like it. It's abstract. It's abstract, Rod.
It's kind of shock
It's off
art.
the nose. So why would Halle Berry sit there and leave the poop in the picture?
Yeah, because he's trying to provoke you. And art is what?
Kind of like the intro
provoke.
we have here for Off the Record is Mangudu, the man doo-doo.
Yeah. Some people are turned on by this. Y'all disgusted by it. Some people actually they're they actually turned on by this fetish kind of thing.
Yeah, and she's she's scantily clad. She's on a rock. How'd she get there? What's she doing?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't she?
Isn't that
she's amongst
OBJ's
nature.
thing?
OBJ, yeah, she's amongst nature though. She's in it, right? She's in the nature.
Yeah,
preserved.
Yeah. I mean, she's definitely trying to get a response from
and like the lighting's not kind of in the shadows, so you kind of got to look close.
And like I love that somebody even said like the way she's sitting. It is almost provoking. Like, hold on, is she sitting like she is dropping? What is
it taking a deuce?
It makes your mind go and start to suggest other things too.
I like it.
Yeah, no, like I said, it reminds me.
Any picture of Halle Berry is fine. Let's just say that.
And you're going automatically.
Like
some people,
fine meaning acceptably way above average.
Yes.
Done.
So put something that turns you on, something that turns you off in the same picture. That's basically what it is. That's why it's shock art. Something that obviously poop turns everybody off.
That's like when you first hear like chicken and waffles, you're like, what, chicken and waffles? But then you eat it together, you're like, oh, that's really good.
Exactly. And some people, while looking at this, they're going to have experiences, right? They're going to be like, oh, man, I don't like that. But
visceral.
Yes, there you go.
Okay.
There you go. That's kind of what she's trying to get, that kind of response. So I'm not for it, but I get it. I've been around some disturbing things before.
Thoughts on Off the Record, Rod? What do you have? Anything we could pick up into the next?
We'll pick up in the next because that's hard to transition from that one. Hard to transition from that one.
Remember right before Christmas, like the 14th of December, we said it was the the day most people got broke up.
Yeah, because people are too cheap to buy gifts. Or they
How
don't.
about this? According to Tinder, the hookup app Tinder, Sunday, the first Sunday in January is Dating Sunday. It's the busiest day of the year for online dating. According
Which
to Tinder.
day? This Sunday? This Sunday coming up.
The first Sunday in January.
Why? Why do we?
I think the same reason it's the breakup before, because now it's over and
Now
you
it's
can
over, and it's
get
like,
back in the bag.
I'm ready to mingle, single and ready to mingle.
I was
Let's
single
go.
through the holidays. I'm ready to go.
Nobody that's on Tinder is trying to date. I can tell you that much. It's not what that's for.
Well, maybe, and they say it's, according to their research, the busiest day, and maybe it's because you're with family. You didn't have a girlfriend.
Been locked down.
Been locked down, locked in, New Year's, and now it's time to get some boot knocking going or something.
Boot knocking. Oh, I love it.
If you're available to do that.
Mm-hmm. The two-back beast.
On Dating Sunday, they see an extraordinary surge in people updating bios, uploading photos, sending messages, and responding to them.
Oh, yeah, New Year's resolutions, too. I bet people are into I want to get out there.
Well, they took a bunch of pictures of the New Year, so probably putting their new pics out there.
That's fair.
Yeah, you like that?
I like that.
All right, see, that's what you learn on Off the Record.
That's good stuff.
Art, abstract art, and dating habits of weird people. We'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. Friday on the Horn. Rod Babers, that makes it a what Friday?
It's a Freak Flag, feel good, fake it till you make it. Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B.
Indeed, and it's a Friday into the weekend already here. And as I told you earlier, I'm an old guy, and it's been a busy week and New Year's and everything. I went to bed like 7:30 last night, Rod. Just said, you know what? And I really thought, you know, I kind of want to watch this Bucks-Spurs game because it is with football season winding down. Got to start getting into some NBA. And it was Wemby on his 20th birthday against the Bucks. And I'm thinking that might be a pretty good game. But you know what? My fatigue won out.
Hey.
And I was like, I'm going to go as a – this is legal, I think, to say on the radio. So when I was working at the ranch in Wyoming in college, the corral boss, Alex, used to call it tits up. I'm going tits up. Bedtime. But I sleep on my side. But so tits sideways. But either way.
You can go nips up.
Nips up.
There you go.
I can say that. But I was like, I'm going to bed. Going. It's over. It's been back to New Orleans and back and the late nights.
See, that's what happens when
Big
no
Easy.
football is on Thursday. That's what happened to you. If football was on, you'd say that.
100%.
That's basically you were not willing to sacrifice sleep for basketball, but you would have did it for football. Even a bad football game, you probably would have stayed up and watched it.
Yeah, terrible football. I would have watched Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit on Amazon.
See?
Even Thursday night football, I'd have been watching, but elected to get some much needed rest and all that kind of stuff. See, I got a good night's sleep. But you know, you think about it, I went to bed I probably fell asleep by 8. And since we get up at like 4 or whatever, so I only got 8 hours of sleep, but it's good for me, man. It's good for me to go ahead and shut it down. But so I missed, and I've been watching the highlights this morning. This whole Victor Wembanyama and his birthday thing was crazy.
He had a lot of highlights, man.
Oh my gosh!
Someone behind the back.
Spurs are a terrible team. Yeah. Well, Giannis dropped 44, and the Bucks won the one because Giannis is 10 years into his career now, and people are looking at Wemby thinking, where's he going to be in 10 years? And this is what you saw, the glimpse last night. Yeah. There was one sequence in which on one end he blocked, Giannis tried to barrel into the lane, and he took the contact and blocked his shot and set up a fast break. And then on the other end, he did this deal where he whirled and threw an alley-oop off the glass to himself.
I know, I saw that.
I was like,
you talking about?
Because he was about to travel. Instead of traveling, he flipped it up off the glass and then.
Talking about Rucker Park stuff. This is stuff that people were doing in And One tapes. He's doing it out there, but I mean, I don't think you can ever really truly get used to him doing
such a unicorn.
Yeah, because his freakish build and like freakish physique. Doing such ridiculously athletic things
behind his back, and then he went by. There was another series when they were down 6. He went behind his back around a guard and then dunked on a 7-footer.
Yeah, and it's like, what? I don't think you'll get used to it. And this is like you said, this is just
he's 20.
This is the beginning of it, man. A guy that big with handles, you just don't see it. You don't see a guy that big with handles.
Now, the Spurs aren't good. We know that.
But
they got a long way to go.
Give him some time. But that's the reason. They're bad now because they're going to get him a partner.
Well, and that's the scary part because Giannis is one of the 2-3 best players in the game right now, and he had a huge game. But, he's 10 years in. Mm-hmm. And when Giannis came in the league, I mean, he was awkward and uncoordinated too. He wasn't this skilled, not even close. Then he hit 3 later in the game that tied it at 121. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. Like, Giannis wasn't this good. Jokic was overweight when he got in the league, right, and had to develop. And now, like Jokic last night, hits this 40-foot bank shot to beat Golden State by 3 at the buzzer. Craziness. But, I mean, what you see last night is the current with the NBA. The Bucks are one of the favorites to win the title. And then the future. I mean, that's just the question you ask. What is this freak going to be?
Oh, man.
Few years from now.
Yeah.
Because and the Spurs will put pieces around him. The fact that they are so bad is probably good because they're going to get another piece. Get another lottery pick.
Yeah, they're going to get him a partner. Yeah. I think that's why I think they're not.
And free agents will want to play with him.
Yeah, they're not panicking about being this bad because they know they need to be this bad so that they can get him some help and some support. And when they do that, that's going to be scary.
Yes.
That's going to be scary.
Another lottery or top 5 kind of pick. And then free agents are going to play there.
Man, it's going to be crazy.
And they've got salary cap space to go do it. And, that's the future right there. Rod, what did you have in Off the Record that we did not have time to get to?
Okay. Oh, you know what? Here we go. How about this? Because I thought this was interesting. It goes to the point you've made about basically the college football. The ratings are through the roof. There are a lot of issues with college football, NIL, transfer portal. We know. Got to get some guardrails for that stuff, checks and balances. We've discussed that. But the product has never been more appealing to the masses. How about this? The Barstool Sports Arizona Bowl. Wyoming and Toledo. Not exactly great.
The Cowboys and the Rockets?
Yeah, and Wyoming was a good team this year, actually. Texas knows that because they got a chance to play Wyoming. But you're talking about not necessarily, headlines. They're not making headlines, and these are not teams that have brands that you can easily sell. It averaged 1.1 million viewers. It was on the CW. It was among CW's top 3 telecasts of the past 2 years.
And obviously having Barstool pushing it all the time helped with that because they've got their own, audience generation ability.
Peaked at 1.9 million viewers.
That's crazy.
For Wyoming Toledo.
Yeah.
I wouldn't watch that game. Somebody out there watching it though.
I think if you're a Barstool follower big time, then they did a lot with the Barstool people during the game, I guess. I didn't see it either.
Dave Portnoy called it it's all Barstool stuff. The halftime
It's all Barstool. So there's that appeal, but you're right. I mean, look, that's the thing I've been clear to say is because we get the messages all the time that because me, Rod, for 25 years on the radio, I've been advocating for paying the players, more freedom for the players, those kind of things. But now people say that I'm not, people like me are the reason that the game is being ruined. Sport is being ruined.
You ruined it, E.
Yeah, I did, of course, because it's finally they're doing what they should have been doing all along, and they've been forced to do it by court rulings and
doing right by the players
and state legislatures. Yeah, doing right by the players. But either way, so what I push back against is that people are saying the game's being ruined. It's being changed from what you like and the way you're used to it. And yes, a lot of the bowl games have become minimized, without a doubt. The month of December was not about bowl games this year. It was about transfer portal.
Yep.
And early signing window. And then the Final Four. I mean, that's really all that mattered in the month of January or December. I don't say all that mattered, but you're a Texas State fan. You were excited to win a bowl game, right? I mean, so there's still different conversations surrounding each one. And yes, the Orange Bowl with 40 opt-outs was not much of a bowl game, and Georgia killed Florida State, whatever. But still had great ratings, right?
Yeah,
still had great ratings.
Oh, amazing ratings.
I mean, that 63-3 whatever game it was, Orange Bowl, got double the viewership, almost triple the viewership of any NBA game on Christmas Day.
It's amazing. Yeah.
So you can say it's being ruined, but I think words matter. It's not being ruined; it's being changed. It's being altered. It's transitioning from what it was to what it's going to become. And you can certainly, as a consumer, not like that. That can be not for you because you want it to be what it was, but it's never going back to what it was.
Yeah.
That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, like you said yesterday, based on total TV minutes, this year is the most watched college football season of all time. And here's another little nugget, since we're talking about football and talking about ratings here. The NFL this year accounted for 93 of the top 100 most watched U.S. broadcasts last year. If you include, and this is obviously the most recent year, if you include college football, that number increases to 96 of the top 100. So basically, the NFL had 93 of the top 100 most watched U.S. television broadcasts last season. College football had 3 of them. And college football is the basically second most watched television program or TV show in America, and it's getting more successful. I think it's increasing viewership, but the NFL is just
I do think, to extend this conversation,
monster.
I do believe when you go to the 12-team playoffs, I think you could see in future years where the college football gets 10 of the top 100.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, yeah.
Because those college football playoff games will become huge watches, right? Yeah. Just like the semifinal games were massive, you'll start having quarterfinal games that do massive ratings. Championship Saturday, when it's about winning your conference, and the conference champion is an automatic bid, automatic spot in the 12-team field. That'll mean, because they're so immediate and they're so important, that will generate huge eyeballs. And that's the growth of the most popular sport in this country and the second most popular. Right? It's the reason that the NFL has been able to make the combine and the draft is such a huge. Because I've always said that the combine and the draft are the confluence of college and pro football. It's where the best players come, and then your favorite NFL teams draft players that you've watched for 3 or 4 years in college, and it brings both. Because there are people who are just NFL fans, a lot of them.
Oh, yeah, just college football fans.
And then they're just college football fans. But the draft brings them both together.
There's a lot of them that are both, like us.
And obviously, I'll get the text, and it's fair. People say, well, why do you want why do you want college football to be more like the NFL? Well, I don't. But it's becoming more like the NFL, without a doubt.
Oh, hell, you got basically now, your salary cap is the NIL. Now, they don't have a fixed salary cap for everybody, but based on what your NIL resources are,
I think they will in the future.
They could. Yeah, you probably will. They have to, actually.
As they evolve and put leadership around this, I think there will be a salary cap.
Essentially, your NIL resources, that will determine what your salary cap is. We're even seeing now, and I brought this up earlier in the show, there are rumors, because we had this happen, or at least had this story break yesterday at the end of the show, that the running back from Ole Miss, Quinshon Judkins, who rushed for over 2,700 yards the last 2 years, 34 touchdowns, SEC Freshman of the Year. He's a really good running back, one of the best running backs in the country. Ty says he's Ole Miss's best player. He watches a lot of Ole Miss
he's
football.
One of the best 2-year running backs in the SEC since Herschel Walker.
Yeah, he's one of the best running backs in the country. He's leaving. He's in the transfer portal. Some of the reports are is that a lot of the reason he's disgruntled is because he believes he has a higher NIL value than he is currently being compensated for. And I believe it was Shannon Terry threw it out there. They do On3's NIL valuations, and they say his NIL valuation is around $535,000, which is a lot of money. But he claims he could be asking for 2 to 3 times that. And just like in NFL, running back being devalued and want to be paid more what they believe their market value is, but the market will determine that. And if you're seeing at the college level now, college programs like in the NFL decide, no, they're premier positions. And we know that they consider premier positions because Matt Rule already told us big-time elite quarterback will cost you $1 to $2 million in the portal. They're basically assigning value just like the NFL does to positions.
Right.
Premier positions.
And look, and now that it's the genie's out of the bottle and players, there still needs to be some guardrail. We all agree with that. And an oversight and all the things that aren't currently in place that need to be put in place. But as it moves into its new and transitions to what it's becoming, you know who will ensure, Rod, that the guardrails that need to be put in place and the processes that need to happen, you know who will ensure that is the TV networks. The TV networks who are paying the money, who have look, TV is why the consolidation of conferences has happened.
Yeah.
ESPN wanted it, Fox wanted it. They pushed this. You can like that or not, but that's where the money's coming from.
Both didn't like it.
Right. And what's forced NIL and forced the freedom for players? That's been court decisions and Supreme Court decisions. And state legislatures have forced that upon the NCAA. So now they're not in control. And the TV networks are the ones playing the chess game. The TV networks, ESPN and Fox, and whoever else wants to get in the game, for the reason you just said, that, oh my gosh, they took 3 TV shows away from the NFL.
Yeah, that's true.
And that could be 10 or 12.
Yeah, NFL don't like that.
Well, go back into the 90s and 2000s when you folks out there, well, that's when college football was great. You weren't outrating the NBA in those years. You weren't getting more viewership than the NBA. You weren't beating baseball in those years. You are now. You're the second most popular sport in this country, period.
Yep.
And there's no way to have that and that interest and that passion and not allow the players to share in the billions that are coming in. You can't have that. It's not sustainable.
The optics are terrible.
And that's what I've been saying for 20 years. There's no way that you can be paying coaches $10 million a year. Everybody's getting rich, and the players or the product aren't getting anything.
Nothing. And
that's what the Supreme Court ruled. Like, this system's a sham, y'all.
This is borderline
9-0.
This is a borderline criminal syndicate.
Yes.
These guys are running right
100%.
here. This violates all types of antitrust laws. Right?
Correct. And so it's being forced to change, but the TV networks, because of the product that they want to continue to grow, they will be the ones who insist that these conferences get together and maybe elect a commissioner and put the rules in place that are going to be easier to follow. They'll push for the top 70 teams to pull away from the NCAA and govern themselves and let the NCAA run everything else, which it still needs to do. All that will happen, and I think the TV networks, because you hear guys like Chip Kelly at UCLA already laying out the whole idea. And it's something we've talked about for years, and now coaches are the ones laying it out.
And you know, these are all guys, a lot of these coaches that are speaking out, they're coaches who played in the league.
And they're coaching the NFL, yeah.
Coaching the NFL, so they are used to no, this is how it needs to be done, guys. Chip Kelly, Matt Rule speaking out. Even Sarkis talked about it a little bit. Yeah, because Nick Saban's talked about it. In the league, they understand, no, man, these problems can be solved relatively easily.
And the other part of it is, for the decades-long conversation, is that the sport of football, which is the most popular sport in this country, without a doubt, high school, college, and pro, right? It's where the passion is, which means this leads to viewership, which means leads to ticket sales and jersey sales and all the things that everyone covets as far as business goes. It didn't have a minor league system, right? It didn't have baseball's got a 4-tier minor league system. Hockey has a 4-tier minor league system. The NBA finally is developing their G League, which is helping develop players and separate college from pro. The NFL, the football industry, has essentially said, well, we'll just make college football our minor league.
Yeah, whether y'all like it or not.
And we're going to force it to happen.
Yeah, it's pretty much whether y'all like it or not.
Because we don't want to. The NFL doesn't want to pay for their own minor league system.
No.
They'll just let college football be the minor league system.
Well, and the problem with NFL minor league system, honestly, and I've talked to some folks about this for years, is insurance.
Yeah, for sure.
They can't get those guys insured because the insurance companies barely want to insure the NFL. They for years they've been like, man, y'all are way too dangerous for us to insure because
your risk is way too high.
Yeah, your risk. And by the way, that's why the insurance companies in the NFL, they don't insure players past the amount of vested years they have. Like if you have 4 vested years playing in the NFL, you get 4 years of health insurance. After that, that's it. You think that's crazy? Yeah, you can be done playing in the NFL by the time you're 28. Your health insurance is over by the time you're 32. Right? And you don't even need it by then. He's like, I need it when I'm 52.
50, you two, yeah.
And I've always advocated they should let you use your 4 best years of health insurance whenever you want to.
That's
I
good.
can use them when
That's
I'm 65, whatever. My point is, that's why you don't have
and you're right about
that's
that.
why I don't have a
and
minor
that's why
resistance,
when
the
people,
insurance.
because the other side of that is people who are too far on the other side saying, well, no, they should just make them employees. The universities are never going to make these players employees because that brings in insurance,
It makes insurance.
workman's comp, all the rules that go into that,
that's what
taxes.
President Obama said that at the time. He said, I'm less worried about the guys getting compensated. I'm more worried about them getting health insurance.
Correct.
He brought that up.
And that's why they'll never be employees.
Never.
And that's where NIL comes in. And that's where they're benefiting
That's
their
the
own name,
compromise.
image, and likeness.
That's the compromise.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And they can make money while they're playing and be developed. I mean, think about the minor league system conversation. Michael Penix and Bo Nix, those guys are now 6-year players. Mm-hmm. Michael, those two were in the recruiting class with Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields. And those guys have already played 3 years of pro football.
Yeah.
But Michael Penix and Bo Nix got to develop, find their right spot. Now they're going to be both first-round draft picks while they've made some money through NIL. And the NFL feels like, hey, we're getting a better quarterback. We wouldn't have drafted that quarterback 3 years ago. No way. We'll take Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields. But even in the NFL, those guys are having to take their lumps.
Yes, they are.
They're having to learn, and Justin Fields is still not certain yet. That's where we're going. Again, for you college football purists, and we've had the debates in baseball because there are baseball purists, and you've talked about the oldest fan bases are golf and football and baseball, and those fan bases are hard to change.
Yeah. It's college football.
Yeah.
They're older because they're all legacies.
It's generational.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah.
90-year-old football fans.
Yeah, NFL fans are generational too.
But they're not as old as college
but
football
in
fans.
in the university and college level, you've gone to those schools.
Yes.
So you're passionate about it.
Yes.
You went to school there, so that's your school.
Yeah.
And that gets passed on and on legacy-wise. So yes, this is where the passion is. Baseball is similar. Golf is an older audience, and that's why those sports are reticent to change and hesitant to change. You got to force it.
Yep.
But the fact that it's being forced doesn't make it bad. Doesn't make it wrong. Again, for the pile of money, you can't be the second most revenue generating sport in this country and not share the money with the product. How do you get your head around that? And most of the people who make these arguments are capitalists. They claim to be conservatives who believe in capitalism.
Yeah.
And I used to argue with them, going, "How are you a capitalist? What are you talking about?
You're not a capitalist in this
What is
situation.
this? What are you talking about?"
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Like the players don't get to make money; they get to be student athletes and get school. Well, they're generating billions for everybody else. What economics class did you go to?
Yeah, it was fine when it wasn't a multi-billion-dollar industry, but now it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. You do have to change and start to share the revenue that you're creating.
At some point,
yeah, that scholarship agreement that they were just student athletes. Yeah, it was fine in 1960 something. Yeah, that's okay because it wasn't a multi-billion-dollar industry at the time.
But
now
it
it
doesn't
is.
take long because remember in 95 or 90, I wrote my college
They
thesis.
changed. Yeah, that's when
my college
the Supreme
thesis was
Court
on this whole
decision,
thing, right? Well, that was, but
What was that?
1995. I wrote my college thesis on this exact thing. Should college athletes be paid, right? And that was a 25-page, thoroughly researched paper, and my conclusion was yes. And how? And I gave ideas and ways to do it. This was 30 years ago, Ron.
It's crazy.
But at the time, the head football coach at Texas was John Makovic, and he was making about $750,000. And my former radio host Bucky Godbolt was a running backs coach there, and he was making about 180 G's. And I was making that argument then. Well, now every assistant coach at Texas is making near $1 million.
Yeah.
The head coach is making 5.5. He's about to make 10.
About to make
yeah, come on, man.
It's about to get a raise. Yeah.
And the old school people wanted to still be like it was in 1995. That's insane.
Yes, they do.
I was arguing and advocating for it then.
And they think it was better back then for some reason. It's like, I don't.
And by the way, y'all, it's not changing because football. What you just said, that stat you just gave, is the exact reason that somehow college football has now plucked 3 games, 3 TV shows away from the NFL.
And by the way,
that's unheard of.
But no other sport even made the top 100. No other
not even
sport,
close.
Not even close. So it is. It's just football, but NFL.
And when I gave those stats on Tuesday after the national championship game, that the Alabama Michigan game in the Rose Bowl.
Oh yeah.
Generated, it was an NFL audience. It was 33 million people. This was like an NFL playoff game.
Right.
And so again, if you don't think the big business of TV and media is buying all that, they want to grow that, and so it's going to be more money, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point the system has to be. That's what I started that point on. The TV networks will be the ones that will insist,
no doubt,
because it'll collapse on itself if they don't fix it. We would all agree with that. If they don't put the processes in place, the guardrails in place, and the rules, and put a single commissioner or at least a commission that runs it, the higher end of football, college football, it'll collapse, and that's what TV networks don't want.
Yeah,
they
it's
want
a
to
cash
grow the
cow.
golden goose.
It's a cash cow for them. And it just goes, and TV networks, this is happening all over with streaming services, too, streaming networks and broadcast networks. There are only a couple of things, 2 or 3 things that Americans will consume live. That's it. It's sports, it's news, like presidential debates, disaster porn, unfortunately, like when something really bad happens.
When there's a terrible situation.
We watch that live. But we don't watch a lot of things live. Everything else we watch streaming or we DVR it. We watch it at our own, kind of on our own schedule.
That's why we podcast every hour of this show, and you can go back and listen whenever you want.
Yeah, because people they want to watch and consume things at on their own schedule, at their own leisure, and I get that. But some things you watch live in sports is one of the things they watch live. So now there is a bidding war all across the new entertainment ecosystem, streaming and broadcast networks, to get more sports. Any sports. You see Apple's like, we'll take soccer. We'll take anything. Give us that bowl game. We'll take this. They'll take anything right now, even if it's not yet profitable. One day it will be. That's why the NBA Cup is so important to the NBA and those broadcast networks.
That's exactly
right. We can make this another product that people would consume.
And that's
live.
why people who are critical of LeBron for taking it seriously, LeBron understands he wants to be an owner. The TV networks eventually are going to pay big money for this thing.
Yep.
If we get it right. If we don't take it seriously, it won't grow and it won't make the billions we want it to make. You just said it with Apple and the soccer. When Apple came in and bought the MLS package, and people said, wow, that's a lot of money for soccer.
Exactly.
And what did they do? This is why I'm saying the networks will insure it. They went and got Messi.
Yeah, they went
and made Messi. Gave it. They built a ramp for
Gave them revenue
Messi.
share.
That's
gave
exactly
them
right.
Revenue share of the league.
They understood what they were investing in, and well, how do you ramp that up? Oh, we get Messi,
Everybody
and then we have Messi bring other guys.
It's the international story now. Everybody's talking about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Then that is the big conglomerates, the big media.
And he's going to want to be an owner, by the way. They're going to encourage Messi to be an owner too. Like, hey, Messi, come on, and then you go get the next star.
Well, remember the pipeline of that is when David Beckham came.
Yeah.
One part of his deal, he took a lot less money to play for the LA Galaxy or whoever it was. But part of the deal was when he retires, he can buy a new franchise for $25 million, which is chump change.
Which I think now may be worth close to $1 billion.
Right. And so they said, sure, we'll do that, David Beckham. You can bend it. And so now he bought the Miami team, and now Messi's there, and Messi's got an ownership plan too. This is how you grow your league, Rod. Mm-hmm. This is how you grow it. And again, for college football fans who are old school purists, you can that's why I like Sark's attitude on these things. It's like you can not like it, but you still have to evolve with it. You still have to adapt to the change, coaches, players, fans. This is where it's going. And the fact that you just had 3 of the television shows were college football games.
Yeah.
That they see that's huge to the networks. They're like, oh my gosh, we got 3 games. What if we make that 10? What if we make that 12?
Yeah. This is what they did with the bowls. They're like, hey, man, 12? If we get this kind of ratings for 4, let's do a 12-team playoff.
Yeah, and again, they will be the ones that will come up with new ways. They'll talk to the NCAA about how this needs to work, right? They'll be the power brokers. Because of TV, Rod, and conferences, the NCAA's never had any power over football. Never. Mm-mm. You go back to the 80s. When they started, hey, leave us alone. We'll run the bowl games. We'll run college football, NCAA. You go make your money on March Madness. You grow that. You can run everything else, and we're taking football.
Yep.
And that's been since the 80s, Rod. And the conferences run the thing. Well, now there'll be a new level that the conferences are going to have to adhere to. The 4 mega conferences, there's going to have to be an entity above them that they answer to as well, as far as NIL rules, salary caps, transfer rules, those kind of things. But it won't be the NCAA.
No, because the NCAA, basically, since the courts have decided that they are opposed and an enemy of the NCAA has lost all of its power. They got
the precedent is all against them, and they've even said, much like we talk about the PGA Tour gave in to live because they were going to spend them into the courtroom. The NCAA lost millions in court battles that they lost.
Yeah.
Over and over and over.
Yeah, now they can't afford the lawyers, really. They keep fighting all the cases.
And the precedent's all against them.
Yeah. Yeah, basically the highest court in the land said, bring me more cases against the NCAA, and I will rule in your favor.
That's right. And so they're out, and it's all going to change. But again, the NCAA is still necessary there's a lot of sports. There's a lot of 500 athletes at UT that don't play football.
Exactly.
And so they need a body, and that'll still be the NCAA. Football will be different. It's essentially the NFL light or the professional college football association or whatever we're going to call it.
Pretty much.
And it'll be 70, 75 teams. And everyone else will still be under the NCAA's rules.
Yeah. And they'll donate back to the schools.
100%. They'll fund the athletic department.
Exactly. Same way they do now for Title IX, everything. They'll just have to donate a certain amount of money back to the the academic.
And back to my thesis, Rod. I did have this idea, but now that it's here,
Have you found that thing? Did you throw
I
it
need to
away?
find it. You know, Rod, I wrote that on a little word processor
know,
30 years ago. It wasn't even a computer. It was one of those that you had to write it all out, and then you put it in it, printed it, typed it like a typepaper. No, it typed it like a typewriter.
Yeah, I think I remember those.
Once it was done,
Yeah, I remember that back in the day.
it's called like a brother or something. That's how I don't know. They don't even can save it. But either way, I'll try to find it. But either way, so the other part of that is because people will text and they're not wrong. Now that they're making money, maybe they should pay for their own school. I'm not against that. If you get rid of the whole idea of a scholarship,
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that either.
and you say, okay, you guys are making NIL money, so now you pay for your tuition. Okay, and I think football players would be for that.
I'm all actually. It makes perfect sense actually
Yes.
to me. And I'm sure there'd be a tax way to a way to write it off or something.
And by the way, you know what else that does, Rod? Is it takes the football program outside of the Title IX scope because they're not scholarship athletes.
Oh.
And so now programs with the revenue coming in can actually bring in more sports.
Now that is a game changer.
Right,
I didn't
because
think about that.
because one of the things that skews Title IX and the federal law that it is when you have
players on
85 football
scholarships.
scholarships.
Yeah.
How do you generate that? I mean, how do you get equal
Balance
to
that.
women's?
You got to balance that out. So
You
you
either
get more women's sports.
You either add women's sports like UT added rowing. They're adding beach volleyball.
Yep.
But you also get rid of men's sports to make it even and to make it federally
Sometimes
compliant.
get rid of baseball and stuff
Well,
like
so
that.
if you made at the 75 at that level, if you made those schools and those athletes not scholarship athletes and they're paying their own way, well, now that takes you outside of Title IX.
Wow.
Which could be a huge benefit while the football team is still paying for everything. And you know, at those 75 schools or whatever the number is, now all of a sudden your ability to add new men's sports, wrestling at Texas or soccer at Texas, for example, on the men's side, you actually could do that potentially and have the money to pay for it. By the way,
I haven't heard anybody bring that up as a possibility, but that would be interesting depending on how much money the guys are getting paid and how much the education. I'm sure the university could give them a discount on
you get
the
a
rates.
discount
Yeah.
rate. It's not like they're creating new classes
tuition.
for football
Yeah,
players.
you know,
they're
but-
just part of the general pop. But
Interesting. Okay.
all right, keep it on.
He's still coming up with great ideas.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Years later, 30-some years
all
later.
you have to do is find reasons to find solutions and not just say no.
But the
time.
NCAA was saying no all the time. Remember when
Yes.
EA Sports said, "Listen, when they were ending the college football game and they're bringing it back, obviously because they're going to give the guys their piece for NIL." But they told the NCAA, "We don't care about making a profit from this college football game because it's so popular. It's worth it for us, even to just break even on it. We will pay the players. We will pay them. We'll give them all a stipend. But we need you to sign off on it so that we can agree to do it." And NCAA said no because essentially it's a slippery slope to be paying the players for anything.
Yeah.
They just said no. And it's like, but that was a great compromise. They're willing to put up to pay all the money and do all the hard work. All you got to say is, yes, the players can get some type of compensation. They were like, no, we don't want them to get anything.
And that is a great example of the the incremental change I've talked about that should have been adopted year by year by college football and college athletics and the NCAA for the last 20 years. Make those incremental changes, and we wouldn't be dealing with this chaos. We wouldn't. But they just found every reason. All they did is say no,
Yep.
no, no, no,
Right.
no.
At every point.
And now they've lost all power.
Great ideas like yours, great ideas throughout the years they were presented with. They were like, no, we won't even research it. It's like, research it to see if it actually is a pragmatic solution. Nope, they don't care.
Yeah. Well, I remember going back to even because my former co-host Bucky would talk about, all I would want is can we get the parents to get paid? The school pays for one road trip for the parents.
Mm-hmm.
So they can go to a game, road game and see their kid play.
It's a great idea.
NCAA, no, that's an extra benefit.
Because that would help him in recruiting. Because remember, one of the things that helped R.C. Slocum at least, and when he was recruiting me, he said, hey, if you go out of state, no, your parents are not going to all those games. They might go to one game a year because they can't afford it. And I was like, done. I will be going to school in the state.
My
Thank
parents
you,
come to
RC.
every game.
My parents go to every game. But you're right. That Bucky was recruiting out of state. He's probably thinking, man, if I could guarantee these parents, guarantee they could come to one game, it may help me persuade them.
On the school's dime.
Yes. But you're right. It's a good point.
And those are incremental things.
Small
that you just do. Year by year you change it. But again, they were so against any change.
Yeah,
it led to where we are. So don't blame me, and don't blame people who advocated for it. Blame the people who didn't change.
Right.
And now it's been forced upon them, and now they're completely they have no ability to control it.
Yeah, they are. They're basically at this point they're powerless.
And now
they lost it. They lost power multiple times. It was their fault too. Remember, they gave up power during COVID.
Oh, yes.
Remember, they decided we don't want to make this is too much of a moral, ethical issue. We don't want to touch it. We're going to leave it up to the conference. And we're like, so you're just going to leave the toughest decision in decades up to conferences instead of you? What do you do here then?
Where's the leadership, right?
Where's the leadership?
Yeah, exactly. And the conferences each made their own decision, and then the schools beyond that. All right, we'll come back. Rod, we talked through the rant. We'll come back in. That was a pretty good one, though. We'll do your rant coming back. We'll also play some Who Said That before the top of the hour. We'll get to our fabulous fifth hour coming up after that. It's still rolling on a busy Football Friday.
All right, welcome back to the show, and welcome to Rod's Round today. A couple of things I want to bring up, just a couple of topics. First, talking about the Texans and their big matchup coming up versus the Colts. A big game for the Texans, who will be trying to clinch a playoff spot with that win. I gave this little nugget out earlier just to show you how really how much of an achievement it is for the Texans to even be in the playoff hunt. The Texans were at 200-1 odds. Which was the second worst Super Bowl odds to start the season, and now they're playing for a playoff spot. Colts, by the way, were 150-1 odds to win the Super Bowl. They were second and third worst odds to win the Super Bowl, and they're playing for a playoff spot. That's pretty impressive. We talked earlier, throw the Bucs in there too. I think they were the fourth worst odds to win the Super Bowl, and they are a team that's going to look like they'll end up making the playoffs. So it's really interesting. You know, you got the Colts and the Texans, both first-year head coaches. At one point, they were first-year quarterbacks too, first-year starting quarterbacks for both of these squads. But Anthony Richardson got hurt, and you have Gardner Minshew, who's more of a veteran, who's going to be quarterbacking the Colts in that matchup. Speaking of first-year head coaches, first-year quarterbacks, rookie head coaches, rookie quarterbacks, since the year 2000, there have been 13 such combinations. First-year quarterback, first-year head coach, rookie and either. Of that group, they're the fifth team to finish the season with a winning record. The Texans are. They are the fourth team to win 6 more games, at least 6 more games than they won the previous season. So a differential turnaround from the last season of 6 wins, at least 6 more wins. And in terms of the teams that made the playoffs, I believe that 4 of those 13 teams made the playoffs. If the Texans make the playoffs, they'll be the 5th of those 13 teams with a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback to make the playoffs. So pretty impressive stuff by the Texans. Also going to be the first time they play in primetime. They've been playing in that 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Zone window, which is the noon window for Central Standard Time Zone, the entire season. 16 of those games. First time they're playing in primetime. I hope that it is a motivating factor for the Texans, but I will admit I'm not sure how they're going to play considering all their body clocks all season long have been adjusted to playing at noon. That's all they played. Had no primetime games to start the season. Goes back to those Super Bowl odds. So had the second worst Super Bowl odds to start the season. Why the hell would you put them in primetime? So the Texans have earned that primetime spot. So I'll give the Texans a lot of credit for that. Speaking of the matchup this weekend between them and the Colts, there are a couple of little nuggets that I think are really important in this matchup. I brought up the pass rush for the Texans has become formidable. It really has. They are actually 1 sack away. If they get a sack in this game versus the Colts, they'll be the new franchise. It'll be the new franchise record for sacks in a single season, breaking the 2015 record of 45. And a lot of that is due to Will Anderson. Now, Will Anderson, in the last 3 games, hasn't even played that much. I want to say in the last 3 weeks, he's only played 20 snaps or something like that total. He has not played a lot.
Yeah, he got hurt in the Jets game.
Yeah, so he hasn't played a lot.
Same game C.J. Stroud got hurt. Man, they were a mash unit coming out of New York.
Yes, right. I mean, they've had more guys on IR, season IR, than any team in the league.
Yep.
And we had Sean Bajani on. He actually said that as well. So it's still the case even today. I think that was the case 4 weeks ago when I brought up that stat. It is still the case to this day. So remarkable job by D'Amico Ryans and that staff. But even in the time where Will Anderson has been hurt, and he's our best pass rusher. If you look among rookie pass rushers, he's first in pressures, second in sacks, first in QB hits and QB hurries. He's third in overall stops. He has been a force out there on the edge. Still has a chance to potentially win Defensive Rookie of the Year, but I think Devon Witherspoon is probably going to win that, the defensive back for the Seattle Seahawks. He's been fantastic. But anyway, getting back to it, in the last 3 weeks, when Will Anderson, their best pass rusher, has missed a lot of time, he's been effective in the few snaps he's played, but he's missed a lot of time. They still have 14 sacks in the last 3 games. That's the most in the NFL in that time span, by the way. Even with Will Anderson being limited to no snaps, in the last 3 games, they've had more sacks than any team in the league in that time span, 14 of them. They're trending. They're starting to figure it out.
Well, I would say 2 of those games were against Tennessee, and Tennessee's offensive line's a mess. And they've taken advantage of that. But no, I mean, look, Gardner Minshew's been sacked 33 times this year. Yeah. And he's a guy you can get to. They're good running the ball, and the Colts do it with a 2-headed monster. It's Jonathan Taylor and Zach Moss. Those are their 2 running backs. But to your point about taking away Gardner Minshew's first read, the first read is almost always going to be Michael Pittman. He's their leading receiver. So can you put Derek Stingley and see if he can lock that guy up, right? And if you take away, their number 1 guy is Michael Pittman, the big receiver out of USC, who's had a pretty good year. And then there's Josh Downs and Alec Pierce. I mean, there's a game plan. This should be a low-scoring game, I anticipate, because I think Houston wants to keep it a low-scoring game. Because we also heard from Sean Bajani that the matchup he's looking at is the Houston offensive line against the front 7 of the Colts, which is really good. DeForest Buckner, and they got a bunch of dudes with a bunch of sacks. They get after you up front. And Houston's offensive line is banged up, and Laramie Tunsil's questionable. They think he's going to play. And the problem for C.J. Stroud is his receiving core is decimated.
Yep.
But the Colts secondary is decimated. Like it's one of those, who's going to be weaker. And if you can give C.J. time, Nico Collins is healthy. Dalton Schultz is there. But there's no Tank Dell. There's no Noah Brown for this game. Who you throwing to. I mean, they're down to Xavier Hutchinson, Rod. The rookie out of Iowa State is the guy that they're trying to rely on. Yep. So who wins that battle will be big. But you're right, the Texans' defense against Gardner Minshew, if they can force some interceptions, I think this will be a lower-scoring game. And the Texans have been pretty good in one-score games when they get down to the wire because C.J. Stroud, when he's healthy, has been really good in that.
Yeah, he's so
Case
clutch.
Keenum won him a close game in overtime against Tennessee, but C.J.'s been clutch in these games.
Speaking of interceptions, 7 of the 9 total interceptions for Gardner Minshew have actually come when he's held on to the ball too long. 2.5 seconds is kind of that really is the breaking point for Gardner Minshew, really for this offense. He's a rhythm thrower, and when he's in rhythm, that means he's getting the ball out quickly. And if he's holding on to the ball for more than 2.5 seconds, that's when bad things happen. Like I said, 7 of his 9 interceptions have come in that. If you go look at, and by the way, he's pretty much split Gardner Minshew has exactly 233 pass attempts, and passing attempts both over and under 2.5 seconds. So he's split right down the middle. Sometimes it's 2.5 seconds and under. Sometimes it's 2.5 seconds and over. But in the last, if you look at the games where they've gotten beat really badly. Take that Bengals game. They lost 34-14. When he held onto the ball for more than 2.5 seconds, 41 passer rating, 1 interception, 0 touchdowns, 82 total yards. When he got rid of the ball under 2.5 seconds, 111.6 passer rating, had a touchdown, 0 turnovers. That also has tracked in multiple games that I've been looking at for the Texans. So that's really kind of the theme. Can they take away the first read for Gardner Minshew?
Well, and the offense, Rod, in Indianapolis is Shane Steichen, so it's a very RPO-based offense. So quick game. That's really what it's about. And it's either, you put it in the belly of Jonathan Taylor or Zach Moss, and then you pull it if it's there. If you're not, if he's going to run the ball or you're going to throw it. But it's always a quick throw. Much like we see Jalen Hurts do. Quinn Ewers, Sark, when they want to go quick game with the RPO base, that's what the Colts do almost exclusively.
Yeah, and it happened in that Falcons game. Remember, the Falcons, they just curb stomped the Colts, held Jonathan Taylor to 2.4 yards per carry. I mean, they dominated. Almost 40% of the runs for the Colts against the Falcons were stuffed at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage. And Gardner Minshew, once again, it tracked when he got rid of the football, when he held on to the ball, I should say, for 2.5 seconds or longer. He had a 32 passer rating. When he got rid of the football under 2.5 seconds, 94 passer rating. It tracks. It goes to what he talked about, the quick game. If you take away the quick game, he holds onto the ball, your pass rush will get home.
Yeah, and much like we saw, if I'm D'Amico Ryans, I'm going Washington against Quinn Ewers. Knock the ball down. Gardner Minshew's not a big player. Get your hands up. You're probably not going to get a sack when he's getting rid of the ball.
No.
Knock it down. That impacted Texas early in that game on a couple of early drives. I'd feel really good about the Texans in this game if they had Jonathan Grenard, the other pass rusher opposite Will Anderson. Get the double barrel off the edge guys. Because the other thing for Texans, because most people listening now have not watched the Texans much this year. I've watched every game. One of the reasons they get a lot of sacks, even with Will Anderson not 100%, is they get good interior pressure from Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins, the former Cowboy. Those guys really do a good job pushing the pocket in the middle. And if you have both of those edge rushers coming, they become a real problem. And I'm amazed that they have a chance to break the franchise record. And this is a franchise that had J.J. Watt, who had like 23 sack seasons and put up huge numbers, defense player of the year. That tells you the impact D'Amico has brought to the defense. And I'd say for the offense, if you haven't watched Rod, you'll see a team in I formation.
Oh yeah,
they'll line up in the eye.
They got an old school fullback they'll break out there,
and it's Anthony Beck, Andrew Beck, the former Longhorn, and then Brevin Jordan is another guy that they kind of use as a H-back tight end kind of guy. I mean, they're trying to run San Francisco's.
That's right. They don't have the pieces.
They don't have Juszczyk yet.
They don't have the pieces.
But Devin Singletary has really turned into kind of their Christian McCaffrey as running back, and he's been a really good player for them. Nico Collins would be the number one receiver. And that's why the injury to Tank Dell was so big. When Tank Dell was playing, talk about quarterback receiver chemistry. Well, the chemistry between he and CJ is Colt Jordan-like. I mean, they were just like they were awesome together. When he broke his leg on that running play, that was such a shame because Houston was more. When they had Nico Collins as the go-to. But then the slot speed guy and Tank, they're almost unstoppable. That was the stretch where they beat the Bengals. They beat some good teams in there.
Good teams.
Found ways to win some tough games, and then Tank got hurt, and here we are. So that'll be a dogfight. It'll be a dogfight. Winner is in, and the winner could actually win the division if Jacksonville were to lose to Tennessee. So you could be talking about. So if the Texans were to win Saturday night, and again, this is the Joe Buck, Troy Aikman team. This is kind of like the Monday Night Football game. First time Troy Aikman will call a Texans game with C.J. Stroud, so that'll be interesting to listen to Saturday night. But the winner of that game, if the Titans were to beat the Jaguars on Sunday, the winner of Saturday night's game wins the division.
That's wild. I can't believe that.
Can you believe that? Well, and again, the Jacksonville, you got an injured Trevor Lawrence. He's got an AC joint injury in his shoulder, and so it could be C.J. Beathard against the Titans. Mike Vrabel's cussing this week. He's all mad because he hates losing. Cussing out reporters. We'll see what Texas.
Yeah, he's not feeling. Yeah, he's feeling a little bit salty.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
and they're playing at home, so keep an eye on that. And of course, the Cowboys. All they have to do. The task is simple: beat Washington, and you're the division champs.
Just win, baby. Like Al Davis used to say.
And as we
baby.
said, the division being the division champion versus the 5 seed could mean a trip to the 2 home games in the playoffs, and then a chance to get to the NFC Championship game for the first time in 25 years.
Yeah.
No, it's almost, what was it, 1995? So almost 30 years, Rod.
Yeah, almost 30 years.
When I was writing theses and things.
Damn. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the Cowboys got it. I mean, if they lose, they're going to be a laughing stock of the league.
Well, because that would
They
be,
lose
I
that game.
mean, the opportunity is
Washington
there.
has nothing to play for,
Well, think about the difference between home game in the playoffs with Green Bay, likely.
which is a very winnable game.
Especially the way they play at home.
Very winnable.
Green Bay, and then you'd likely play. You would play the winner of the Rams-Lions game.
I think Lions right now, but Rams are dangerous.
When healthy,
Yeah.
When Matt Stafford, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, and Kyron Williams are all playing, the Rams are pretty damn good. But that'll be a very even matchup in the Detroit game. But that's who you get, right? And as opposed to if you lose this game Sunday, Rod, you're going to Tampa, and then week 2 you'd go to and play a very hot Baker Mayfield team on the road. And we know the Cowboys are 3-5 on the road this year and have lost some games they shouldn't have away from home. But to have to go on the road as a 5 seed, play Tampa, and you win that, you're playing San Francisco in week 2 instead of week 3 in an NFC Championship game.
It's not gonna be good because I don't think the Cowboys are gonna beat San Fran, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong about
And
that.
you know what? You'll be the most mad, not our man Ty and all the Cowboy fans. Jerry will be if they lose this game, Jerry will be furious because think about the revenue from 2 home games in the playoffs.
That's true for the Cowboys.
For the Cowboys and 100,000 people.
Yeah. No, you're right. And I just think for Mike McCarthy and his job security.
Jerry's like, even if we lose to Detroit, I got to fill the house one more time. You know, we beat
because-
Green Bay.
Well, you got a chance to win the division and solidify
Fill the house twice.
An easier route to getting to the NFC title game. It would be embarrassing.
And I don't think that we'll lose, but I'll say this:
No, they won't.
if they win it and win the division, both teams. I mean, because we talked all year that loss to the Cardinals or in September was going to kill them, but the Cardinals then went and beat Philadelphia to give them the huge favor.
They helped them out.
Cardinals came back and beat the Eagles.
Balanced the scales for the Cowboys.
Both teams are now looking at that Arizona game, going, "Dang it!"
Now you brought up a good point though about Jonathan Gannon knowing the division.
He does know that division, doesn't he?
That's you could tell. It's definitely gave them a leg up in having detailed scouting reports on Cowboys and on the Giants.
Yeah.
No, sorry, the Eagles.
Well, and they went 2-2 against the division. The Cardinals.
They lost against the Giants, didn't they?
Well,
How the hell they do that?
They lost to Washington and the New York Giants weeks 1 and 2.
That makes sense.
But if you remember, they were up big at the half in both games and lost both.
Oh.
And that was when remember when Josh Dobbs had just gotten there? Remember they cut Colt McCoy?
You're right.
But they had big leads in both of those games, which tells you that the initial game plan that Jonathan Gannon inserted was good.
We still don't know why they cut Colt, do we? Because they're not trying to tank like we thought they were. Like we thought they were cutting Colt because like they want to seriously tank. They're not trying to compete at all. They don't want to win any games. And then when I started playing hard and winning games, why did they cut Colt? Do we know now? We gotta ask Colt that.
Well, Colt hasn't even been picked up. He's just doing podcasts and living the dream.
Colt doesn't want to play anymore.
I've been saying that's the way. Well, I will say he went on Colin Cowherd. He went on Colin Cowherd's show the week of the Texas OU game.
Yeah. And
we played some of the sound. And he basically said that when the Cardinals cut him, that was a gut punch. I mean, that was kind of because he had been the number one quarterback all offseason. Been running the spring workouts, the mini camps, training camp, and he invested a lot of time into it. And then he got cut, and he was almost like, I don't know if I want to do this. He actually said that. Like this is, and he wasn't just going to take a job to take a job.
Yeah, he wanted a job he enjoyed like that, or
he really felt he had a chance to, in Arizona with a new coach and new system that he invested a lot of time, and that was a real punch in the gut, and to be cut like that right before the season started, and kind of lost his appetite for football at some level. I can see that. I can see that for sure.
No, because it's no way his phone hasn't rung. I mean, look at all the quarterbacks that are
for sure.
hurt.
Joe Flacco and all these guys.
Yeah, his phone is definitely rung. All I can think of is that he's like, nah, I'll wait till next season. I don't want to come into a chaotic situation right now.
Middle of the season, you know what that's like.
Exactly. Or like you said, he's kind of like, no, I'm not really interested.
I own my donut shops. I got interests.
I mean, He's played how many years has Colt played?
12,
13, something like that?
Yeah, he's done well. Yeah. Hey, we'll come back when we do round of Who Said That, Rod?
Who said that?
Including a provocative and maybe good idea from a former Texan as we're talking about the Texans. We'll have that coming back. Hook him up with Ian Rodby. All right, Rod, who said that?
Who said
Who
that?
said it? I got to play this for you. You're going to know who this is, but I wanted to play it because it's a good idea, I think. But Ty, fire up that interview from the McAfee show yesterday, and you got to figure out who said it, Rod, and then if we like the idea.
Rose Bowl should be the national championship site every year.
I just heard Stephen A. Smith yesterday say they should play the Rose Bowl in SoFi.
He did not say that.
Because it's impossible to get in and out of there is what he was saying, which is very real after we experience it. Yeah. But that field, that stadium, the vibe, the temperature, it felt big.
There is something about that place, about the stadium, about the sunset, about the mountains, the atmosphere, the vibe. The game feels significantly bigger in that environment. When you are watching the Rose Bowl, you remember that Vince Young game against the USC. You remember all those big moments. There's just something special about that place. And I think holding the national championship game there every single year would be very, very fitting for a game that is losing a lot of its history and tradition in college football. Let's hold on to one thing.
Ooh. I'm not sure who that was.
J.J. Watt.
J.J. Watt.
Now, do you agree with the idea? How about this? Think about it. Play the national championship game of the 12-team playoff every year in the Rose Bowl. Make it the site.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. I think I like it rotating a little bit.
And of course, he won a Rose Bowl as a member of Wisconsin when he was there.
Yeah, I kind of like it rotating. I like the rotations. It's like the Super Bowl when they're rotating around. You get a chance to go when
different parts of the country.
When it's in your region, you can go.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I kind of haven't been there for the national.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's an unbelievable.
It is.
He's right about the setting
venue,
is unlike any other.
It's
like golf at the Masters. It's just you can't replicate it.
No, I agree with that. It's gorgeous.
But Stephen A. Smith is right. It's hard to get in and out of. He's got to dive down to the golf, down into the valley, and
and like I said, the travel. Most of those teams are going to the championship of being from the Southeastern Conference. Driving all the way across the country every damn time.
Yeah, keep it in Atlanta.
Keep it in Atlanta.
New Orleans.
Right? All right, Ty, I sent you a bunch of pieces of audio, so you can dial any of them up, and we can play. Who said that?
I saw reports out there that I feel like we're attacking, my character and how I am as a person, not even getting into a player standpoint of it. There was no talk of me being a backup quarterback this week in terms of being a 2. If I was healthy enough to play and the trainers and coaches felt like I would look good enough to play, I was going to start and play. If they believed that I was not, which they believed I was not going to dress and suit up for the game. So whoever reported that, I don't know where it started. It's kind of crazy what people will write and put out there to try to, prove their point or help their standpoint or their careers and what you guys do. But, disappointing to see that without any proof or basis of it. So this week I'm now the 2. They feel good 4 weeks out of the surgery for me to dress and be the 2. So I will be the 2 and do what I have to do to be ready to go for Baltimore. So if there's any other questions about that, I feel like I answered it pretty good there. If there's anything else, is there any Baltimore questions that we get on the Baltimore?
You can cut it off now, who said that? That was actually Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett, Steelers quarterback, because there was a report that he balked at being the number 2 quarterback.
Which that doesn't sound like him, but I don't know.
And he just said it. It's just disappointing, he called it.
Yeah, I don't think that would be. Yeah, even if it was, you were balking at it, you don't want to admit that.
Hey, listen.
But didn't he say, like, I'm not going to be, I wouldn't be the number 2, but this week I'm going to dress and be the number 2?
Yeah. Well, he was talking about his injury. If he was healthy enough, he was fine. Because the report was that if he was healthy and cleared, he wanted to be the starter, was the indication. And he wasn't going to be the backup. But Mason Rudolph, the former Oklahoma State quarterback, has been playing really good. So, but he's disputing that he declined to be the backup quarterback.
Yes.
Okay.
Drama with the Steelers.
Remember, Mike Tomlin, another 17th straight year with a winning record. They've been drama all year, but if they beat Baltimore, who's going to rest a lot of people, and the Jaguars or the Dolphins were to lose, they could still make the playoffs.
I know, and my argument. I don't think this is good for the organization.
They're really living in purgatory.
Yeah, because they never get to draft the quarterback real high. Yeah. And I guess you could still. Lamar Jackson was drafted, but in the end of the first round,
26th,
at the bottom of the first round. Yeah, so you can find a quarterback there, but the Steelers have not had good luck, and they haven't had many opportunities to do it. But Kenny Pickett ain't the guy.
No,
he ain't the guy.
Mason Rudolph, as my wife would tell you, the very handsome Mason Rudolph.
Oh, is he considered handsome?
Well, we were watching the game, and she's like, "Who's that?"
I know when your wife does this, always when she's like, "Oh, he's handsome," and I'm like, "Okay."
You know who else she did that with the other day? D'Amico Ryans.
Did she really?
She goes, "Who's that?" I was like,
"Do you ever do that with your wife? Sit there and be like, man, she's smoking hot."
No,
I don't ever do that.
I don't do that.
I don't do that either. But my wife feels that she can do it with me. Like, oh, he's very handsome. I'm like, okay, that's fine. But I don't do that with you. I'm like, dude, she's hot, man. Look at her. Oh man, she's got some great jugs.
But we're guys though. If everything that you were thinking came out of your mouth while you're watching a movie with your wife,
I wouldn't be married.
That's gotten me in some trouble before. They don't forget.
So when your wife says, Oh, who's that?
Yeah, they don't forget. Women don't forget. If guys forget, we're like, I don't care. I don't care who you think is hot.
Mason Rudolph's now on that list,
Okay.
and D'Amico.
So
I got a good story. I got a good story to start off the 10 o'clock hour.
All right, we'll have that in the fabulous fifth hour, plus more sound, more audio. I've got a good one from Adam Schefter talking about Jim Harbaugh to the NFL.
Shefty.
Coming back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Welcome back to Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. Some news that we have not yet discussed before Ty gets into his story, which I'm sure is going to be way more entertaining than this story, but this is necessary. Texas defensive tackle Trill Carter entered the transfer portal today. So Trill Carter, another Longhorn, has entered the transfer portal. Remember, he was here at just 1 year here at Texas. Came from originally from Georgia. I think originally not from the University of Georgia, but originally from Georgia. Has one COVID-19 season of eligibility left, so he still can play. But Trill Carter is going to hit the transfer portal. So Texas maybe looking for some interior D-line help. They're going to lose. Obviously you're losing T'Vondre Sweat, losing Byron Murphy. Now they're going to lose Trill Carter there at that position. They get Alfred Collins back, which is huge. I mean, imagine they were losing Alfred Collins on top of losing Sweat and losing Murphy, and now with Trill Carter. So getting Alfred Collins back, that's going to be big. Expecting breakout campaigns from Alfred Collins, maybe Vernon Broughton on that defensive line, but they are going to be missing some quality depth because Trill Carter has decided he is entering the transfer portal. So now one of those positions where Texas losing a lot of depth and front line talent as well at the D-line position. That's happening at receiver. Also happening, I think at safety, where you're losing a lot of depth and losing some of your front line guys too. So
sure.
That's something to be addressed. I don't know if they've talked about addressing defensive tackle in the transfer portal. Maybe now they will, but it hasn't really come up. I remember asking TJ Vogel or Bobby Burton about it, and neither one of them thought it would be a priority for them in the transfer portal like it was obviously last year with Trill Carter. And I talked to Trill Carter once was that that was earlier this year, and asked him, why he chose Texas, and he said Bo Davis. He told me straight up. He was like, well, I want to work with the best D-line coach in the country. And basically the two best D-line coaches are Bo Davis for the interior D-line and Larry Johnson, the defensive end coach, the edge coach for Ohio State, which obviously they put out a lot of great edge rushers from Ohio State. They're considered the best two D-line coaches in the country. And he told me straight up, he was considering a lot of other schools, but Bo Davis was his determining factor.
Yeah, I mean, in the recruiting class, they've got Alex January coming in from Duncanville, big 6'5", 320, and then DeAndre Robinson out of Orlando. And, of course, pretty clear with PK what they're recruiting. They want a big guy, right? They want a Tavondre Sweat anchor, and then they want more of a speed guy. And that's what they got in this year's class. January is the big 6'5", 320, who could be 340. Of course, his dad he's a legacy player.
He's played baseball.
Player, yeah. Just kept getting bigger.
He just started to focus on football the last 2 or 3 years.
He just kept growing.
Could be scary, man.
That's what I said. When he gets here, I need David Pierce to open up. We do a home run derby,
run
contest.
That'd be fun.
Watch Alex January jacking home runs out of dish. But DeAndre Robinson is more the 6'5", 290 quickness guy. They also now there's the kid who's committed to A&M or LSU that hasn't committed yet.
Yes, I've heard this name. I can't think of it, but you're right. I've heard this.
And he's going to commit in the second window in February. I think the Longhorns will re-up their pursuit of that player. And I'd also say that Sadir Mitchell was a part of the class of 2023, and he's a big guy out of Bergen Catholic up there in New Jersey. And if you see him on the sidelines, like, who is that guy?
And when Texas goes up to Jersey to get a player that they must really like him. I think the last player they got from Jersey was Sims.
Yeah,
Sims. I think the last player they got from Jersey.
Yeah, 6'6", 340. So Mitchell is in line there to help, and then hopefully a year of development. He should be ready to help next year. But this is what makes the Alfred Collins decision even much bigger.
Yeah, like I said, if he didn't come back, you'd be in dire straits. You'd be in a serious issue of being bereft of enough talent there at the tackle position. Him coming back, you got a way to stabilize it. Now you got your frontline starters will be him and Vernon Bryden, I'm assuming. Now you just got to build the depth. It's going to be a challenge because you're missing Trill Carter. He was part of that depth.
Yeah.
They like to rotate on that defensive tackle position.
100%. And Sark was big on that. And again, I think this is the year that we'll see the full vision of PK and his system, which was he came from Washington, was that 2-5-4.
Yeah.
2 down linemen, 4 kind of hybrid linebacker edge guys mixed in with then 5 DBs was kind of the base at Washington. And so, if you're looking for 2 big bodies, but at the same time, Alfred Collins needs to live in the defensive tackle spot because remember he kind of bounced up and down the line of scrimmage at times.
I think that's where his strength is. I think he should be, and you brought this up as well. I've been saying it for years though, since he's been here. He should be able to play multiple shades on the line of scrimmage. He should not just be a guy that plays interior D-line. He should be playing on the edge. He should be playing in the interior. You should be able to hunt matchups with that guy.
Is he really an edge though? Every time
I'm not saying he's an edge, but I'm saying he has the frame and the ability to be able to play multiple shades up front. So I don't necessarily think he's an edge, but he can play there depending on the matchup and the situation, and that can confuse blocking schemes. And if he's really good and becomes your best pass rusher, you can go hunt matchups. You can go if their weakest pass blocker is their guard, put him over the right guard. If their weakest pass blocker is their right tackle, put him over at the right tackle. You have flexibility is my point. I don't think he's naturally an edge. I don't know if he's naturally a D tackle either though.
Yeah, because sometimes he gets too high. You can't be playing too high at D tackle. You got to play with the leverage and low, and ask Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy about that. But yeah, we'll see. That becomes an area of need, and we'll see if the Longhorns try to attack it. We'll get our insiders on that. But Trill Carter was supposed to be part of that rotation, and having played a year in the system. I mean, we talked earlier about the Bo Davis thing, that there's still a talk that LSU's coming hard for Bo Davis. So we'll keep an eye on that and what the Longhorns do at the linebacker position with Johnny Nansen from Arizona, which led to the conversation that maybe Dwayne Akina could come from Arizona as well and be some type of consultant for Texas. So a lot of fluid situations here, a lot of things happening as the Longhorns look to build. But I do think, Rod, that we're going to see PK kind of employ that in the Washington defense that was so good when they were playing with Chris Peterson when they played in the college football playoff in 2016. That's what Sark was hiring, right? He's looking for that kind of multiple defense that can. Because look, I mean, just go with this. You've got Alfred Collins and say Sadir Mitchell as your main tackles next year, right? Holding it down the fort when in the inside. Your edges become Trey Moore, the kid from UTSA, Ethan Burke, Colton Vasek,
Barron Sorrell.
Also, gosh, Colin Simmons, in pass rushing situations. Anthony Hill could play that role too as a hybrid player. And then your linebackers, like your true linebackers, are you're looking at somebody's got to replace Jalen Ford. Is that Anthony Hill? Is it Leon Lafau? Is it Darian Gillette? Another one of those guys who could be one of those hybrid players. Samaje Burrell. Real good linebacker class a year ago, and now you're rebuilding the secondary at the same time too, with 6 new DBs coming in, 5 from the freshman high school ranks, Rod, and then Andrew Makuba. And this is why the conversation of yesterday that Ryan Watts, maybe doesn't have much of an NFL opportunity as a corner, so maybe he comes back and plays safety for you. Big picture.
That would be good. I mean, I actually think that would be an asset for Texas if he can move to safety. He's got the physicality. He likes to hit. He's not afraid to be a force run defender.
Rangy.
He's long and rangy. We know that.
Well, and his foot speed hurts him against receivers, but he'd be considered a fast safety, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, for his coverage is a liability at corner, but it wouldn't be at safety. He'd be covering much less explosive or dynamic receivers, mostly tight ends. And you could hide his coverage liability better at safety than you could at corner.
Well, and then your back end looks like, Terrence Brooks at one corner with Manny Muhammad. Andrew Makuba is kind of the new Jahdae Barron, right, holding down the that star spot, that nickel spot, and then your safeties are Derek Williams, Michael Taff, and/or Ryan Watts.
Yep.
With other guys mixing in there. Xavier Filsaime, 5-star safety from McKinney, could push for some time. Kobe Black and others. So we'll see. As you see where this roster is going, right? Receiver, where you're coming back, your most experienced receiver right now on the roster for next year is Matthew Golden, who's coming in from U of H, where he played 2 years.
He's got no experience in this system.
Yeah, he didn't play in the system. Yeah. He will get here in January, so he'll get to work all summer or all winter and into the spring. But then your other receivers are, because Isaiah Nair is transferring. He's gone.
He's out.
He's gone.
Casey Kane's gone.
Casey Kane gone. So you're looking at Jonte Cook, DeAndre Moore, Ryan Niblett as guys you've brought in, this year. You got Trey Wingo. Or Ryan Wingo, I should say.
He's a real deal.
A receiver, 5-star kid who they like. The kid, Aaron Butler from out of California. The speedster from Smithson Valley coming in. So, it's going to be a very young and experienced receiver room. And there has been, Rod, there's this internet thing going around that A.D. Mitchell's going to stay. Like, I keep being told by people that just one of these guys who you think is gone is staying. And I'm like, well, okay, let's see.
Wow. I'd be shocked. Yeah,
me too.
Would you rather have J.T. Sanders or A.D. Mitchell?
Sanders.
I'd rather have JT back, I think.
It's close.
Yeah, that's
because if you had A.D. Mitchell back, you'd have Quinn would have a favorite target. He already was his favorite target this year when it was an X-Man. But JT Sanders the one that can, because if he's looked at as the second tight end behind Brock Bowers, is that a second round pick? Is that top 50?
Well, it'd be right now. Brock Bowers is going to go in top 15
for sure.
So,
and then when does the next tight end go off the board? It would be JT, or could he come back and become a top 20 pick next year?
If you're a tight end, are you really going to increase your draft stock that much? Though you're a tight end.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, if
you have a Brock Bowers type impact, but he's never going to be that.
He's not going to be that physical.
Yeah.
And right now they're saying he's got to work on blocking. You come back to Texas to work on blocking.
You learn work on blocking in the NFL.
You learn blocking in the NFL, and the NFL is going to utilize you as a passing threat or receiving threat, I should say. I just don't think at non-premium positions it's hard to increase your draft stock tremendously. No matter how well you
running
play.
back, tight
running
end,
back, even some of those
linebacker.
off-ball linebackers, safety like that. I mean, it's really hard to increase. You're going to get drafted pretty much where you're going to get drafted. I don't know if JT can improve his draft stock more than 15 spots by coming back.
So
I really don't.
Just go start the
Just
clock.
go start. Yeah, get your second. Get your start on your first contract and get your second contract. So maybe because of that and A.D. Mitchell, because it's a deep wide receiving draft, really deep.
Yeah,
right?
real deep.
They're talking about 3 wide receivers being taken in the top 10 alone.
They're talking about Marvin Harrison is the best receiver prospect since Megatron.
Yeah, and Dan Jeremiah says Rome Odunze is actually his favorite prospect at the wide receiving core, but he claims that this is one of the deepest wide receiving drafts in years. But they say that every year because it's the deepest position in all of football at any level. But maybe A.D. Mitchell is looking at that, pushing his draft stock down, and maybe he's got people looking at next year's stock of receivers and saying, dude, with that group, you could be in the top 10.
Especially as the number 1 target for
Win. For a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback,
Yeah.
you could be the top 10 receiver.
Right now, the top receivers are Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, LSU, Keon Coleman, Florida State.
Yeah. Romeo Odunze's got to be in there too.
Egbuka from Ohio State, Rome Odunze, then A.D. Mitchell. Right now, CBS has him ranked as the 30th best prospect and the 7th best receiver.
Okay. Yeah,
Xavier
so
Worthy.
exactly. They still got him going in the first round, basically. As the 7th best receiver?
Yeah.
It's a lot of receivers going.
So we'll see. Well, I assume both are going, but we have not heard yet from either.
If you're projected as a first rounder, though, you go.
You go.
You don't. That's just that. Any agent will tell you that. Hell, coaches should tell you that, too, at Texas. Like, you're a first rounder, you go. That's why the NFL grades come back as first round, second round, go back to school.
That's right.
Because you're a first or a second rounder, then you're good. You're going to make good money. You'll be fine. If you're not, you probably need to go back to school because after the first and second round, the draft just gets weird and freaky. And it gets freaky, honestly, in the second round. It gets a little freaky. We've seen players drop like, we thought the guy would go be a top 15 pick, and he drops because of some injury risk or whatever, some report out about him, whatever it may be. It's just too unpredictable. So if you're not a first or a second round pick, hell, man, go get some of them NIL dollars. And go get your masters.
Well,
and the school pay for it.
And one of those guys that gets a little freaky is Jonathan Brooks, right? Because he is projected by Mel Kiper Jr. as the number one tailback in this draft cycle.
That's a good point.
If you're looking at running backs right now, you're talking about Travion Henderson from Ohio State, Will Shipley from Clemson. I think Jonathan Brooks is better than both of those guys, versatility wise, size speed combo at 6 foot 210.
Yeah.
But with the knee. Where does that drop him? You know who has not been hesitant to take second-round draft picks who have an injury flag?
Cowboys.
The Cowboys.
Yeah, so that's a good point.
The Cowboys.
Yeah.
And if you're trying to replace Tony Pollard and you don't have a back and you're thinking – because the Cowboys have been this, right? When a player like Randy Gregory, who they have a first-round grade on, falls far enough. Sean Lee back in the day.
Kelvin Joseph.
Jalen Smith. We go over and over and over. And the Cowboys have a first-round grade. Remember, when we say first-round, typically NFL teams like the Cowboys typically have 20 or 22 players total. It doesn't always match 32.
Yeah.
It's usually somewhere around 20 to 22, 23. And so if there's still a guy that they have a top 20 grade on who's there in the second round, the Cowboys have been quick to jump on him. And if they have a top 22 grade on Jonathan Brooks and they need a running back and he's there in the late second round, would the Cowboys jump on him?
Yeah.
That's a name. Cowboy fans or Texas fans would be excited to see that.
They would. I mean, that makes sense. The Cowboys really trust their training staff. They have forever.
Because what are you going to do with Tony Pollard after this year, right? Tony Pollard's a franchise player.
He gone.
Which means you still have to sign him, and they're not going to.
No, you're not going to sign him. That's crazy.
That's crazy. Right? Well, and by the way,
the Ravens just signed Dalvin Cook, though. Look at that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, see, the Cowboys should have done it. I don't know what they were waiting on. Deal.
And I give the Ravens credit for getting Dalvin Cook because that makes them even more formidable. And they have that week off where Dalvin Cook can get in there and get familiar with the system, right? He can get there right now. They're going to rest people this week, but next week he can get first-team reps with them because they have the week off.
Mm-hmm.
And he can get acclimated with Todd Monken and Lamar Jackson and what they're doing. Man, that's the rich get richer in Baltimore. But we'll keep an eye on the Cowboys. I just think that because Jonathan Brooks, if he's a first or high second round pick, top 50 pick before the injury, how far does he slide with the injury issue?
Yeah, because running back is going to drop anyway. There's no running back drafted in the first round this year.
Yeah, there's no Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah,
there's no Bijan.
So you're not going to have a running back drafted in the first round likely. So the running backs will start being drafted in the second round.
Yep.
And his inability to work out is going to drop him down just a little bit more. Some teams will be like, I can't work him out. I'm not having high on my board, right? He'll be low on my board. If that is the case, then I think he might drop to the third, the late second or early third.
The deepest positions in this draft, and again, this is before any of the draft process begins. This is all based on tape and scouting, and then the on-campus scouting. The next phase of Senior Bowl, combines, individual workouts, that'll change it a little bit. But the deepest positions are seen as wide receiver, tackle, offensive tackle, where you could have 3 top 10 tackles this year, maybe 4, Rod, with the Penn State kid, Fashanu, who they love, 6'6", 317. He's going to be off the board in the first 5 picks, most likely, if they aren't all quarterbacks. Joe Alt from Notre Dame.
Yep.
J.C. Latham from Alabama. Amarius Mims, the big, massive dude from Georgia. These guys are all going to be, and then you can still find good players. I mean, all the way down to the other kid, Suamatia from BYU, who's so good.
Yeah.
They got him ranked as the 50th best player. You can get a really good tackle deep into this draft. And so if you're looking at, which will also push some guys down, but at the same time, that's a deep position. Remember last year, tight end was a deep position. It's not this year.
Really yeah,
not this year at all. And then
quarterback's deep.
Quarterback. Those are your 3 deepest positions this year.
It's like quarterback,
left tackle, and as far as premium spots, quarterback, left tackle, and receiver.
Yep, and that's probably what you'll get in the top 10. You'll probably get top 10 full of, because you're going to have at least three quarterbacks taken in the top 10. You're going to have at least 3 wide receivers taken in the top 10. And now you're telling me you're going to have these 3 tackles taken in the
Yeah,
top 10.
that's about
so
it.
It'll probably be your top 10 will just be that. And I wonder if we'll have a defensive player taken in the top 10. What defensive player is that good right now?
You're right. But this
I
will be a
don't
very.
know,
This is
right?
why if you're looking for defense, like this is why if Jim Harbaugh were to go to Chicago and he has the first pick to take a quarterback and the 10th pick, best defensive player, I will tell you right now.
Yes, I guess Sweat's got a chance to be drafted out, but they're not going to draft a D tackle that high unless you just
Latu
Big
from
Daddy Dan Wilkinson kind of
the
thing.
edge. Latu from UCLA.
Oh, he's a great. Yeah, they got a good pass
Jared
rush.
Verse, Florida State. Dallas Turner, Alabama. Those are your
Verse.
first 3 defensive
I
tackles.
don't like Turner that much. Verse.
Kool-Aid McKinstry is the top corner.
Think about that. We don't like these guys that much. We saw him.
I know.
You saw them. You saw that. You caused Kool-Aid McKinstry up close and personal. Did he look great to you?
No.
He's like, he's a first round guy. It's like, that's the first corner taken? I'll skip on those. Then I'll find a better one in the second or the
Kalen
third
King
round.
out of Penn State. Nate Wiggins, Clemson.
Right? That's not a blockbuster defensive prospect.
Well, look,
year.
this could be, this Rod could be the year where you could have 6 quarterbacks in the top 15.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
I can see
more.
it.
Maybe
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
Because
You're going to have Drake May, Caleb Williams, Michael Penix.
well, look at Michael Penix.
Jaden
If he puts on
Daniels,
a
that's 4.
if Penix puts on a show against Michigan Monday night,
Bo Nix is 5.
because Caleb's the consensus. But look, if Penix puts on a show Monday night, there's gonna be push for him to be the number 2 quarterback. Now, will he or not? I don't know. But teams will have to make a decision. But thinking
Someone
about
really gonna
Washington.
draft that guy with that throwing motion though, left-handed. I don't see that.
What's
working.
wrong with his throwing motion?
He throws like Tim Tebow.
What?
He's got a hitch. Not notice that at all?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Looks pretty pure to me.
I don't know if I see that.
He's one of those accurate throwers in the game.
He's an all-arm thrower, so you may be seeing that where he doesn't put his body. His body is not really in a position, footwork-wise, or positioning his hips to throw, but he's got such a strong arm. He just all-arms some of that stuff, too.
Because Caleb Williams took to some criticism this year. They're asking us anything about Caleb Williams. Most of his plays happen off schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And NFL teams still want to see you throw on schedule, right?
Yeah, in a rhythm within the offense.
Yeah, they're not looking for Russell Wilson all the time, the jazz singer who's working out of pocket. You still got to throw. That's why they like Drake May at North Carolina. Penix is a pocket guy who can elude it, but he's always looking downfield.
Yeah, he's not just trying to improvise or extend plays. He would love to operate within the offense,
Yeah.
within the rhythm of
Point
the
of it is Michael Penix is if he has even a good game Monday night, he'll solidify himself as a top 10 pick. Caleb was, and then but it's also the supply and demand. The teams at the top and the teams in the top 10 need quarterbacks, right? Washington needs a quarterback. The Bears, need a quarterback. When you're talking about that, Drake May, New England needs a quarterback. We talk about the draft order. The top of the draft, the New York Giants.
They're the top 3 teams all need quarterbacks.
The New York Giants need a quarterback.
Yeah, all the teams. You're right. The Giants need a quarterback.
Yeah,
So basically, you talk about 4 of the top 5 teams drafting need quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm gonna feel bad for the team that drafts Bo Nix though. Yeah, that guy.
know,
that
but
guy is
I'm
not.
with you. I agree
he's
with you
not
on
an
that.
NFL quarterback. That dude just played college football for 7 years and had one good year.
6, but he also and it was a lot of short passes this year for them.
I'm not a fan. I agree with you on that. I'm not a fan. I wouldn't draft him.
Well, look, the top 7 picks, the only team that doesn't need a quarterback is the Chargers. And then they're sitting at 6.
Yeah, Jets could use one.
So think about the Chargers could add, and their defense was bad this year. But if you're Jim Harbaugh, you're taking that job, you can take the best defensive player on the board, Rod. Whoever that's going to be.
Yeah.
But either way, because Chicago is going to take a quarterback.
I don't think they are.
No, they're going to trade Justin. They would be ridiculous.
I'm not saying I don't think they should take a quarterback. I think they're going to make the decision to ride it out with Justin Fields, trade that first overall pick.
Wow,
I don't think so.
That would be ill-advised. That would
especially
be a
if they can get,
miscalculation.
especially as the report came out this week that they get a 2nd and a 3rd round pick for Justin Fields.
You not hear the fans last week chanting his name, the whole stadium?
Well, the fans don't make the pick. I mean, for the good of the organization, you still take the higher ceiling player.
Do the Chicago Bears ever make the right decision though, especially when it comes to quarterback?
That's a good decision.
Well, okay, then if that's then they'd be ridiculous not to take a quarterback.
That's a good point, though, Don. They usually
and
make
Washington,
like I said,
like
I think they should, but I don't think they will.
Like the Texans with C.J. Stroud, the Washington be doing cartwheels if they pass Caleb Williams, right? Washington will jump on him.
Because they'll drop down all the quarterbacks, so everybody would love that.
Chicago, Washington, New England all need quarterbacks. Arizona has said, and Jonathan Gannon has said they're going to ride with Kyler Murray, and they have paid him a lot of money.
I think I believe that he's going to try to ride out with
the
Kyler
contract
Murray.
versus because if you could get into the top, if you had Caleb Williams, you might go there, but you're not getting Caleb Williams at 4. And you might get the 4th quarterback.
You might get Marvin Harrison Jr., though.
Yes.
For your young quarterback.
That's right. That's exactly right. So you might be sitting there at
or
Arizona.
tackle for him. Block for him.
Yeah. Well, they took the tackle last year, remember, when they traded up to 6,
did.
and they liked him a lot.
Well, they take a right tackle.
Yeah, they could take Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4. Giants are moving off of Daniel Jones. I know they just paid him. but they have to go quarterback there.
Yeah.
And then there's the Chargers. What about Tennessee?
I don't know. I think they like Will Levis.
And now you're down to 4th or 5th quarterback. So do you stick with Will Levis and believe in it? The Jets at 8? What a decision they have to make.
They need a quarterback. I'm sorry. Even when Aaron Rodgers coming back, still need a quarterback, man. You saw what happened.
Atlanta at 9? Quarterback.
They tried Desmond Ridder. Desmond Ridder experiment.
The other thing about these top 9 is you also have to consider what happens in free agency ahead of the draft. Because we always see quarterbacks now moving, right?
Yeah, but free agent.
Is there going to be as much
they get traded for? They get traded for, but they don't. Rarely do you see a really good quarterback hit free agency like that. It's rare.
Or trades, right? That's the other thing.
They'll trade for one potentially.
One of these teams trades for Justin Herbert.
They didn't want to trade for Lamar Jackson.
How about this? How about if you're a Bears fan, do you trade the number 1 pick for Justin Herbert? What do you think that's a fair trade?
If you're a Bears fan, do you trade the what?
The number 1 pick for Justin Herbert.
No.
Because the Chargers are in cap hell right now. They're not going to be able to do anything in the offseason. They're probably going to be blowing that team up. Maybe hire Lincoln Riley to the Chargers. Trade up.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of movement. But again, the point of it is, in the top 12 picks, Rod, 13, 14.
Keep going.
Chicago, Washington, New England, Giants, Falcons, Jets, Raiders, Vikings, Saints, Broncos, all need quarterbacks.
Bucks, maybe.
All need quarterbacks. Yeah. I think the Bucks are going to. Well, the Bucks are down there at 20.
But they could ride. I could see the Bucks taking Bo Nix, honestly.
I think the Bucks
like that.
No, it's not bad.
Think of the draft class 2 years ago when Kenny Pickett was the only first-round pick, and that was at 20.
That's crazy.
You could have as many 7 quarterbacks go in the first 15 picks in this draft.
I don't even know if it's enough quarterbacks in the draft, and it's a deep quarterback draft.
It's deep
to be able to satisfy.
Well, that means you'll see some teams trying to go up.
Hungry teams.
You'll see some teams. Maybe if you're Arizona, if you could get Marvin Harrison Jr. for your young quarterback, you do that, right? If you took the left tackle last year at 6 and Paris Johnson, if you're Arizona, because the point is there could be a quarterback desperate team that'll give you a lot to come up to that spot. Still get the one they want.
No doubt.
So if you have a quarterback like the Chargers could actually trade down. And do well because they have their quarterback and they've paid their quarterback.
They're going to have to, as Todd said, because if they're in salary cap hell, they can't afford to be getting players who are veteran players. They need to get young, good players. They're cheap. So that's
in the top 15, as the order is now, they have 11 teams that either are desperate for quarterback or absolutely are thinking quarterback. 11 of the 15. I'll say them again: Chicago, Washington, New England, the Giants, the Jets, the Falcons, the Vegas Raiders, the Minnesota Vikings, because Kirk Cousins is a free agent, by the way, even if he can come back.
Oh, Vikings. Man, Penix will be great in that system.
Throwing to
Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison.
The New Orleans Saints. Do you think they believe in Derek Carr? I don't think so. He's been yelling at teammates. And then Denver with the situation with Russell Wilson, and Seattle with the Geno Smith thing. That's 11 of the top 15.
Yeah, because Geno finished the season hurt, and they're at the end of that. They have basically an out in that contract after a couple of years.
And by the way, Pittsburgh at 18 could use a quarterback.
Hell yeah, they could.
That's 18, and that's your point about they're in purgatory because they can't
keep
drafting too low.
Yeah, honestly, it's not going to be enough quarterback, even though it's a deep quarterback.
Green Bay's at 19. Do they believe in Jordan Love?
They do. They believe in him. They really do. He's improved. I don't know if he's going to end up being a Hall of Fame quarterback like the previous two.
Tampa Bay at 20. I think there's talking Tampa. They're going to invest in Baker Mayfield. Not a huge contract.
Yeah, but like a stopgap. He's a bridge quarterback.
Pretty good money. Pretty good money.
For him. They'll do what Seattle did with Geno.
That's right.
That kind of
That'll be much like that one.
Yeah.
All right. There's some football. Ty, you had a story to tell about talking about pretty girls to your girlfriend. I want to get to that coming up.
I do too.
Because we were talking about is it okay if your wife says, "Man, he's really handsome."
I find fine.
It's
fine,
like Sandra.
I can't say it to her though.
I do.
You say it to her, you're like, "Oh man, that chick's hot." You just make noises.
Whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Yo. No, I don't do it like we're walking down the sidewalk or something. That doesn't happen. That's like a real living person.
Yeah, you can't do it. It's got to be on TV.
It's got to be on TV.
You can't be in person being like, "Damn, that waiter was really handsome." Be like, "Hey, don't be telling me that."
Yeah, it can't be in person.
Yeah, it's got to be on TV. It's got to be a Celebrity Hall Pass thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, because we were talking about Halle Berry, and we were talking about the handsome Mason Rudolph, apparently, according to my wife. Can we come back?
I didn't think he was handsome, but hey, I'm not attracted to men, so I don't know. I'm just saying, like he never
tall, dark, and handsome.
I will admit when a man is attractive, I have no problem with that. I'm not like I'm not worried about the kind of stuff. I'm not insecure about my masculinity, but I didn't think he was handsome.
He has a Lego head. He's not handsome.
He's tall, dark, and handsome, man.
Is he?
Telling you.
I gotta look up and see if Mason Rudolph is handsome. Now I'm looking up a picture of Mason Rudolph on my phone. Look at this.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
I'm just telling you, we were watching a game and like, who's that? He's cute. Hey, we'll come back. We'll pick that up. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain, talking all.
I kind of see it, I guess.
Yeah, he's got the brooding eyes.
Got
he's
the
tall, dark, and handsome.
Yeah, I got you.
You know what we're saying.
Yeah.
Hook him up with Ian Rod B. Coming back.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Somebody said Mason Rudolph has a dented head from Myles Garrett.
Trying to hit him with a helmet.
He did. Assault. Hey, Rod, as we were talking about Trill Carter into the transfer portal, there's also, somebody just said that Inside Texas reported that A.D. Mitchell to the NFL, but I have not seen that, so I'm going to, which would not be surprising to anyone that's paying attention. He's just seen as a first-round draft pick.
Yeah, if you're a first-round pick, you go. There's nothing to really ponder. There's nothing to ponder.
100%.
Yeah.
I would also say that we were talking about Bo Davis and his future. Can I play something for you real quick, and then I want Ty's story about
oh, yeah, I can't wait to hear Ty's story.
Because they're always good. They're always good. Ty, can you play that Adam Schefter because this was from the Rich Eisen show yesterday on our station. Rich Eisen, of course, ahead of the sports complex each day. Let's hear, and of course, and Rich Eisen is a Michigan graduate.
A Michigan man?
Michigan man. So for Rich Eisen, this is a personal thing with the story of Jim Harbaugh. Here's how that sounded yesterday on the Eisen show.
I think here's the way that I view it. the NFL has been a possibility for him each of the last few years. And it has always been up to the NFL to make it such that it could convince him to go. He hires Don Yee, the NFL-based agent, this year, which obviously raises the antenna of everybody. But the fact of the matter is, it's still incumbent upon an NFL team to want him, be the right ownership group, be the right quarterback, be the right situation for him and his family, that he feels like that's better than what he has. Now, I know the NCAA could come calling and all that, but he does love Ann Arbor. But here's the thing. He's really done what he wanted to do and what he was supposed to do in Ann Arbor. He's accomplished everything that he set out to do, other than winning this game on Monday night, which he may or may not. We'll see.
Right.
But even if he doesn't, he has restored the program and accomplished what he set out to do. So I think we're back in the situation where if an NFL team makes it worthwhile for him and gives him an opportunity that he believes is better than the one that he has, then I think he could leave, yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the reports I'm hearing is that, I don't know, it seems like he's leaning that way. After the Don Yee hire, and Don Yee's an agent, a longtime NFL agent, but most notably an agent for Tom Brady, you know, why explore it if you're not interested? So we know he's interested, and I think he's leaning that way. I think if he wins the national title, I think I'm going to just say I think he's riding off into the sunset to the NFL.
I agree. The question then will become which job and which team makes him everything Adam Schefter just said. Which organization makes him that offer? Because it does feel like is it the Bears, and is it because he can find a way to put any odds he has with the McCaskey family aside and go to work for the Bears where he played?
Chargers
ownership. Spanos, they're cheap, but they'll leave him alone, I think.
Yeah, they will.
But as Ty said, you're kind of in cap jail there right now.
That's true.
With the Herbert contract, the Khalil Mack contract, and Derwin James. I mean, you got a lot of highly paid players that haven't produced, but it's talented. The other one I mentioned is New England. What if New England calls?
That's an interesting one. I haven't thought about, but you're right. New England, they got the best owner, the best owner out of all those possible situations.
Yeah, Robert Kraft's a powerhouse and will support the coach and has done that forever. So that's a name, and they have a top 2 or 3 pick.
And then there'll be a couple of other jobs that'll open up once the season's officially done. Some teams don't like to do business that way. Washington will probably open up after the season.
Washington, I think, will.
Yeah, and it'll be. I've heard from it was an insider report on ESPN. They said they expect 2 jobs to open up once the season's
there's already 3 open. There could be as many as 9.
Yeah, he said immediately though. As soon as the season's over, like you're gonna hear
Monday.
It's gonna
Pink
drop.
Slip Monday, we call it.
Black Monday.
Yeah, man. So that's coming. So we'll see. But yeah, Harbaugh got a game to play Monday night, and then we'll see from there where he lands. So, but again, the Bears, you have the first pick and the 10th pick, so you can take 2 foundational kind of players with a team that's already got some talent, and you have a chip to use in Justin Herbert, or Justin Fields, I could say, which could bring some further draft capital and pieces to what you want to do. So we'll see where that goes. All right, Ty, we're talking about your girlfriend or your wife commenting about the looks of a player or a person on TV. What was your story on that?
I mean, it's nothing too crazy. I just actually my current girlfriend was up here earlier, bringing me some breakfast, and I was like, oh, do you want to say something about the Judkins transfer? Because she's a little hot and bothered about it, but she did not. She is not like this, by the way. This story is about one of my exes. We were watching the show Dave on FX. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Oh, yeah.
It's about
the show, Dave.
Lil Dicky and his kind of like it's about his life coming up as a rapper. And his girlfriend in the show, she's an attractive redhead, and the actress's name is Taylor. And so I was watching it with my ex, whatever, and I was like, oh, she's attractive, whatever. And she didn't say anything, sat there. Week later, the new episode comes out. She's like, yeah, I'm not watching that with you. I looked her up. Her name's Taylor. You have an ex-girlfriend named Taylor that's also a redhead. I know what you're doing. Like, blah, blah, blah. I was like, are you serious right now? Like, that's just because I was like, oh, I think she's cute. Like, and she happens to have the same color hair and a name of one of my other exes. Like, I don't know. I thought it was crazy. Wow. And then we couldn't talk about that show. I could obviously watch it on my own time, but at that point I was like, what is
cray-cray.
Oh, well, she was definitely crazy. A very jealous type. And I'm lucky now that my current girlfriend is not like that whatsoever.
But it is pretty classic that because women are scorekeepers, but you never know when the score is going to come out.
No.
Could be a week later.
I didn't even
Could be
think
a
about it in the
month
moment. I was
later.
just like, oh, she must have just.
And she didn't say anything about it in the moment.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
They don't forget.
She kept it though.
They don't forget.
Oh, she
They may
simmered.
forgive
She
you.
simmered until we were fighting about something else completely different. Because with her, it was something every day.
What I appreciate is the research. She went and looked
Oh,
up the young lady, found the name.
Do you appreciate that? 'Cause
I do, man. I'm a research guy. It's like she did her research on it. She really did.
Deep dive.
Yeah, exactly. She wouldn't have gotten that jealous if she didn't do the deep dive and realize, oh damn, same name as the ex and the hair color and all that kind of stuff. Oh man, that's
And to the point that she would not allow y'all to watch it.
Or I mean, I could watch
Like
it.
what was
but,
going to happen?
It was like
She didn't wanna watch it with
it was like the middle of the season too. Like we'd been both enjoying the show. It was a good show. It's I don't know.
All she
I'm
could think
happy.
about-
I'm so happy I'm not in that relationship. Let's just say that.
all she could think about was you watching that with you, and then you are fantasizing about the woman on TV, which leads you to fantasize about your ex because they look alike, had the same number or whatever. Sorry, had the same
she was
hair or
connecting
whatever.
some dots, I see.
Yeah. That's what she's doing.
Oh, if there was ever a redhead even in public after that,
Okay.
she'd be. I could see her eyes staring through me, just watching see if I was gonna look. It was bad.
That's too much crazy right there, man. If she don't even like, that's way too crazy. I mean, she's too crazy anyway. But you made the right decision moving on. Do you break up with her? Or she broke up with you.
Oh, I broke up with her.
There you go.
And
Smart move.
not the nicest way, but it needed to happen.
Oh, did you do it via text or something?
No, I called her.
no.
I called her.
That's not bad. At least you spoke
Okay,
to her.
well, I tried to break up with her like twice before that. We dated for almost 2 years, which is a long time to be breaking up with someone over the phone. But I tried to break up with her a few times before that, and she simply just wouldn't let me. So
What do you mean wouldn't let
I
you?
knew the
You don't
only
need
way.
consent to break up with somebody.
I have a big heart. Like I care about people. Like I felt bad more than anything else. That's the reason why I stayed with her so long, which is not a good excuse. It's probably that ended up worse for her in the end, but and for me obviously. But it yeah,
Well,
I had to
if I
call
know this
her
story,
and then not talk to
if I-
her ever again. Is what happened.
Wow.
But she actually moved here for you, correct?
No, she moved here. So this was another Ole Miss girl. She graduated Ole Miss. Her boyfriend at the time, who also graduated from Ole Miss, they both moved here, and then they broke up like 2 months into them moving here, and then I met her.
So why do you only date Ole Miss girls? What is the deal with that?
They are really hot.
I don't know.
I've
It's-
been to Ole Miss and they got some hot women. They do.
They come to me.
Oh, I believe you, but it seems like his priority is always the Grove.
That is true.
It's not like I'm meeting them there. A lot of Ole Miss girls move here, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and maybe Ty's their type. Maybe they like the Ty types of the world. You know what I mean? The Ole Miss girls.
Little scruffy.
Yeah, exactly. I always say this about your breaking up thing taking a long time. It's a great quote from Seinfeld. Breaking up is like knocking over a Coke machine. You don't do it in one push. You rock it back and forth a few times, and then it goes over. That's basically you and this woman. It took 2 years for you to break up with her, even though you probably want to break up with her months into the relationship.
At least a year before, at least.
There you
Well,
go.
and now, Ty, you're 26, so you're to the point where you're either going to stay with someone because there's a long-term future to it, or you're not, right? Because you're not just dating around at that age, are you?
No.
Yeah, there's got to be some sustainability to it, Rod.
I agree with that.
And you didn't settle down until you were 40, Rod. So good for you, my friend.
Oh, yeah, it took a while to do. I wanted to make sure I got the right one, though. I want to thoroughly vet.
Yeah, you had to meet as many as you could before you found the right one. I like that.
Exactly. Yeah, how you gonna know what you like unless you get out there and try out some options? I know what I like. Trust me, I'm good.
Trust me on that. I play golf, Rod. You got to hit a lot of golf balls before you decide which golf ball you really like.
Exactly. That's how I feel about it. And even my wife, I didn't marry her until 10 years into our relationship. I told her, I was like, man, I'm not sure about you. I need to vet you thoroughly.
Y'all dated for 10 years?
We were together for 10 years before we got married.
Oh, man.
Dang.
Oh, yeah.
I remember, yeah, that's
Dude, I don't
good.
play. I told her if she wants to move on. I'm fine. Like, it's okay. I'll be okay. But if you really want to be with me, then I'm going to need you to prove it. 10 years. She's a winner. She's a keeper.
Now she's
She
your
really wanted it.
baby mama.
Yeah, exactly. She really wants. I was like, because some women I met, they just wanted to get married. They didn't really want me. And I was in two relationships like that, where the women right after we broke up, they got married and were pregnant within the year.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa. So you didn't give a damn about me. You just wanted to get married and have some kids, and I was the best available option for you. Because that was hurtful. And I had to make sure this woman, I was like, man, I ain't going to be just the best available option. So if you want
I check
me,
a lot of boxes.
yeah, you're going to have to prove it. And I'm going to need you to stick around to prove it. Because these other women, I was just the nearest, the nearest man.
Port of
with
call.
the nearest man with a job. Right?
I'm trying to get married by the time I'm 30. That's my goal. Or not, I mean,
Don't put
just, I don't want
any
to put it on it, but I
restrictions
don't know.
on it.
I don't know.
Nah, let it be
Just
organic.
mean when you find the right one, that's when you know.
Several texters have mentioned the ties like George Costanza on Seinfeld, what George's girlfriend wouldn't allow.
Yeah.
Similar. Yeah, very similar.
Similar.
Yeah, it's a great point. You don't have to all agree to break up. I mean, you
Well,
don't need
you
consent.
know when you're just like, well, I also started dating her right before I started doing the morning show, so I kind of had to have a lifestyle change towards the beginning of that, where it was like, all right, I'm not hanging out with my friends on the weekends. I'm just,
No, that's true.
I'm waking up early. I'm waking up early, going to bed early. So it kind of went into the, I just kind of fell into a lull where I just was like, whatever. I don't know. It's a terrible place to be. I'm a lot happier now.
No, I'm with you on that. Yeah,
your girl's bringing you breakfast and stuff. I like that.
You got a good woman right now.
That's good right
it's
there.
part of the
She
reason
seems
why
like a keeper.
she got in last night. And like I said,
She just got back from Puerto Rico, right?
She got a little drunk on the plane and left her wallet in the little compartment in front of the seat. So I'm going to the airport after this to retrieve it for her. Hopefully.
That's
Oh,
very
you
nice
are a
of
good
Oh,
man.
it's there.
Good
Do you
for
know
you.
that it's there?
Yeah, it's there. It's there. Oh, and last, I've never done this before, but hey, if you have a girlfriend or a wife, I went into the airport last night with flowers to pick her up, and it was a great move. I'll tell
How
you that
far
much.
were you able to get to?
Yeah.
The baggage claim?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you
just
can go
sat
down
there,
to- yeah.
right down the
You just park.
escalator. It was like a Hallmark movie. She came
Yeah.
down, gave me a big hug. It was
You
great.
can park. You can park and go to the airport and pick people up.
Yeah, you can only, but you can got to go down to the lower level.
Yeah, to the baggage claim.
Yeah.
Did you have like a?
Mm-hmm. They got a flower. They got a flower like machine.
They
like
do.
A vending machine
They do.
right there for guys like Tyler. Like, you know what? I'm gonna do it.
Should have been like Rod and me in the '80s. She'd hold a jam box up over your head playing her favorite song.
Cusack style.
I
baby.
told her I
like
was gonna
that.
I was gonna make her a sign, but that was more of a joke.
Oh, that would have went over really well,
I'm
dude. I'm
sure.
telling you, chicks love that kind of stuff, bro. That would
Plus,
have been great.
They score keep that way too, by the way.
Yeah, it's true.
So that was that. She was a little tipsy too. Was she sobered up by the time she got off the plane? or
No,
what?
she was laughing and giggling. It was fun.
So she wasn't stressed about her wallet when she.
Oh,
got,
she didn't realize it till this morning when she slept over at
she
my
was
house,
tipsy.
Ubered back to her. She had to go to work this morning. She's like, "Oh my god, I tracked my wallet. It's at the airport." So
Oh, she tracked it.
she got an air
She
tag.
has like a track,
Yeah.
air tag on it. Nice,
Mhm.
good for her.
Well, she
Good
just
for her.
got them like 2 weeks ago because since we've been dating, she's lost her wallet twice. We're a perfect match, I think, because I currently don't
No,
have
that's
my
good.
wallet right now either. It's at Barbarella's.
Yeah, those air tag things are interesting because I've heard horror stories where there are people who stalk people and they throw air tags in their bags and they can
Yep.
stalk them that way.
Yep.
I don't need to just throw an air tag. So people watch yourself. People throw air tags or put an air tag on you and
On
they
your
can really
car,
find out.
yeah.
They were saying like doing it when people were like leaving like on either a bank or an ATM or something, and they try to like tag them so they could follow them and rob them. I think I don't know, weird stuff. But I'm sure everything's all right. I'm glad that everything's okay with you and your new woman, man. She sounds
Appreciate
like a good one.
it. She is.
Sounds like a
She is.
keeper. Yeah.
All right, we're at 10:45 already, so no behind the burnt orange curtain today, but
that
we got
was
plenty
it.
of time. That was
Yeah.
it. Behind Ty's burnt orange curtain. I like that a lot. But yeah, Xavier Weird. Of course, we've already told you all morning that Jonathan Brooks and Byron Murphy both off to the NFL. There are some indications that maybe A.D. Mitchell is soon to follow. Trill Carter has entered the transfer portal as the Longhorns get ready for a busy weekend. So when we play that Adam Schefter thing, because one of the conversations is if Jim Harbaugh does bolt to the NFL, whichever team he goes to, that Brian Kelly at LSU could be the leading candidate to replace him in Michigan.
That's amazing.
Which would obviously send the new dominoes toppling around the college football coaches carousel.
Yeah. And
All right.
That's pretty big time there. Man, if Jim Harbaugh leaves, you're right. That is going to send it's going to be a butterfly effect like anything unlike we've ever seen, honestly. It could be.
Oh, it could be huge.
Yeah.
Because the talk of is Brian Kelly doesn't jump. It's going to be Kalen DeBoer at Washington, which opens Washington. And so it's all in play. But first things first, we got a game on Monday night. We've got games all weekend in the NFL with the Texans and Colts tomorrow night. We'll come back with what's popping to wrap up a Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Next time.
Looking here at the NFL playoff scenarios that can happen this weekend, be all day if we went through all of them. But Cowboys need to win. If they win, they're going to win the division and be the 2 seed in the West. The West,
game,
the NFC, the West, the NFC, and win the NFC North, East for the second time in 3 years.
Yeah, and I looked up the last time the Texans and the Cowboys both won the division, 2018. They both won it in 2018. So it's happened not too long ago. Yeah.
Of course, the Jaguars, Colts, and Texans could all win the AFC South this weekend. They're all 9-7. So
that's wild.
Houston were to win in Indianapolis, and the Jags were to lose to the Titans. The Texans would be the division champs.
I'm rooting for that, though. I mean, right now the Texans window is wide open. Did they get to the playoffs in their first year? That is a hell of a first year head coach and a rookie quarterback. That would be phenomenal. It really would be. And a rookie play caller. I don't think people realize Bobby Sloak said rookie play caller. Never called plays either. It's pretty phenomenal. And
the game of the weekend, big picture, I think, is Sunday night when the Bills play the Dolphins, and the winner will win the division. So you go from kind of like Cowboys, 2 seed down to 5 seed. And the Bills could actually tumble all the way out of the playoffs if they lose. It's bizarre because they're 10-6. If they get to 10-7 with tiebreakers and the Steelers win, and the Texans or Colts or Jaguars, because if they fall back, they're going to go to 10-7, and then there could be a bunch of teams at 10-7. Then it falls to tiebreakers. Yeah. What they need to do is beat the Bills, so they go from division title to out potentially, depending on how everything else plays out.
Yeah.
If they lose to the Dolphins, they're still likely in, but not guaranteed.
Yeah.
Not guaranteed at that point. And as we said, the Steelers could damn well still get in.
I don't know how that.
Unbelievable.
I don't know how that's possible.
And if you're the Cowboys and you're planning on beating the Commanders, Rod, and the Packers beat the Bears, that's who the Cowboys will be playing week 1. Because the only spot available is the 7 seed in the NFC, and Packers would secure it with a win over the Bears. So that would be your opponent. Now, if they lose, look out. Could be the Seahawks.
Then you got a treacherous path.
Yeah,
through the playoffs. At least you got a more favorable path to the playoffs if you win a division, and there's a high likelihood of you having winnable games until you see San Francisco.
The teams that could still get that 7 seed: Saints, Falcons, Packers, Seahawks, Vikings. So that 7 seed would be who the Cowboys will play in weekend 1.
Okay.
In the wild card round, because if the Cowboys beat Washington, they'll be the 2 seed, so they're going to play 7. And 3 play 6, and the 49ers sit.
Yeah, that's for you. The Cowboys, you need to win the division, and you need as much home field advantage as you can get in the playoffs, as much as you can get, because they're a different team on the road.
4 plays 5, obviously, in that scenario too.
I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't trust the Cowboys can win a playoff game on the road the way they look right now.
Well, that's why. And if
I really don't trust it.
Yeah, and if they win, they'll have potentially 2 home games.
Yeah,
with a very beatable 7 seed, and then winner of Lions, Rams. Essentially,
I think the Lions are a better team than the Rams, but the Rams are
and
trending.
With his controlled, Octane?
Controlled Fury?
Controlled Fury, that Dan Campbell would like another shot at the Cowboys in Cowboys Stadium.
And I wouldn't like that for the Cowboys either. I don't know why I wouldn't like that. It seems...
You'd like to be at home.
Hard to beat a team twice in the same year. We know that. That's tough.
Seriously, this game, it should be a very winnable game. Cowboys are like 13-point favorites. The Commanders have lost 7 in a row. Their lame duck coach and staff, they all know they're already packing, for sale signs in the yard, the whole thing. No doubt.
Yeah,
you can't beat that game because
and they can't block either.
Well, it's not too big a statement to say if the Cowboys lose that game that could be the end of Mike McCarthy, and very likely will be, because if they lose that game, they fall to 5, and because if the Eagles beat the Giants, they would take the 2. Cowboys fall to 5. They'd be on the road playing Tampa in the playoffs, and then they'd be on the road playing San Francisco the next week. And if that happens, Mike McCarthy probably gets fired.
Yeah, and honestly, I wouldn't disagree with that at all.
No, me either. That's how big the game is.
It's a huge game, but I think the Cowboys, not only the urgency because they know what's at stake in this game, and the Washington team has nothing to play for at all, but they match up really well because Washington's offensive line is a problem. Their offensive line has been a bit of a subpar sieve all season long, and the Cowboys are the best pressure unit, arguably in all college football. So I wonder if that alone will lead the Cowboys kind of dominate this matchup.
They should, and they dominated on Thanksgiving Day too, right? They crushed them. That was when, who would jump in the bucket. Salvation Army bucket.
Yeah.
Deron
Did
Bland set
jump
the
in there?
record. Yeah. All right. So that's all popping, and we'll be able to talk about it all on Monday. When we get in here on Monday, the playoff situation will be set. Will the Texans be in? Where will the Cowboys be? We know they're going to the tournament. We'll also get you ready on Monday for the national championship game. And just reading a story from the offseason that what's popping, Rod? What if Jim Harbaugh wins the championship and goes to Vegas to join Tom Brady and the Raiders? Tom Brady and the Raiders. Because you heard Adam Schefter say some ownership groups going to have to make the right offer. Well, Tom Brady and Jim Harbaugh have become somewhat close because they're both Michigan men.
And Don Yee is their agent.
Don Yee is their agent.
Represent both of them.
Ooh, good connection there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's but what does that job have to offer other than, like you said, that obviously the owner may be able to give you more control than others. But man, in terms of personnel wise, draft capital, do the Raiders have anything to rebuild with? Like, what's the pieces you're building with?
Well,
are they drafting really
Max
high?
Crosby, good pass rush for
sure. Are they drafting really high? Like, I'm speaking out of ignorance. I don't know. I'm asking.
I just had that called up the draft order and closed it, but here it is. Raiders would draft 11.
I guess 11. You could. Man, I don't know if you might not get one of them quarterbacks at 11.
No,
they might be gone by then. The way you just described it, you got like 7 teams in the top 10 that need a quarterback.
Yep, maybe 11 in the top 15. Like really. So we'll see.
They got to trade up. You know what? If he gets the job, they'd have to trade up to go get a quarterback.
Well, and to consider, Jim Harbaugh leaving, because look, it took him 5 or 6 years to build Michigan into what he wanted it to be. If he's going somewhere, he's going for the long haul, right? He's going, and he's going to go. That's why he's going to pick an owner that he can work with, because it's not just for the first year; it's for the long. Like DeMeco Ryans coming to Houston that's what his dream job, and it was a dumpster fire. Yep. And people thought he was crazy that he overpassed some other jobs that wanted, and he wouldn't even interview. He said, "No, I want Houston," and now here he is, right? I mean, you want to go to a place where you feel comfortable, you know the organization, and when Tom Brady's now part owner of the Raiders. And there's a lot of thought he's going to be pushing for more and more control with Mark Davis of that situation. And if Jim Harbaugh believes he trusts Tom Brady and wants to work with Tom Brady, that could be a good mix.
It's going to be a great mix, actually.
Yeah. So and for the long haul,
Michigan men
got to figure out the Garoppolo mess and who's the quarterback, and they got good pass rush, but that's about it. And then that also comes with the Antonio Pierce thing, where all the players want Antonio Pierce to stay.
Yeah, and then you got to deal with that.
Yeah.
And then and aside from that division now, especially you got the Chiefs, which kind of own that division. Not kind of, they've owned that division forever. But Denver ain't gonna be down for long because Sean Payton can coach. He's gonna get him a quarterback.
Yep. And
when he get him a quarterback, he's gonna be trouble. And whoever gets that Chargers job, we're assuming will make them more competitive.
That team, if they get some good coaching, they'll be good quick.
Yeah,
with the Chargers.
That division. Man, it might be an easier path for you if you're a Jim Harbaugh than going to that division.
By the way, I just did see, speaking of the Chiefs, maybe they're down this year. You know who they're going to target in this offseason? T. Higgins.
Oh, that's smart. Yep, go get a T. Higgins. I like that. That's
because the Bengals can't re-sign him.
I like that.
Bengals can't afford him.
Yeah.
Because they've already started Jamar Chase to the big deal.
They should go get T. Higgins as a long-term investment and then go get like a 1-year rental.
And draft one.
And draft
X-Man.
Is DeAndre Hopkins, was he on a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal?
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, just go sign a veteran, a 1-year mercenary, get T. Higgins, and draft one in early round, in the second round.
You got the best quarterback in the world. All right, good stuff. By the way, Craig Flowers, the Colonel, did text us to say that he and Jamie Frazier were a part of your breakup drama every Saturday morning on the Big Ugly Tailgate in the High Ground. So he said thanks for that.
Yeah, thank you, Colonel and James.
And you said Casey Stutter was the one telling you to do it. Hey, stop being a you-know-what.
Just pushed me over the edge.
Just call her. Break up with her. Hey, everybody have a wonderful weekend. We'll be back with you. First weekend of the new year is in play. Every hour of this show, if you missed any of it, podcast at hornfm.com. Jim Rome is next.